Do you feel like you don't speak enough Turkish? That you need to know more words? Then stick around. With these lessons, you'll pick up some of the most common words in just a few minutes. Now, this video is a small portion of our learning program. To get the full lessons, translations, and Fluency Fast study tools, click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Cooking Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn all the must-know cooking phrases with this new cheat sheet. Download it for free right now. Second, our brand new visual flashcards. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll learn over 1,500. Just download and print them out. Third, can you talk about your favorite shows? Learn how to say, no spoilers, what are you watching right now? And other useful words and phrases for video on demand. Fourth, what's your New Year's resolution? With this bonus phrase list, you'll learn to say, read more, save money, learn a language, and other common goals. Fifth, must-know words and phrases for the new year. If you're learning the language and can't yet talk about the new year, then access this 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Sixth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you'll learn language fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 55% off 24-month premium with our extended holiday deal. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. It's Seda again, and today we'll talk about business, must-know business expressions for a presentation. So I know that most of you guys are learning Turkish for business purposes, so you may need some vocabulary, some common expressions to use while prepare or to just listen to a presentation. So let's start. I want to start with some common verbs to use, so you can pick and use them. Pick and use them. Pick and use them. Okay, let's check. Okay, the first one is to inform. Bilgilendirmek. Bilgilendirmek. It's a long one. Bilgilendirmek. Bilgilendirmek. So the other one is to brief. To brief. Özet geçmek. Özet geçmek. Özet geçmek. Özet geçmek. And the other one is clarify. Clarify. This is a long one. Açıklığa kavuşturmak. This literally means that to kavuşmak is to meet, but with, if you use it after so long, you don't see each other, then you met once again, then you kavuşursunuz. So this is that verb. And açıklık, açık means open, açıklık, it's like clearance. So to make it to at the end of all the trouble, you make it open and clear and you just clarify it. Açıklığa kavuşturmak. It's very dramatic. Açıklığa kavuşturmak. And the other one is to stress. I can't stress this enough. Vurgulamak. Vurgu. It's coming from vurmak. Vurgu. It means that you are like, hey, look at this part. This is important. You are stressing. Vurgulamak. Vurgulamak. The other one is to handle. İlgilenmek. This also means to take care. You can take care, for example, you can take care of a business or your kid. So it's a more common word. İlgilenmek. İlgilenmek. So, outline. This is also a long one. Taslak çıkarmak. Taslak. Taslak is something like a draft. Taslak çıkarmak, to make a draft, to outline things. Taslak çıkarmak. Taslak çıkarmak. And the next one is to update. Actually, you know, some of these words, for example, update, it's not very... I don't like to use English words while speaking Turkish, but a lot of business people are now using handle, brief, inform, stress, outline, update, report, these kind of things with Turkish accent, of course, to for business conversations. Where is the update? For example, they use update a lot, but I think it's better to use the Turkish words. If you are speaking Turkish, use Turkish. If you are speaking English, use English. That's my motto. Okay, so to update is güncellemek. If you notice the word gün, it means day. Güncel. Güncel means update. Güncellemek means to update. So you make it to today. That's the meaning. You make it today. So you renew it, you update it, and it's new. Güncellemek. And decrease. Azalmak. Azalmak. Azalmak. Increase. Artmak. Artmak. Artmak. And to report. Bildirmek. Bildirmek. Okay? So these are some words that you can use during the presentation. And now I wanted to make it like a presentation. So first the opening, the things you say, then the outline, the things you say in between, and the closure for the closing of the meeting. So I picked a couple of phrases for each part. So you can pick. Of course, it's not limited with these phrases, but I can put everything here. So I hope this gives you an idea of how to do it. So when you start, you can of course use the regular common welcoming things like welcome, good morning, good night. I don't know, it's up to the time of the day, or like good evening, good morning, things like that. So you can say welcome, hoş geldiniz. You have to say hoş geldiniz, not hoş geldin, because hoş geldiniz is for the crowd, not just for one person. So you can start with hoş geldiniz, and you can say iyi günler, good days, or you can say günaydın, günaydın, günaydın, good morning if it's a morning, or if it's a late meeting, you can say good evening, iyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar. It's, I think, good to start with a little chit chat. Turkish people love chatting, and the meetings can be long, with sometimes with dinners or breakfasts, and Turkish people love to eat and speak. So expect long meetings. We are not like very time-oriented people. In Europe and in more Western countries, you have a meeting time, and you generally stick to it. And Turkish people, we are like relaxed. We can be late a little, and meetings can be longer than you think. So be prepared. Anyway, you can start with something like I thank you for coming today. So it is, bugün buraya geldiğiniz için size teşekkür ederim. Don't worry, I will say it slower. Bugün buraya geldiğiniz için sizlere teşekkür ederim. Bugün buraya geldiğiniz için sizlere teşekkür ederim. So, you said your highs and you thanked them, and now you want to start, and you want to say, okay, let's start. Just that. You have to bring people together, because we are chatting all over the places. Okay, so you say, o zaman başlayalım. O zaman başlayalım. O zaman başlayalım. O zaman başlayalım. Then let's start, guys. So you want to explain in the beginning you need to explain the topic of your presentation. So you want to say, today I want to talk about blah blah blah. So bugün, I will just say blah blah for the empty part. Bugün blah blah hakkında konuşacağım. Bugün blah blah hakkında konuşacağım. Konuşacağım. And I talked about it before. You can check the other videos. For the future tense, cağım, ceyiz, especially for the first person, while writing we write it like that, konuşacağım. But when we say, we just say konuşacağım, konuşacağım. It's like that. So use it like that. Konuşacağım. Bugün blah blah hakkında konuşacağım. So you just started and you want to outline or organize your speech. So you can say something like that. My presentation, my talk has 3 parts, or like it includes 3 parts, something like that, parts, section, whatever you want to say. You can say sunumum, konuşmam, 3 bölümden oluşuyor. Sunumum ya da konuşmam 3 bölümden oluşuyor. Sunumum, konuşmam 3 bölümden oluşuyor. Something like that. So, and you start speaking, and the first one, the second one, and the third one, you can say birinci bölüm, ikinci bölüm, üçüncü bölüm. And you can start explaining like that. Birinci bölüm, the first part, ikinci bölüm, the second part, üçüncü bölüm, the third part. Okay? So, you may introduce another speaker or another colleague of yours to the people who are listening to you. So, you can say something like that. From now on, she will be talking about this, something like that. So, let's say Sevgi will be telling you about blah blah. You just fill the blah blah. Sevgi size blah blah'yı anlatacak. Sevgi size, for example, what should we say? The end of the year report. We'll talk about end of the year report. Sevgi size yıl sonu raporlarını anlatacak. Sevgi size yıl sonu raporlarını anlatacak. Okay? Something like that. So you can, I want to add this because you want to recognize the knowledge of the listeners. You may say something like, as you know it, bildiğiniz üzere, or bildiğiniz gibi, bildiğiniz üzere, or bildiğiniz gibi. You can add things like that to smooth your way. And I told you this a little bit earlier. To make your point, you can say, first of all, ilk olarak, ilk olarak, ilk olarak, or second of all, ikinci olarak, ilk olarak, blah blah blah, ikinci olarak, blah blah blah. You can go on like that. Üçüncü, dördüncü, beşinci, we have a video about those kind of numbers. And you can say the last of all, like at last, son olarak, son olarak. Okay? So if you want to use some figures, charts, and you want to make them look at the charts, you can say, look at these charts. Şu tabloya, if you look at these charts, you would say, şu tabloya bakarsanız, şu tabloya bakarsanız, you will see blah blah blah. Blah blah blah göreceksiniz. Şu tabloya bakarsanız blah blah blah göreceksiniz. For example, if you look at this chart, you'll see that we are not in a good shape because of COVID-19. Eğer şu tabloya bakarsanız COVID-19 yüzünden iyi durumda olmadığımızı göreceksiniz. Something like that. And you may use rhetorical questions if you like to use them. you know, the questions that you are not expecting an answer actually. So you can just ask and answer it for yourself. How do we interpret this chart? How do we analyze this chart? What do we think about this chart? Something like that. If you want to ask the question, then you start explaining. This is what we should be looking for. Like you would say, bu tablodan ne anlıyoruz? Bu tablodan ne anlıyoruz? Or bu tabloyu nasıl yorumlamalıyız? Bu tabloyu nasıl yorumlamalıyız? Bu tabloyu nasıl yorumlamalıyız? So, then you continue. We should blah blah blah. Something like that. So, you can ask real questions, not just rhetorical ones. You can say, I will answer your questions at the end of my speech. So, you make sure that they don't interfere with your presentation. But, you know, we are hot-blooded Mediterranean, Middle Eastern people, so that's not gonna ensure that you are not being stopped or something like that. Anyway, so you can say sorularınızı sunumdan sonra alacağım. Sorularınızı sunumdan sonra alacağım. I'll answer your questions. I'll get your questions after my presentations. So, or you can say, I can now answer your questions. I can now answer your questions. Şimdi sorularınızı cevaplayabilirim. Şimdi sorularınızı cevaplayabilirim. And when you're done, you want to conclude some way, and you would say in conclusion, like, you know, something like that. You would use sonuç olarak or sonuçta, blah blah blah blah blah. You can finish whatever you want, and you should also thank people for coming, and you would just say thank you, teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için. Thank you for listening. Teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için, and that would be nice. And actually you can say one more thing. You can say, I would like to finish, I would like to end with, I would like to wind up by saying blah blah blah blah. Sunumu blah blah blah ile bitirmek istiyorum. Sunumumu blah blah blah ile bitirmek istiyorum. Then you can say thank you. So I hope this gives you a little bit of idea how to make a presentation. Of course, it depends on the presentation and, you know, the subject and the meeting and the people around you, like how casual or how formal it is. But these were general examples, so I hope they helped you. I will see you next time. Thank you. Bye. Hey guys, I'm Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Today we'll talk about comparatives and superlatives. And about this subject, it's really easy to understand in Turkish. So I think by the end of this video, you'll be able to compare things by just yourself. So just sit back and relax and watch it, okay? So for comparison, we need adjectives like beautiful, nice, ugly, cold, hot. And for Turkish, let's use one. Let's pick beautiful. What was beautiful in Turkish? It was güzel, güzel. Let's say a regular sentence. Hava güzeldir. Hava güzeldir. If you remember the rule for Turkish to be verb in the third conjugation, it's like is or are in English. You can say it or not say it. Generally, we don't say it if it's not a very, you know, scientific or factual sentence. We just skip it. So I would just say hava güzel. But hava güzeldir is also correct, but more proper, not very daily. But keep that in mind that there is a dırdır, tırtır at the end of these sentences. So that was just a reminder of to be verb in Turkish. So let's go back to our comparison. For comparatives, you just add daha, daha, daha. So, if I want to say the weather is more beautiful, we wouldn't use it in English like that, but nicer, better in Turkish, hava daha güzel. Hava daha güzel. Hava daha güzel. Hava daha güzel. Or let's see. Let me check my examples. If you want to say it like this tree is better than that tree. Let's say it like that to compare two things, and we use them together. This tree is better than that tree. That's our sentence. Bu ağaç o ağaçtan daha iyi. Bu ağaç o ağaçtan daha iyi. So if I would translate this literally, I would translate it like this. This tree from that tree better is. This is the structure of Turkish, okay? This tree from that tree better is. It sounds weird in English, but that's the structure of Turkish. Okay, let's see. Okay, this movie is boring. If you want to say this movie is boring. What is boring? Sıkıcı. Sıkıcı. Bu film sıkıcı. Bu film sıkıcı. Okay, if I want to say this movie is more boring than that movie, then I would say bu film o filmden daha sıkıcı. Bu film o filmden daha sıkıcı. And again, the literal translation is this movie from that movie more boring is. Okay? That's the structure of Turkish. Let's see another example. Let's say Özlem is tall. Özlem uzun. Özlem uzundur. So, let's say Özlem is taller. Then we would say Özlem daha uzun. Özlem daha uzun. Okay? Let's say Özlem is taller than Seda. Okay? Özlem Seda'dan daha uzun. Özlem Seda'dan daha uzun. So as you can see, we use dan from to make a comparison. So again the literal translation is Özlem, then Seda of course, but literally from Seda, taller is. That's the structure. Okay, so this is the basic of the comparatives. Let's look at the superlatives, okay? What is the superlative? Superlative is the best, the most, okay? The tallest, things like that. So, to make that, it's again easy. We just add n before the adjective. Like, en güzel, the most beautiful. Or en sıkıcı, the most boring. Or en pahalı, the most expensive. Just we add n and that's all. Okay? So, if I want to say Özlem is the tallest, I would say Özlem en uzun. Or if I want to say my mom is the best, then I would say annem or benim annem en iyi. If we want to say things like, for example, my mom is the best among the moms. Something like that, among or among all. If you want to say something like that, I would add it like this. Benim annem anneler içinde en iyi or en iyidir. My mom amongst moms is the best. And let me check another example. I forgot my examples. Okay, let's try to say my house is the most beautiful house among other houses. Benim evim diğer evler içinde en iyidir. Benim evim diğer evler içinde en iyidir. Benim evim diğer evler içinde en iyidir. You can just say it the simple way, just adding "an" before the adjective, or you can add "amongst" or things like that if you want to emphasize that it's the best, it's the "n" of whatever. But generally, that is the concept. If you want to make a comparative, you add daha, more. And if you want to make a superlative, you add "an", the most. That's the basic thing. So let's give you an example, and I prepared something really funny. I will show it to you. I don't know if you see it. Let's see. Do you see? Do you see my crazy girls here? This is Aslı. She's the tallest. This is Selin. She's in the middle. And this is Pelin. And she's the shortest. I had to do this to remember to my comparison. Okay. So if I want to say Aslı is the tallest, I would say Aslı en uzun. If I want to say Pelin is the shortest, Pelin en kısa. Again, Aslı en uzun. Aslı en uzun. Pelin en kısa. Pelin en kısa. So, if I want to say Selin is shorter than Aslı, then I can say, can you try to make it? I'll give you 10 seconds. Okay. Selin Aslı'dan daha kısa. Selin is shorter than Aslı. Selin Aslı'dan daha kısa. Selin Aslı'dan daha kısa. Or if I want to say Selin is taller than Pelin, I would say Selin Pelin'den daha uzun. Selin Pelin'den daha uzun. Why I found names like that, I don't know. Selin Pelin. Selin Pelin'den daha uzun. For example, if I want to say Selin, Pelin is the shortest among the girls. Pelin is, not English of course. Pelin kızlar içinde en kısa. Pelin kızlar içinde en kısa. Pelin kızlar içinde en kısa. And the last one, let's say Aslı is the tallest among the girls. Aslı is the, why I keep saying it in English. Aslı kızlar içinde en uzun. Aslı kızlar içinde en uzun. So that's it. You get the idea, right? It's not that hard. You just add "en" or "daha" before the adjective, and now you can compare and use comparatives and superlatives. Hey guys, I'm Seda from, TurkishClass101.com. What was that? Okay, let's try again. Hey guys, I'm Seda from TurkishClass101.com, and today we'll talk about filler words. What are filler words? They are not actually, they are words, sounds or phrases that shows a pause or hesitation in a speech, like I mean, things like that. And in Turkish also we have those, and you know what, we call them asalak words, which literally means parasite words. It's like, parasites, they don't exist by themselves, and these words are like that. I think Turkish point of view to these words are a little bit darker than English. In English it's just filler, it fills the emptiness or the pause, but in Turkish they are the parasites. It's very interesting to see the different point of views of the languages when you study another language. And so let's talk about the filler words, and let me check my filler words first. Okay, so let's, this is not actually a filler word, but we do that a lot. I don't know what this is called, but like, this is like, we are not approving you, like, and we write it, it's like jik jik jik with C-I-K. And you may, especially, you're on a bus and you're doing something like the middle-aged people are not approving of, and they're like, I'm not approving you. So this is not exactly a filler word or a salak kelime, but a sound that we make. Okay, yani. Yani is one of the most used filler words in Turkish. It means, I think it's similar to I mean. You use it when you feel like you are not expressing yourself very well, and you use yani, here and that. How you use I mean, you can use yani, but as I said before, try not to use it a lot. That disturbs the quality of your speech. So I will give examples. First, let's go over the words, because they don't mean anything. So I can put it in any sentence, then it will make okay. For example, okula gittim yani. I went to school. Okula gittim yani. Okula gittim yani. Normally you wouldn't put yani in there in a written language, in a written Turkish. But when you're speaking, you can put yani, especially younger people, teenagers use them a lot. But adults use less. Let's put it that way. So another thing is öyle or böyle. Actually, it's not exactly a filler word like yani. Öyle means thus, because of things like that. Not exactly, but they mean something. It's like as, such as. You can use in those meanings. But when you use yani and öyle, and yani and böyle together, öyle yani, böyle yani. That's what's happened, something like that, öyle yani. Yesterday we went to this place, this happened, that happened, blah blah blah blah blah blah, öyle yani. It's like summing up everything you said. Okay, öyle yani, böyle yani. Especially when two friends are speaking, talking about something, öyle yani, böyle yani, öyle yani, böyle yani. That's what happened. You used in that sense. So, this one also we use it a lot, and especially we use it like like a sound. Şey. Şey means thing. Okay? You know it. When you want to say everything, her şey, or nothing, hiçbir şey, or like one thing, bir şey. But we also use it as in especially kids use it a lot, and it's like anne, bir şey isteyeceğim. Bir şey isteyeceğim. Something like that. It's like, Mom, I want something. You know, the stops and the hesitation, you can use in between things. These things are really hard to give examples in like proper sentences because their whole being is against that. They are just the parasites, you know. Okay, so ya. Ya means nothing actually, but we use it a lot. Ya. You may hear it. I don't know. I'm not sure what the similar thing in English. I'm not sure, but we use it a lot, and we use it with işte. Ya, işte. For example, I have an example here. Ya işte sonra annemi aradım ve eve gittim. Öyle işte. Ya işte sonra annemi aradım ve eve gittim. Öyle işte. Ya işte annemi aradım, sonra annemi aradım ve eve gittim. Öyle işte. Yeah, that's, you know, it's like, so, you know, that's what happened. I called my mom, then I went home. That's what happened. It's like, I mean, you know, I called mom. It's like, you know, yeah, you know, yeah. But not exactly. So, it's like, really. And you know, we can use it like really as well. Ya, öyle mi? Is it so? Ya, öyle mi? Is it so? You know, we can use ya a lot, and it's hard to explain. This means exactly this, but try to catch it, especially if you are watching movies, not educational videos, because educational videos are generally more proper, and when we try to educate people in our language, we try to be using more proper Turkish, but in daily language we use these kind of things. So maybe YouTubers or movies or like podcasts, things like that, you may catch these phrases more. So try to catch them, okay? Ya, işte, ya işte, öyle işte, yani, things like that. Okay, so I forgot this one. I have a note here, and we use ya at the end of a word as well. For example, tamam ya. Especially kids use it like that. Ya. No. Tamam ya. Okay. Gel ya. It's like, come on. Of ya. Things like that. Of ya. Tamam ya. Gel ya. Yok ya. Like, go away. No way. Yok ya. Like, things like that. Okay. Tamam ya. It's like, okay. I don't like it, but okay. Tamam ya. Yok ya. It's like, come on. I don't believe you. No, I'm not gonna do that. Yok ya. Okay. Gel ya. Gel ya. It's like, come on. Come. Don't worry. Gel ya. Okay. Things like that. This is really, really casual. Don't forget that. So, this is not a business appropriate speaking. So, we also have honey, and this is also hard to explain. It's like we generally use it at in the beginning of a sentence, and it is as if we try to remind them what happened earlier. For example, let me check my example. Hani geçen gün sinemaya gitmiştik ya. Hani geçen gün sinemaya gitmiştik ya. Hani geçen gün sinemaya gitmiştik ya. See, I put ya at the end and honey in the beginning. Honey, it's like, you know, we went to the movies the other day, you know, like remember? Remember we went to movies together? It's like, do you remember? Remember, come on, you know? Something like that. It's actually like you know. Hani gidecektik, or we can use it like that. Hani gidecektik. You know, you said we were going to go someplace. Hani gidecektik. You said we were going to go. But what happened? What happened? It's like a, you know, why you are killing me now? Something like that. Hani gidecektik. Hani, what happened? Hani. Okay, we have falan, filan. Falan filan actually means like etc, like and all that stuff and so on. It means something, but it depends on how you use it. Some people use just falan or they say sometimes falan with e, or filan. You can use it falan, filan, falan. But normally it's falan filan, which is like all that stuff. But as I said before, some people use it a lot, like in after every sentence they use like falan, gittim falan, aldım falan, geldim falan. Like gittim falan, geldim falan. I went, I came, I took, gittim, geldim, aldım. Doesn't mean what you use. They just add falan at the end of every sentence, and you know, honestly, it doesn't sound very good. Some things like it's like you are waiting, you are trying to figure out what to say, or some things like hani or ya or yani, you are trying to put an emotion like to the sentence, put something more than a regular sentence, but some things are like more, it's too much. It's like saying I mean in after, or you know, after every sentence. Like, you know we go, you know we did, you know we, you know, I mean, it doesn't sound very good, and it's not very fun to listen someone saying, you know, and I mean all the time. So, for example, let's give you guys a good example. Kahve, dondurma falan aldım. Kahve, dondurma falan aldım. This is more like etc. You know, I bought coffee, ice cream, etc. Things like that. In this sentence, it's not a filler word. It's more like a, you know, etc. etc. But this is like more filler words. Sözde dün gece beni aramış falan filan. Falan filan. It's like supposedly he called me last night, or she called me last night. Like it's no. Supposedly he called me last night and all, but it's not true, you know. Something like that. Sözde dün beni aramış falan filan. Sözde dün gece beni aramış falan filan. You can use it like that. Falan filan. Like he's telling me a story. And I think this is the most popular one lately. Aynen. Aynen. Aynen. It means actually I agree. It's like aynı fikirdeyim. Like I'm on the same page. I think the same. I'm on, you know, I agree with you. It means that I agree with you. But now you can say, for example, you can say, I don't like this restaurant. And you would say, I agree, I don't like it either. Instead of making a real long sentence, you can say evet. Or you can say ben de öyle düşünüyorum. Like I think so too. Or aynı fikirdeyim, I agree with you. Or you can just say aynen, like yeah, exactly. It's like exactly. But now this really bothers me. Some people use it more than it's necessary. they use it in this context. For example, I'm talking and I'm explaining something, and after every sentence I say, the other person says aynen. Like, for example, this says, I went to blah blah blah, aynen. And this, aynen. And this, aynen. And this, aynen. Like aynen. After it's like a I forgot it's like the dot. I forgot the name of the not the comma, but the okay, I forgot it. Sorry. After every sentence, they say aynen, aynen, aynen, aynen, aynen, and it's like really irritating. It irritates me a lot. So use it, but use it when you really want to say I agree with you. Then it's okay. But if you use it after every sentence, it's not genuine actually. It's like, what are you saying? You're not listening to me. It's like something like that. So aynen is like that, and this is not actually filler word, but a lot of people are using it as a filler word. This is more like a made-up thing. It is kal gelmek. Kal gelmek. Kal is actually from kalmak, to stay, and gelmek is to come. So kal gelmek is something like to come to this. I can't even translate it. It's like to come. It means to be shocked, to be frozen. It means that, like, you were about to go, you were about to come, but you stayed. Like something like that. I don't know. It means shock. And ay kal geldi. We use I also. I forgot that. Oy. We use it. It's like ay. We make that sound a lot. Ay kal geldi. It's like, oh my God, I'm frozen. I'm shocked. And especially teenagers, they're like, she was saying that, and then kal geldi. Sonra bana bir kal geldi. Sonra bana bir kal geldi. Sonra bana bir kal geldi. It's like, then I was shocked. I was like, so I think that's it. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, that's it, guys. So how did you find it? Do you use filler words in your language, or like, did you know any of these filler words in Turkish? Which one was your favorite? Or, do you know anything that I missed? Leave them in the comments and help each other in the comments, please. And if you want more content like this, please visit TurkishClass101.com for PDF files and videos and audio files and vocabulary lists and more falan filan. Okay, bye. See you.
Hello?
Alo. Evet, merhaba. Ben 2 lahmacun, bir ayran istiyorum. Çok teşekkür ederim. Bye. Sorry guys, I was just ordering lahmacun and ayran. So I'm just kidding. Come on. Hey, I'm Seda from TurkishClass101.com, and today we'll talk about phone call phrases. I know phone conversations can be intimidating when speaking in another language, because you depend on solely your language, because normally we use our hands and body and gestures, and we can just show things like that one. You can just know this and that, and you can do a lot of things. But on the phone, you have to use your language, so it can be intimidating. But don't worry, we'll go through some basic phrases when you speak on the phone. And don't forget, normally if you are talking to your friend, after saying hello, you would make a normal conversation, so it's not a phone conversation. Here I will go through more like business or like bank or things like that, those kind of conversational examples, so you feel more comfortable making those. Okay, The first thing is our hello on the phone is a special word, which is, as you can heard at the beginning, alo, alo, alo, alo, alo, alo. It's probably coming from French, I'm not sure, and there's a myth, I'm not sure how true is that. Graham Bell, when he invented the phone, and his girlfriend, initials of her name's initials made something like alo, so it was a love thing to say alo, things like that. But I'm not sure, check it out and please leave in the comments that if it's true, because I couldn't be sure. But we say alo, alo, alo, alo, alo. And after alo, if you can say the things like, if it's in the morning, alo, günaydın. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning. Alo, günaydın. Alo, günaydın. Or, let me use my phone. Alo, iyi akşamlar. Alo, iyi akşamlar. Alo, iyi akşamlar. Hello, like, good evening. You can add anything you like, and if it's your friend, of course, you wouldn't say, hello, good morning. You would just say, hey, hey Seda, how are you? Hey, alo, naber? Hey Seda, naber? Like that. Naber, like, hello, what's up? Now we have cell phones, or even if you have like normal regular phones, we have caller IDs. So generally, if you call someone you don't say, you don't introduce yourselves anymore, because I see your name on the phone, and you don't need to say, hello, I'm Seda. That would be really weird. The phone conversation ethics are changing because of the technology. But if you are calling a place that doesn't, the person that doesn't know you, of course you need to explain who you are and who you want to talk to. So let's start with our samples. Okay. Alo, merhaba, ben Seda. Kiminle görüşüyorum? Alo, merhaba, ben Seda. Kiminle görüşüyorum? Hello, this is Seda. Whom am I talking to? And I think görüşmek, normally to see each other. It's like not just to see someone, but to see each other. It's interesting that we use that, because normally you talk, you speak, you don't see. At least till the high-tech phones, you don't see. But even if we are just using the phones and we hear our voice, we use the word görüşmek on the phone. Okay, don't forget that. I know it's weird, it doesn't make sense. I don't know who made up that one, but we use it like that. Kiminle görüşüyorum? Who am I talking to? So, alo, ben Seda. Kiminle görüşüyorum? Okay. This is more proper. So you would say, for example, buyurun, ben Seda. Buyurun, ben Seda. Something like that. Hello, this is Seda. When you say buyurun, normally it means literally, here you are, like buyurun. You may see it when you go to a restaurant, they say buyurun. You can use it as welcome, like buyurun, here you are, come. But on the phone, like, hello, this is Seda. Like, buyurun, ben Seda. Okay. Again here, for example, you want to talk to Mr. like Hendricks. I don't know why I thought of that. Mr. Hendricks. You would say, alo. I'm not gonna say Hendricks. I'm gonna say Turkish name. Alo, Özgür Bey ile görüşebilir miyim? Alo, Özgür Bey ile görüşebilir miyim? It's like, hello, can I talk to Mr. Özgür? And there's a detail here. In English, you say Mr., Mrs., Miss, and you use the surname, you use the last name, like you use the last name of the person. But in Turkish, we use hanım for woman, bey for man, and we use it with the first name. For example, I'm Seda Hanım or Özgür Bey. They don't use my surname. If they use my last name, surname, it's very, very, very proper, very, it's like Sayın Hendrix. I use Hendrix as a last name, let's keep using it. Sayın Hendrix, it's like an invitation or in a letter, something like that. But normally on the phone you would use hanım or bey. So learn the first name of the person. So, Özgür Bey ile görüşebilir miyim? Again, görüşmek, to see each other. So, may I talk to Mr. Özgür please? Lütfen Özgür Bey ile görüşebilir miyim? Lütfen Özgür Bey ile görüşebilir miyim? That's it. Okay. Daha sonra tekrar arayın. You may hear this a lot. Daha sonra tekrar arayın. Especially when you are calling a service or a bank or I don't know, things like that. You may hear it a lot and it's annoying, I know. Please call again later. Daha sonra lütfen tekrar arayın. Or you can put lütfen at the end, in the beginning or like in the middle. Lütfen daha sonra tekrar arayın. Doesn't matter where to put lütfen. Okay, so you called and you said, you know, your hellos, your name, everything, and the person said, size nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Size nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Or you may say it, size nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? How can I help you? How can I help you? Size nasıl yardımcı olabilirim? Okay, this also, you are on the phone and you ask something and the person say, bir dakika bekleyebilir misiniz lütfen? That was fast. Bir dakika bekleyebilir misiniz lütfen? Bir dakika bekleyebilir misiniz lütfen? Bir dakika bekleyebilir misiniz lütfen? Can you hold on a second? Can you hold on a second please? Beklemek, it's literally, can you wait for a minute please? This is literally the translation, but can you hold on a second? Can you wait for a minute? Things like that. Okay. Lütfen hatta kalın. Bağlıyorum. Lütfen hatta kalın. Bağlıyorum. Please hold on. I forgot. I will get you through. Please hold on. I will get you through. But literally, please stay on the line. I will connect you. Lütfen hatta kalın. Bağlıyorum. Okay, this is also important. Beni aramasını söyler misiniz? Beni aramasını söyler misiniz? Beni aramasını söyler misiniz? Would you please tell her or him to call me back? And they may say isminiz, like your, literally it means your name, like what's your name? Just, it's not a question, but it's like your name. But it means that who is calling? İsminiz? Seda. Teşekkürler. Who is calling? Seda. Thank you. Something like that. Oh, this is a long one. Alo. TurkishClass101.com'dan Seda. Ayşe ile görüşebilir miyim lütfen? Alo. TurkishClass101.com'dan Seda. Ayşe ile görüşebilir miyim lütfen? Hello, this is Seda from TurkishClass101.com. Can I talk to Ayşe please? Alo, TurkishClass101.com'dan Seda. Ayşe ile görüşebilir miyim lütfen? And this is, you know, you can use it everywhere. Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkürler. Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkürler. İyi akşamlar. İyi günler. It's like thank you. Teşekkür ederim. Thank you. İyi günler. Good days. İyi akşamlar. Good evening. Good night. Probably not night because it's not iyi geceler. But good evening. Okay. Okay, normally if it was a proper, like not casual conversation, you would just thank like that. Teşekkür ederim, iyi akşamlar, iyi günler. But if you are talking to your friends, you wouldn't, hang up like, okay, thank you, good night. Not like that. You would just say, okay, I'll talk to you later, see you. You would be more casual. So in Turkish, generally, they would say, okay. If generally men like, okay, tamam abi, görüşürüz, bye. Abi, abi normally means brother, but like abi, like bro, okay dude, or something like that, dude, okay, I'll see you later dude, things like that. Tamam abi, görüşürüz. Tamam abi, görüşürüz. Bye. We use bye a lot too. And women may use öptüm, like I kissed you. It doesn't mean kiss. We normally, Turkish people kisses on both cheeks. When we kiss, we really literally kiss. It's not like just patting each other. We kiss on the both cheek. So on the phone, sometimes we say, okay, öptüm canım. Like, okay, I kissed you dear. See you. Öptüm canım. Bye. Öptüm. Bye. I kissed you. Bye. Something like that. And you can say, hadi konuşuruz, kapat. Hadi yine konuşuruz, kapat. Hadi yine konuşuruz, kapat. Okay, we'll talk later. Just hang on. Sen kapat. You hang on. Hayır, sen kapat. You hang on. You hang on. Sen kapat. Sen kapat. This is probably not between friends, but like girlfriend, boyfriend, lovers. You hang up. No, you hang up. Sen kapat. Sen kapat. Sen kapat. Okay. I'm holding it on. Okay guys, that was it. Do you have any questions about phone conversations? Leave them in the comments and help each other again here. And if you want more content like this and PDF files, vocabulary lists, and audio or video files, please visit TurkishClass101.com. We have more content there. And I will see you next time. Bye. Bye. Öptüm.
Welcome to Fun and Easy Turkish by TurkishClass101.com. Did you know that there are many different ways of saying hello in Turkish? Stay tuned if you want to learn them all. Selam arkadaşlar, ben Selin Tokyo. Hi everyone, I'm Selin Tokyo. In this lesson, you'll learn how to say hello in Turkish. Knowing the appropriate greetings, gestures, and courtesy is the first step to making new friends. In this video, we will show you how to say hello in Turkish in different ways, depending on the situation. Let's start with the traditional Marhaba. A good choice for saying hello in almost any occasion is Marhaba. Marhaba. Marhaba. This word originates from the Arabic marhaban and is a polite Turkish greeting, meaning I receive you graciously or I welcome you. You don't have to pluralize marhaba when addressing a group of people, but it is acceptable to do so. The plural form is marhabalar. Marhabalar. Merhabalar. Let's now go over how to greet people formally. In a formal setting, most likely with people you don't know, you can add an efendim before or after you say merhaba. Efendim. Sir, madam. Efendim. Efendim. So you can say merhaba efendim. Hello, madam, sir. Merhaba efendim. Merhaba efendim. Or efendim, merhaba. Madam, sir, hello. Efendim, merhaba. Efendim, merhaba. You can then follow up with tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. I'm pleased to meet you. Tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. Tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. It's an elegant way to tell someone that you're happy to meet them
A shortened way to say that is memnun oldum. I'm pleased. Memnun oldum. Memnun oldum. It's the same as saying pleasure instead of pleasure to meet you. There are different greeting phrases in informal greetings as well. We'll start with Selamun aleyküm. Selamun aleyküm. Selamun aleyküm. It's derived from the universal Muslim greeting, Esselamun aleyküm. May peace be upon you. When someone greets you with Selamun aleyküm, make sure to answer back with Ve aleyküm selam, and may peace be upon you. Ve aleyküm selam. Ve aleyküm selam. Because of their religious connotations, these phrases aren't widely used in modern Turkey, but they're still acceptable in religious or traditional circles. The shorter selam, on the other hand, literally means peace and is free of any religious connotations. Selam. Selam. This is the equivalent of hey or hi, and you can use it among your friends. Now, let's have a look at time-specific greetings. There are many ways of saying good morning in Turkish. Let's look at them one at a time. First, günaydın. Good morning. Günaydın. Günaydın. This is a modern greeting which is suitable to use in all situations. Next, hayırlı sabahlar. May your mornings be blessed. Hayırlı sabahlar. Hayırlı sabahlar. This is an older phrase that's more popular among people who value traditions. There's also sabah şerifleriniz hayır olsun. May your blessed morning be full of goodness. Sabah şerifleriniz hayır olsun. Sabah şerifleriniz hayır olsun. This is a beloved Ottoman phrase that's still used as a warm and polite greeting. And lastly, we have iyi günler. Good day. İyi günler. İyi günler. It's a more formal greeting than marhaba, so one might come across as cold or formal if it's used among close friends. This may also be used as a parting salutation. As for good afternoon, in Turkish, we say tünaydın. Good afternoon. Tünaydın. Tünaydın. The literal meaning of tünaydın is may your roosting time be good or bright, or good roosting time. Irritated teachers sometimes use this phrase to poke fun at sleepy students enjoying a lazy afternoon nap. As for good evening, in Turkish we would say iyi akşamlar. Good evening. İyi akşamlar. İyi akşamlar. This is a polite greeting that may be used by anyone in any situation. Another option for good evening is akşam şerifleriniz hayır olsun. May your blessed evening be full of goodness. Akşam şerifleriniz hayır olsun. Akşam şerifleriniz hayır olsun. This phrase is a polite Ottoman Turkish alternative. And lastly, for saying good night, you can say iyi geceler. Good night. İyi geceler. İyi geceler. Another, more traditional option is hayırlı geceler. May your nights be blessed. Hayırlı geceler. Hayırlı geceler. Let's now briefly talk about Turkish titles and how they are used together with greetings. Although Marhaba can be used for greeting anyone, regardless of their gender, there are also some gender-specific titles you should know about. When greeting someone, you could either repeat their name after the greeting, such as Merhaba Hakan Bey, Hello Mr. Hakan, Merhaba Hakan Bey, Merhaba Hakan Bey, or Merhaba Asu Hanım, Hello Miss Asu, Merhaba Asu Hanım, Merhaba Asu Hanım. Or you can say Merhaba followed by their surname and then Mr., Mrs., Miss, as in Merhaba Aslan Bey, Merhaba Nazlı Hanım. Next, let's talk about some non-verbal greetings and gestures. Body gestures are just as important as the words you speak. When it comes to greetings, a slight nod of the head can mean I acknowledge and salute you. This is also a sign of respect for the other person. Additionally, the universal raised hand or wave is also acceptable. And if you know the other person well, wide open arms referencing a hug will be appreciated among friends. Another way to greet your friends is giving them a hug or a kiss on the cheek. But be cautious to greet some people in this way, if they are very traditional. Let's next go over how to greet someone online or on the phone. Here is an interesting fact. Turkish people don't say merhaba when they answer the phone. Instead, they say alo, which sounds a lot like the English hello. When it comes to writing, formal greetings such as iyi günler are a wiser choice. Applying good grammar and sentence structure is important in formal communication. In other less formal cases, selam or merhaba are fine. Some people even use SLM, the consonants in selam, as a cute form of texting slang. And finally, let's learn how to say hello, how are you in Turkish. For formal occasions, you can ask Merhaba, nasılsın? Hello, how are you? Merhaba, nasılsın? Merhaba, nasılsın? And for informal events, you can ask Merhaba, nasılsınız? Hello, how are you? Merhaba, nasılsınız? Merhaba, nasılsınız? In Turkish, these questions require an answer. So if someone asks you nasılsınız, you can answer with İyiyim. Siz nasılsınız? I'm fine. How are you? İyiyim. Siz nasılsınız? İyiyim. Siz nasılsınız? Among friends, however, nasılsın, together with the reply iyiyim, ya sen, make for a more informal conversation. İyiyim. Ya sen? İyiyim. Ya sen? In this lesson, you learned how to say hello in Turkish in different settings, at different times of the day, and with different people. You also learned non-verbal greetings, greetings used online and over the phone, plus the bonus phrase for how are you in Turkish.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning. where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get back on track after language learning failure. If you've ever made language learning a goal, you've also likely experienced failure. Maybe you quit studying for some time. Maybe you came back to try again later. But how do you bounce back after failing? Well, it might be easier than you think. In this episode, you'll discover 1. The key points to consider after failing a goal, and 2. The steps to getting back on track with language learning. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Cooking Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn all the must-know cooking phrases with this new cheat sheet. Download it for free right now. Second, our brand new visual flashcards. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll learn over 1,500 words. Just download and print them out. Third, can you talk about your favorite shows? Learn how to say no spoilers. What are you watching right now? And other useful words and phrases for video on demand. Fourth, what's your New Year's resolution? With this bonus phrase list, you'll learn to say read more, save money, learn a language, and other common goals. Fifth, must-know words and phrases for the new year. If you're learning the language and can't yet talk about the new year, then access this 1-minute vocabulary lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get back on track after language learning failure. So, how do you get back on track with language learning after failing? Think back to your school days. Did you ever miss a homework assignment? Most of us did. You'd have to make it up and do the next one. You had to double up on your work. So if you've ever missed a goal, you might be tempted to do the same thing. Finish your old goal and achieve a new one. However, that might not be such a good idea. A key point to remember after failing a goal is don't set the same goal again. Let's explain why. 1. If you failed the goal before, there's a good chance that the goal might be too much for you. In that case, you'll want an easier goal. 2. You need to give yourself a chance to succeed. And if that requires setting a super easy goal that you actually can reach, then so be it. Do that. For example, if you tried to learn 100 words in 1 month and failed, but you want to try again, go for something smaller, like 20 words. Between trying and failing the 100-word goal again or reaching a smaller 20-word goal, you're much better off with the 20-word goal. It'll be better for your motivation to hit a super easy goal instead of failing multiple times in a row. It'll get you back in motion with language learning. Now that you know how to get back on track, here are some steps you can take. 1. Think back to the last language goal you set and failed. Was it last year's New Year's resolution? And was it something like, I just want to be fluent, or I want to speak the language? You can let us know what your old goal was in the comments. 2. Aim for a smaller, more realistic goal. With that last goal in mind, think about how you might make a new, easier goal. Remember, your goal should always be 1. Small, 2. Measurable, for example, 1 minute of conversation, 100 words, 10 grammar rules, 10 lessons, etc. And 3. Have a small time frame with a deadline. In other words, it's a goal for the week or for the month, and the deadline is January 31st, for example. So if your failed goal was to just speak fluently, aim for something smaller. Set a goal like, I want to speak for 1 minute this month. Or, I want to be able to introduce myself by the end of this week. Or, I want to master the alphabet by the end of this week. And schedule a deadline for yourself. All of these goals are small, measurable, specific, and easy to achieve. You'll easily know if you've reached 1 minute of speaking, if you've learned the alphabet, or learned how to say, my name is, in the language you're studying. So, now that you have a goal, 3. Find a way to fit language learning into your life. Instead of creating new routines that you may have trouble sticking with, work with what you already have, your existing routines. If you already spend 10 minutes on chores in the morning, you can listen to a lesson and learn a bit of language. If you take a walk, you can listen to a lesson then. If you watch YouTube for an hour in the evening, you can spend 5 or 10 minutes watching one of our lessons. piggybacking off of your existing daily routines is the easiest way to introduce language learning into your life. Okay, now let's talk about learning material. 4. Get back on track with easy learning material. An easy way to restart learning is with our audio and video lessons. All you have to do is hit play and follow along. And if you have to, you can multitask. For example, as we mentioned, you can be doing chores and listening in. Taking steps like these can help you form study habits. It's a lot easier to listen and do what you usually do, as opposed to buying a textbook, setting aside time, sitting down, and trying to go through it, especially if you're not used to learning a language. Finally, another very easy thing you can do is take advantage of our Word of the Day lessons. These are daily emails that teach you one new word a day. The goal of these emails is to get you used to learning and create a simple routine. If you can stick with spending 1 quick minute every day learning a new word, then you can grow to stick with almost any other routine. So to recap, we often fail and give up on our goals because we overwhelm ourselves. Whether it's with an unrealistic goal, a heavy routine, or complicated resources, you want to do the opposite. Avoid overwhelming yourself. If you failed a goal before, aim for a smaller goal. Avoid heavy learning routines and piggyback off of your existing daily routines. If you take a walk, then use that time to listen to audio lessons. And finally, use easy learning material, such as our audio and video lessons on our website. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What if you could go from struggling to speak to speaking with confidence? Reviewing is a huge part of achieving this. In this video, you'll learn 6 ways our language learning program helps you review. Number 1, replay your lessons. If you're using our language learning program, you can download lessons and review them at a later date. And since lessons are 3 to 15 minutes long, your preparation and review sessions won't take a lot of time. The easiest way to review is to simply replay past lessons. Of course, make sure you pay attention. Number 2, read the lesson notes. Imagine you've finished reading a big book or watching a video course. Do you remember everything you've learned? Of course not. When you get a lot of information at one time, it's normal not to be able to recall all of it immediately. But you can refresh your memory by going back to reread, rewatch, and take notes. It takes effort. This is why you get lesson notes with every lesson. These notes give you the lesson in writing, so you can review the conversation, the vocabulary, grammar, and cultural points quickly. Number 3, listen to lines from the lesson conversation with the dialogue tool. The dialogue tool is a premium feature that our users love because you get line-by-line breakdowns of conversations. For every line of the conversation, you get audio, the transcript, and the translations. This tool helps you master entire conversations, speak faster, and improve your listening. You can listen to each line one by one, read along, and repeat out loud. Repeating out loud will help your speaking skills. And because you can listen as much as you want, you can also use this tool to work on your listening skills. Number 4, the Vocabulary Slideshow. With this, you can review words and phrases from a specific lesson. Just press play and watch the slideshow. For each word, you'll hear the native pronunciation. You'll also get the meaning, the text, and translations right there on the screen. You can even put the slideshow on loop to review as much as you want. Number 5, practice your speaking skills with the voice recorder. With the voice recorder tool, you can record yourself and compare your speech to that of native speakers. This can help you find out where you can improve your speaking skills. It's a great way to practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation. Number 6, review conversations with the dialogue audio track. The dialogue track gives you just the conversation. It's purely the target language, no translations. You get it for every lesson. Listen to it again and again until you completely understand every single word. This is a great way to see how much you understand, and it's a great language immersion tactic. Want to learn new words and phrases fast so you can speak and understand more of your target language? In this video, you'll learn all about spaced repetition flashcards. You'll learn about why this particular study tool is so useful and how using it can help keep vocabulary words fresh in your mind. First, here's what's new with our flashcards. You can now access your flashcards on any mobile device. They're mobile responsive, so visit the site on any device: iPhone, iPad, Android, or any tablet. Access the flashcards and learn anywhere, anytime. But what if you're a new language learner and have never seen this tool before? Second, what are spaced repetition flashcards? What are they? And how do spaced repetition flashcards teach you words and phrases better than regular flashcards? First, imagine a regular flashcard. Imagine a teacher is quizzing you with paper flashcards. On the front, you see the word in the target language. The meaning of the word is on the other side. Your teacher shows you the target language word and asks you what the word means. If you get the answer right, your teacher puts the card in a pile of correct answer cards. If you get the answer wrong, your teacher puts the card in a pile of wrong answer cards. Spaced repetition flashcards are like a digital version of this, but a computer sorts your answers into correct answers and wrong answers, and then chooses which cards to quiz you on accordingly. With a spaced repetition flashcard, you see a word. You mark whether you know it or not. You learn whether you are right or wrong. Then you get the next word. But what exactly is spaced repetition? Third, how spaced repetition works. This is the part of the tool that makes the flashcard so powerful. If you get a word wrong, you'll see that card more often until you get it right. The card will keep popping up until you remember the answer. Spaced repetition flashcards help you focus on the words you don't know yet, or the words you're weak with, instead of asking you to review words you already know well. If you get a word right, you'll see that word again in perhaps 2 days. If you get the word right again after waiting 2 days, you might see the word 4 days later, then 16 days later, and so on. As you study and remember words, the flashcards will appear less frequently. This is because you're remembering the vocabulary and don't need to spend time studying the words you already know. Spaced repetition flashcards help you study words at the right time. The flashcards will track your progress. This means you don't have to remember which words you got right or wrong. The flashcards you are quizzed on will be customized to your knowledge level every time you study, and the quizzes will also help you keep your memory fresh. Remember, we don't learn things simply by seeing them once. By repeating our studies over a period of time, we remember things better. And the best part is that you can study vocabulary and phrases in just a few minutes a day. So if you're on the train or bus going to work, you can put that time to use. Take out your phone and learn new words. Just a couple minutes every day will help you learn new words fast. A common question that first-time language learners ask is, where do I begin? Classically, the answer to this is with guidance. Finding the right teacher can be tricky, especially online. There are a lot of options to choose from. We've got one we'll tell you about. In this video, we'll show you how our Premium Plus learning option can provide you with guidance to help you reach your language learning goals. Our Premium Plus study tools are designed to support and guide learners. There's access to thousands of lessons, a voice recording tool, and spaced repetition flashcards. Most importantly, Premium Plus users get a personal language instructor who can provide weekly assignments. Let's talk about these items in detail. Number 1. Gain unlimited access to audio and video lessons. As a Premium Plus member, you'll have full access to the lesson library and other premium features. Best of all, you're not limited to one level, and you can learn to your heart's content with upper-level courses. There are lessons on various topics that tackle crucial language learning elements like reading, writing, listening, speaking, and conversation. More specifically, there are pathways. Pathways are collections of lessons that focus on a specific topic. Some pathways are even geared towards proficiency tests. There are also pathways in the lesson library to help you prepare for certain events, such as speaking at a restaurant, buying a ticket, or making friends. One of the most helpful is the Top 25 Questions You Need to Know pathway, which can help you in your everyday life. Each lesson has lesson notes to read while you listen to the audio lesson. This will help you follow along with key points. Lesson notes generally contain the dialogue, new vocabulary, the target grammar points, and cultural insights based on the dialogue. Podcasts and lesson notes are available on the Innovative Language app, so you can also learn on the go. Number 2, practice speaking with the voice recording tool. Pronunciation is an important part of language learning. Proper pronunciation ensures understanding during conversations with native speakers. Many learners think speaking is one of the most challenging components of learning a language. To help with this, the voice recording tool is a great way to improve speaking skills. Lesson dialogues are spoken by native speakers, so you can record yourself repeating after them to practice speaking naturally. Your Premium Plus teacher can assign you tasks to help you progress with any new sounds you might be learning. For these assignments, your teacher can listen to your voice recordings of the sounds and help you learn how to pronounce them. Completing these tasks under the guidance of your teacher can help you boost your confidence in speaking. This feature is also available for vocabulary words and sample sentences. Being able to hear these recordings improves pronunciation skills, especially when incorrect intonation can change the meaning of a word entirely. The voice recorder examines your speed and tone. Don't forget to also follow up by sending a recording to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Number 3, increase your vocabulary with spaced repetition flashcards and more. One of the best ways to learn vocabulary is with spaced repetition flashcards. Spaced repetition is a system designed for learning something new and reviewing it in varying time intervals. You can create and study flashcard decks, whether from your word bank or a specific vocabulary list. For example, if you need to visit a post office, the post office vocabulary list for your target language would be beneficial to study prior to your visit. Premium Plus offers various features to expand learners' vocabulary, including free gifts of the month, such as the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. Find opportunities to use them with your teachers, friends, or classmates. For even more practice, each lesson has a vocabulary slideshow and a quiz to review the lesson's vocabulary. There's also the 2000 core word list, which includes the most commonly used words in your target language. Starting from the 100 core word list, you'll gradually build up your knowledge of useful vocabulary. These lists can be studied with spaced repetition flashcards too. With the flashcards, you can change the settings to your liking. The settings range from different card types to number of new cards per deck. Give yourself vocabulary tests by changing the settings. After studying a number of flashcards, change the card types to listening comprehension. You can then test yourself by writing the translation of the word or the spoken word or phrase. Changing your settings allows you to remember vocabulary and learn how to identify the words. This can be especially helpful when learning to recognize new characters in certain languages. Number 4, get your own personal language teacher. Your language teacher will work with you in your goals to create a personalized and achievable study path. Once you share a short-term or a long-term goal with your teacher, you can establish a plan or pathway to lead to success. Coordinate with your teacher regularly to ensure the personalized learning programs are still working for you. If not, you can always change it up. There are so many ways your Premium Plus teacher can help you. If you have a speech you need to write, they can help you come up with the right way to say what you want to say. If there's something you need help translating, your teacher can lend you a hand. Or if there is a specific movie or song you want to consume in your target language, your teacher can gear your lessons to help you achieve your goal. Being in planes, trains, and buses can be an uncomfortable experience for many people. Often there are small, cramped seats, not many things to do, and sometimes the experience is even scary. Despite this, you often see people working in these environments. How do they do it? In this video, you'll learn 3 tips to help you be able to study anywhere. The first one is adjust to your environment. Most of us would probably agree that a plane or a bus is not the best place to study. These environments are usually dark and cramped, and you may have a crying baby next to you. But the point is, there's never a perfect time or place to learn. The reality is that a lot of us use transportation every day. We face environments that are typically considered unsuitable for study. Trains get crowded. You can't do much in your car. Even in your own home, you'll get distracted by the TV or Facebook or something. And some days you'll be sick. You'll be tired. You'll have dinner plans. Once you accept that there's rarely such a thing as the perfect time to study, you can start thinking about how to make the best of the environment you have at that time. For example, if you ride a train, you might stand up for a long time. It might be difficult to focus on a book. In a case like this, you can use the Innovative Language 101 app to study. Listen to the audio lessons, or do the word of the day by email. There are ways that you can learn in just about any situation. The point is, you need to adjust your study method to your environment. So take a look at your day and see where your time goes. Are there any gaps in between your activities where you feel like you can't study? And is there any way you can adjust? 2. Take advantage of your limited time. We've surveyed tons of learners over the years, and every year we find that the #1 reason most people don't learn a language is they say they have no time. But there's a chance you may have some spare time to study. You might just not recognize it yet. Let's say you commute for 30 minutes every day. You can ask yourself, how do I put these next 30 minutes to use? Or if you finish work at 7 p.m. and spend an hour doing nothing, you can think about what you might do in that hour that will help you work towards your goals. You don't have to use all 30 minutes of your commute or the full hour of your free time, but you can definitely fit in a short lesson or take other steps towards your goals. 3. Have an on and off mindset. When you work, it can be really helpful to have a kind of on-off switch for when it's time to work and time to rest. You can apply the same idea to your language studies. When it's time to study, you can focus solely on that. You don't spend time thinking about doing it, you just do it. It doesn't matter where you are or what kind of studying you're doing, as long as it gets done. And when you're done with a lesson, reward yourself. It can be as simple as telling yourself, "Great job." When you're finished with the time you promised yourself for studies, feel free to focus on the next thing. Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
How are your Turkish listening skills? First, you'll see an image and hear a question. Next comes a short dialogue. Listen carefully and see if you can answer correctly. We'll show you the answer at the end. Are you ready?
Bir adam ve kadın konuşuyorlar. Anahtar nerede?
Dairenin anahtarı nerede?
Masada bıraktım.
Orada değil.
Masanın altına bak.
Yok.
Allah Allah, cebimde de yok.
Çantamdaymış.
Anahtar nerede? Bir adam ve kadın konuşuyorlar. Anahtar nerede?
Dairenin anahtarı nerede?
Masada bıraktım.
Orada değil.
Masanın altına bak.
Yok.
Allah Allah, cebimde de yok.
Çantamdaymış.
Hey everyone, welcome to the monthly review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So, here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement, as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or two. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So, thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! If you wanted to learn a language even just 25 years ago, you would have needed to go to a library, take in-person classes, and dig for the right resources. Before you could even begin regular practice sessions, you had to find the tools you needed to learn. Now, with just a quick Google search, you can find literally anything you need to learn a language online. If you forget how to conjugate a verb, you can refresh your memory right away on Wikipedia. If you want to watch a foreign language movie with subtitles, you can search for one on YouTube. You can even have one-on-one lessons with native speakers of the language you're studying. Tons of platforms offer video and audio lessons. These days, the challenge is finding the resources that are right for you. In this video, we're going to take a look at how you can get the most out of our language learning resources. Number 1. Aim for one podcast a day. At the beginning of your studies, it's easy to set a big target, like 2 hours of language practice every day. But for most of us, that's not realistic. After a long day of work or school, it's difficult to commit to more hours studying language. Instead, you can make your goal to do small things consistently. This can help you move forward, sometimes almost without you noticing it. Try to listen to one podcast every day. They're only 10 to 15 minutes, so everyone can make time for that. You can review previous podcast lessons or listen to new lessons. Just make sure you get in one each day. Number 2, use the lesson review tools. If you want to maximize your learning after you listen to a podcast, make sure to use the lesson review tools. Reviewing what you've learned is an important part of learning anything. The more you see or practice a specific word or phrase, the better you'll remember it. Number 3, review the 2,000 most common words in spaced repetition flashcards. In each language, there are some words that make up the majority of written and spoken conversation. You can use this knowledge to focus your studies. If you learn the 2,000 most common words in the language you're studying, you'll have a great foundation. The vocabulary lists in our program are a great tool for this. You'll get example phrases with the target words. You can listen to the correct pronunciation and intonation of each word. Use these lists along with a spaced repetition program and create your own flashcard deck. This is a great thing to have on your phone. You can study vocabulary on your commute, when waiting for someone, or while traveling. Number 4, make use of short periods of time. How much time do you spend every week doing things like commuting, shopping for groceries, walking, or cleaning? Probably more than a couple of hours, right? These are examples of time you can be using to build your language skills. You can use it to listen to language podcasts, and you can do this without specifically scheduling a time to practice. If you have all the resources you need wherever you are, you can use every opportunity you have to practice. You can download all of our lessons to your phone. Each season of podcasts will be stored as an album, so it's easy to put on your headphones and listen to a quick lesson whenever you've got the time. Number 5, have the right expectations. It's easy to find all sorts of so-called quick language learning systems and secret tricks that promise fluency in just a couple months or even weeks. While you might find some good tips now and then, most of these claims are not based in reality. Make sure you don't measure your own progress against these impossible standards. If you've been told you can completely master a new language in 3 months, but by the end of your studies you've made just a little bit of progress, it can be demotivating. Fluency in a language can take years to attain, and getting the confidence to use that language can take more time. Set small goals for yourself when you're learning. When you achieve them, celebrate. Learning a new language is not a short-term journey, but with our resources, you can see improvements every day. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. Have you ever wondered if you could learn a language faster? We asked our experienced learners for their best tips, so you can steal these and use them for yourself. In this video, you'll discover 5 tactics for faster language learning. Number 1. Try more challenging lessons to improve faster. If you're wondering, why should I try a harder lesson? Think about the gym. Studying is a bit like working out. If you want to get bigger and stronger, you need to exercise with heavier weights. But you might think, if I try a harder lesson, I won't be able to understand everything. Remember, that's normal. When you can't understand 100% of a lesson, it means there are things in the lesson for you to learn. Keep in mind that you should challenge yourself, but not choose lessons that are impossible. And make sure to use the tools you have to study the things you don't know. With our learning program, teachers break down the conversation in every lesson. You also get the translations and explanations right there on the lesson page. There are also lesson notes, transcripts, and dialogue study tools for you to use. Remember how you felt when you started studying, and try to keep that beginner mindset. When you realize you don't understand something, don't run away from it. Instead, use the tools you have to work to understand it. This will help you learn faster. Number 2, put your learning on autopilot. Imagine you have a bunch of learning apps and textbooks. Maybe you have a bunch of study tools on your smartphone, or a bunch of books piled on a table you want to read. Where do you even begin? A lot of learners begin with a lot of enthusiasm, so they buy a lot of resources, but then get overwhelmed. They're not sure where to start or what to do or how to continue. Let's think about a textbook. It's easy to understand how to use a textbook. You follow the pages. Begin with Chapter 1, then go to Chapter 2, Chapter 3, and so on until you finish the book. The road forward is clear. You don't have to think about anything except moving forward with your studies. So how do you apply this kind of autopilot approach if you're not using a textbook? You can actually do this with our language learning program's tracking feature. With our progress tracking dashboard, once you've chosen your learning level, we'll give you a recommended lesson pathway and feed you lessons one by one. The dashboard will tell you which lessons to take, from Lesson 1 to Lesson 2 to Lesson 3. You'll be guided as you work on improving. Number 3, read lines from the lesson dialogue out loud, slowly. Then reread and increase your speed. This tactic is powerful for 2 reasons. It helps you become able to read faster and speak faster. Speaking smoothly is something many beginners say they struggle with, so this kind of practice can be very beneficial for beginning learners. With our language learning program, for every lesson, you get a conversation. Read the dialogue with the line-by-line dialogue. Read out loud slowly once, then reread a bit faster, then again, and keep increasing your speed until you can say the lines comfortably and sound like a native. You can take it a step further and try to memorize the dialogue too. Try recalling it after your study session and say the lines out loud. This kind of review will help you progress and help you remember. Number 4, review old lessons to master them completely. Review is essential for your learning. If you come across a new word, you won't remember it if you see it only once. It takes repetition to remember something. Make sure to take time to review past lessons. Give your brain a chance to remember the things you studied previously. For example, if you try our listening comprehension lessons and you don't understand absolutely everything, check the translations and try listening again. Use the study tools you have available to make the most of your review sessions. Number 5, download the dialogue tracks and listen to the conversations. This is a super popular immersion tactic. Here's how it works. When you're done with a lesson, download the dialogue track. You'll get the conversation in your target language. Then, make a playlist of the dialogue tracks. Each track is about 10 to 30 seconds long. You can even put the tracks in playlists on your device and listen to them throughout the day, just as you would listen to music. This helps make the language feel a bit more natural, more like part of your everyday life. Instead of music, you're immersing yourself in conversations. This can be a great way to work on improving your listening skills. This video covered 5 tips to help you learn a language faster. For even more ways to learn faster, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. All cultures have a form of music. Music is one of the most basic tools we can use to learn a language. Parents use music and songs to teach their young children simple words. Music can help us focus, help us remember better, and thus help us as we acquire a language. Music can aid our coordination and physical development too. So, how do we use music to support our language learning now, as grown people? In this video, we'll look at 4 ways to use music to study a language. Imitating structures and rhythms is important when learning a language, and the same is true for music. When children play with other children, they listen to songs, move their bodies as they play games, and try to imitate what they see and hear. This practice of regular imitation aids children as they gain their language skills. Repeating song lyrics like those from nursery rhymes helps kids retain words and expressions. Children may not know the meanings of all the words in the songs they sing, but they remember the songs, the vocabulary, and the rhythms. Children practice making sounds by mimicking the pronunciation of words. This can be the first step to the child understanding the meaning and use of a word. You might not realize it, but you probably still remember many of the songs and rhymes you learned when you were a child. We're able to remember expressions, words, and ideas effectively when they're put to music. This is also the reason you can memorize the lyrics of songs you like rather easily. Patterns like those in many popular songs are repetitive. We review the rhythms and the words each time we listen. Everybody's different, so if you want to use music to support your language learning, we're here to provide 4 different ways. Number 1, passive listening. One way to study with music is through passive listening. You can do this with songs you have in your target language on your computer, a CD, your favorite streaming site. You can use this method as long as you have access to music in the language you want to study. Turn the music on and let it play in the background while you do something else, like studying, cooking dinner, or cleaning the house. Do this regularly and let your mind get used to the idea of hearing your target language in your environment. This kind of familiarity with the language will help you as you work towards fluency. Passive listening is one form of language immersion. As you listen to the background music over and over and get more comfortable with it, you'll start to notice keywords, intonation, grammar patterns, and so on. With enough practice and with enough different music to listen to, you might even start to recognize certain sounds and words when you hear them somewhere else. Number 2, memorization. You can use music to help build your vocabulary and memorize words effectively. This method focuses on studying lyrics and songs to improve your ability to recall the words. Look up the lyrics to a song you're listening to and review them line by line. You can read the lyrics as you listen to the song or try to remember the next line in the song before it is sung. Memorization practice like this enhances your listening skills and boosts your reading skills. Number 3, sing along. Our first tip in this lesson was to listen passively. This tip, however, is to listen actively by singing along to your music. Look up the lyrics of a song you like. Play the song and try to sing along. You may also be able to find videos on YouTube of popular songs with the lyrics included. If it's difficult at first, don't worry. Remember, regular review and practice is essential. Just as we usually need to hear a song in our native language a few times before we remember the words, you can expect to need to listen several times over a few days before you feel comfortable with all the words. Through practicing this way, you'll learn grammar, spelling, and pronunciation. You'll also get to enjoy a song you like. Moreover, this type of exercise will help you work on your reading and listening skills. A good way to check your progress is by trying to sing the song by yourself. You can sing with no music, or you can try looking for a karaoke version of the song you like. If you can sing all the words, great. If not, you can go back to the lyrics and study a bit more until you master the track. Number 4, transcription. To do this exercise, listen to the song. As it plays, write down or transcribe the lyrics. You can start and stop the song at the end of each line to slow things down a bit. If you begin your studies with this method, you might catch only a few words, but don't get frustrated. Play the song and write down everything you can hear. Then play the song again and write down the words that you missed the first time you listened. With practice like this, your listening skills will improve, and so will your spelling. These are just a few ways that you can use music to study another language. Be patient and don't forget to enjoy the music you're listening to as you study. If you want to start simple, try listening to children's songs in your target language. The song lyrics tend to be repeated a lot, and this can help you identify key words quickly. Learning a language through music is fun. It can help you focus your attention and improve your memory. This can be a great part of your self-study plan. If you want to get more tips on learning language, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speed up your language learning? Take your very first lesson with us. You'll start speaking in minutes and master real conversations. Sign up for your free lifetime account. Just click the link in the description. When learning a new language, everyone should have an ultimate goal to work towards. Whether you want to be able to connect with a relative, easily order food while traveling, or go somewhere new, having an end goal for your learning can be very motivating. A popular but challenging goal is being able to speak like a native speaker. It's difficult to measure exactly when you reach this goal, and it's not something you can pick up using textbooks alone. So how do you work on making your speech more natural? That's what we're going to look at today. Here are 3 tips to help you practice talking like a native speaker. Number 1, focus on vocabulary. If your goal is to speak like a native, you might be really focused on speaking quickly or using as many complex grammar patterns as possible. But in our native languages, we're not always trying to speak as fast as possible, and we use complex grammar patterns when necessary, not to show off. Vocabulary, however, is extremely important to expressing ourselves naturally. Your choice of words can reveal a lot about you and your understanding of the language. Most learners have had the experience of using a phrasebook or a dictionary to find a word they want to use, trying the word in conversation, and getting a look of confusion from the native speaker. In some cases, although your word choice may be grammatically correct, the word may be inappropriate for the situation or totally unnatural. This is especially important in business and other formal situations, where the right level of formality and professionalism is key. Being able to understand nuances in vocabulary words can also help you understand relationships between people just by listening to the conversation. Try to listen to many different types of conversations. Listen to how people talk to their friends, their superiors, and in customer service situations. This will give you a better idea of how to talk to others naturally. In some languages, you can omit words from sentences or use more direct communication styles. It's important to be aware of these things so you can apply them yourself. Colloquialisms and slang are also commonly used in most languages. As this sort of vocabulary is always evolving, it can be difficult to keep up with the latest words. Talk with native speakers and consume media in your target language to make sure you pick up these kinds of expressions. Media is a great resource for your learning. Ultimately, knowing the appropriate vocabulary to use for each situation will really help you sound more knowledgeable. Number 2, perfect your accent. With every language, there are unique pronunciation and intonation challenges. Some languages are tonal languages, and a change in pitch can completely change the meaning of a word. Then there's the fact that most countries have multiple dialects, and so people from one area of the country may sound different from those in another. So what is the best way to listen to a wide range of accents and different pronunciations? Video and audio resources are a great way to do this. YouTube is a perfect place to start because people from all kinds of different backgrounds upload videos to the platform. You can watch educational videos, daily life vlogs, cooking shows, a travel series, whatever interests you. Pay attention to the different ways people speak. Everyone is unique. And then practice speaking like them. This kind of practice can help you sound more natural. One note, please be aware of the type of resources you're using. For example, if you find a video where a speaker uses a rare dialect, it might not be a good idea to use that for your pronunciation practice, unless you have a special reason for studying a specific accent. As a general rule, it's best to try to search for practice resources that use a standard form of the language you're studying. Number 3, copy what you hear. Do you remember how you learned to speak as a child? We rarely learned new words just listening to them, or reading after we learned how. When we were little kids, we imitated the sounds we heard by repeating the sounds out loud. While you're talking to a friend, watching videos, or listening to audio in your target language, you can do this to try and replicate the way they speak. Doing this will help you work on mastering the flow of the language, your accent, intonation, and pronunciation. Of course, you might also pick up some new vocabulary this way. Make sure to repeat new words often. It's a great way to make sure you remember them. Try doing this using a number of different mediums and sources. That way, you'll be exposed to the diversity that the language offers and master the fundamentals of pronunciation. For example, you can watch and imitate several different YouTube videos and audio CDs, but try a few different sources, like different creators or different audio types, to make sure you experience a wide range of communication in your target language. If you're using our language learning program, you can even get your own teacher with Premium Plus. Your teacher can answer questions, give assignments, and even listen to your recordings and give you advice on pronunciation. Completing these kinds of lessons with a native teacher can really boost your confidence in your speaking skills. Becoming able to speak like a native is a popular goal for many people learning a new language. It feels great to be able to communicate smoothly, especially when the people you're talking to expect basic level sentences or broken communication. Try using the tips we've shared in this video to work on improving your speaking skills. Of course, it'll take time and persistence, but the reward will be more natural communication. And for even more tips on speaking, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Access your free language gifts right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Love Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to ask someone out in your target language? With this new cheat sheet, you'll master tons of romantic phrases, just in time for Valentine's Day. Download it for free right now. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities, like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and much more. Third, can you talk about containers in your target language? Learn how to say box, bottle, bin, and much more with this quick vocabulary bonus. Fourth, must-know Valentine's Day vocabulary. Can you talk about Valentine's Day in your target language? You'll be able to with this quick 1-minute vocabulary lesson. Fifth, the top 15 encouraging phrases. Want to be able to say positive phrases like believe in yourself and don't give up? Then get this bonus phrase lesson. Sixth, free audiobooks. Unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to any device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, take the 12-month challenge and get 12 months of Premium or Premium Plus at up to 45% off. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hey guys, I'm Seda. Well, what? What happened to me? What happened to my colors? Hey you guys, my name is Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. In this video, we'll talk about colors. Yani renkler. Are you ready? Okay, let's get started. The first is kırmızı. Red. Kırmızı. Kırmızı. Kırmızı rengi çok severim. I love color red very much. Kırmızı rengi çok severim. Siyah. Black. Siyah. Siyah. Bazı kuşlar siyahtır. Some birds are black. Bazı kuşlar siyahtır. Kahverengi. Brown. Kahverengi. Kahverengi. Kahverengi saçlarım var. I have brown hair. Kahverengi saçlarım var. Beyaz. White. Beyaz. Beyaz. Beyaz etek çabuk kirlenir. White skirt gets dirty easily. Beyaz etek çabuk kirlenir. Gri. Gray. Gri. Gray. Gri. Gri bir arabam var. I have a gray car. Gri bir arabam var. Yeşil. Green. Yeşil. Yeşil. Ağaçlar yeşildir. Trees are green. Ağaçlar yeşildir. Mavi. Blue. Mavi. Mavi. Onun gözleri mavidir. Her eyes are blue. Onun gözleri mavidir. Sarı. Yellow. Sarı. Sarı. Sarı kuşum hastalandı. My yellow bird got sick. Sarı kuşum hastalandı. Pembe. Pembe. Pink. Pembe. Pembe gömlekleri erkekler de giyiyor. Men also wear pink shirts. Pembe gömlekleri erkekler de giyiyor. Turuncu. Orange. Turuncu. Turuncu. Portakallar turuncudur. Oranges are orange. Funny. Portakallar turuncudur. Bej. Bej. Bej. Bej. Bej rengini sevmem. I don't like the color beige. Bej rengini sevmem. Mor. Purple. Mor. Mor. Mor Renk isimli kitabı okudun mu? Have you read the book called Color Purple? Mor Renk isimli kitabı okudun mu? Have you guys read it? If not, you should. Açık. Light. Açık. Açık. Ojelerin açık yeşil. My nail polish is light green. Ojelerim açık yeşil. Koyu. Dark. Koyu. Koyu. En sevdiğim renk koyu mavidir. My favorite color is dark blue. It is. En sevdiğim renk koyu mavidir. Gümüş rengi. Silver. Gümüş rengi. Gümüş rengi. Gümüş rengi tabağımı gördün mü? Have you seen my silver colored plate? Gümüş rengi tabağımı gördün mü? Altın rengi. Gold, golden. Altın rengi. Altın rengi. Altın rengi bir elbise giymiş. She wear a golden colored dress. Altın rengi bir elbise giymiş. Before I go, I want to teach you one more thing in Turkish. We add a prefix to a color to make its meaning a little bit emphasized, as in too much pink or red. But don't forget, this doesn't suggest a negative meaning, just an emphasis. Here, how we do it. Kırmızı, too red. Simsiyah, too black. Kapkahverengi, too brown. Bembeyaz, too white. Gıpgri, too gray. Yemyeşil, too green. Masmavi, too blue. Sapsarı, too yellow. Pespembe, too pink. Turuncu, too orange. Mosmor, too purple. Kapkara, too dark. Kara here means black in a sense that it's dark in color. It can be used in the sense of bad things or bad luck. For example, we don't say talihim çok siyah. My destiny is very black. But we say talihim çok kara. My destiny is too dark. Like so. We are done in this lesson. Get busy and write your t-shirt's color in the comment section. And if you want more content like this, click the link in the description and sign up for a free live account at TurkishClass101.com. And I think that's it. That's all I will say. See you next time. Bye. Güle güle. Hoşça kalın. Görüşürüz. My name is Seda and welcome to TurkishClass101.com. In this video, we'll talk about renting an apartment using your Turkish. So, maybe you will come to Turkey to live here and you will need some vocabulary and information on the subject. So, keep watching if so. First of all, before we start with the related vocabulary and sentences, let's talk about how you can rent an apartment in Turkey. You can either use technology or go old school. We have three major websites that you can check out for apartments. Hürriyetemlak.com, Milliyetemlak.com and Sahibinden.com. I will put them somewhere here. So if you want to go old school, you can choose the neighborhood you want to live in and find a local real estate agents. Generally, we have 3 to 4 real estate agencies in each neighborhood in big cities, of course, such as Istanbul. So you can call them and just visit them by the door and tell what you want for an apartment. And second thing, you need to know you can either rent an apartment empty or furnished. Generally, furnished apartments are harder to find, but there are some for expats. And empty apartments are really empty. Generally no closets, no washers, no oven and anything. And in Turkey we don't have a common washroom, so you will need one washer in your apartment. But keep in mind, some newer apartments may have some appliances. So if you prefer those kind of apartments, you should tell the agent or arrange your online search preferences accordingly. So we have a video called I think it was the cost of living in Turkey, yeah, in this channel, and you can check it out for other details. But here, let's get started with our vocabulary. The first is, of course, kiralık ev, rental apartment. Kiralık ev, kiralık ev. Kiralık ev bakıyorum. I'm looking for a rental apartment. Kiralık ev bakıyorum. Oda, room, oda, oda, oda. 3 odalı ev bakıyorum. I'm looking for a 3-room apartment. 3 odalı ev bakıyorum. Asansör, elevator, asansör, asansör. Apartmanda asansör var mı? Is there any elevator in the apartment? Apartmanda asansör var mı? Kira sözleşmesi, rental agreement. Kira sözleşmesi, kira sözleşmesi. Kira sözleşmesini imzalayın. Sign the rental agreement. Kira sözleşmesini imzalayın. Güvenlikli site. Gated community. Güvenlikli site. Güvenlikli site. Güvenlikli sitede oturmak istiyorum. I want to live in a gated community. Güvenlikli sitede oturmak istiyorum. Otopark, parking space. Otopark, otopark, otopark. Arabam olduğu için otoparklı bir yer arıyorum. I'm looking for an apartment with a parking space because I have a car. Arabam olduğu için otoparklı bir yer arıyorum. Oturma odası, living room. Oturma odası, oturma odası. Oturma odası çok küçük. The living room is very small. Oturma odası çok küçük. Yatak odası, bedroom. Yatak odası, yatak odası. Eşyalarım bu yatak odasına sığmaz. My things won't fit to this bedroom. Eşyalarım yatak odasına sığmaz. Banyo, bathroom. Banyo, banyo. Evde 2 banyo müthiş bir şey. Having 2 bathrooms is amazing. Yeah, it is. Evde 2 banyo müthiş bir şey. And the last one. Ev sahibi, landlord or landlady. Ev sahibi. Ev sahibi. Ev sahibim çok anlayışlı bir kadın. My landlord is a very understanding woman. Ev sahibim çok anlayışlı bir kadın. So that's it, guys. Of course, we also have an Airbnb, and the rules are the same over there, and it's always safe to check the local website I gave you to see the rates. Some people, not all, may be deceitful when they see a foreigner trying to rent here, so you watch yourself and be prepared. I hope you enjoyed this lesson, and leave some comments below if you have any experience trying to rent an apartment in Turkey and if they are good or bad. And if you want more content like this, and yeah, click the link in the description and sign up for free live account at TurkishClass101.com. I will see you next time. Bye. Bye.
In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Turkish. Hi everybody, my name is Celine. Welcome to the 800 Core Turkish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Turkish. Okay, let's get started. First is Marhaba. Hello. Marhaba. Marhaba. Hello. İnsanlar merhaba der. The people say hello. İnsanlar merhaba der. Affedersiniz. Excuse me. Affedersiniz. Affedersiniz. Excuse me. Affedersiniz. Bunun benim koltuğum olması lazım. Excuse me. This is supposed to be my seat. Affedersiniz. Bunun benim koltuğum olması lazım. Özür dilerim. I'm sorry. Özür dilerim. Özür dilerim. I'm sorry. Özür dilerim. Bilmiyordum. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Özür dilerim. Bilmiyordum. İyi geceler. Good night. İyi geceler. İyi geceler. Good night. İyi geceler ve çok teşekkürler. Good night and thank you very much. İyi geceler ve çok teşekkürler. Tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. Nice to meet you. Tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. Tanıştığımıza memnun oldum. Nice to meet you. Görüşmek üzere. Sizinle tanıştığıma memnun oldum. Goodbye. It was nice to meet you. Görüşmek üzere. Sizinle tanıştığıma memnun oldum. Nasılsın? How are you? Nasılsın? Nasılsın? How are you? Merhaba, nasılsın? Uzun zamandır görüşemedik. Hello, how are you? We haven't seen each other in a long time. Merhaba, nasılsın? Uzun zamandır görüşemedik. Evet. Yes. Evet. Evet. Yes. Evet, aşırı açım. Yes, I'm extremely hungry. Evet, aşırı açım. Hayır. No. Hayır. Hayır. No. Hayır, çalışıyorum. No, I'm working. Hayır, çalışıyorum. Teşekkür ederim. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim. Teşekkür ederim. Thank you. Yardımın için teşekkür ederim. Thank you for your help. Yardımın için teşekkür ederim. Ben. I'm. Ben. Ben. I'm. Ben Selin. I'm Selin. Ben Selin. Güle güle. Goodbye. Güle güle. Güle güle. Goodbye. Güle güle. Yarın görüşürüz. Bye bye. See you tomorrow. Güle güle. Yarın görüşürüz. Kötü. Bad. Kötü. Kötü. Bad. Adam kötü. The man is bad. Adam kötü. İyi. Good. İyi. İyi. Good. Erkenden uyanmak senin için iyidir. Waking up early is good for you. Erkenden uyanmak senin için iyidir. Hoş. Pretty. Hoş. Hoş. Pretty. Elbisen çok hoş. Your dress is very pretty. Elbisen çok hoş. Çirkin. Ugly. Çirkin. Çirkin. Ugly. Çirkin figür. Ugly figure. Çirkin figür. Kolay. Easy. Kolay. Kolay. Easy. Bağımsızlık kazanmak kolay değildir. Winning independence is not easy. Bağımsızlık kazanmak kolay değildir. Zor. Difficult. Zor. Zor. Difficult. İngilizce zor. English is difficult. İngilizce zor. Yakın. Near. Yakın. Yakın. Near. Ben üniversitenin yakınında yaşıyorum. I live near the university. Ben üniversitenin yakınında yaşıyorum. Uzak. Far. Uzak. Uzak. Far. İstasyon buradan çok uzak. The station is far from here. İstasyon buradan çok uzak. Küçük. Small. Küçük. Küçük. Small. Çok küçük. Very small. Çok küçük. Remember, the goal of the series is to build a vocabulary of the 800 most common words and phrases in Turkish. See you next time. Güle güle.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Many of us are spending more and more time at home. So how do you make the best of this time and learn your target language? Learning at home can be tough with all the distractions. And in this episode, you're going to discover the pros and cons of learning at home and how to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. How to adjust your routine and learn language from home. Recently, many people have started to work and take classes from home. With language learning, since it's something people do in their own time, a lot of it is done at home anyway. But that doesn't mean that all of this hasn't affected how people learn. If you used a language learning app or listened to lessons during your commute, but you don't commute anymore, the pandemic has probably ruined your flow. With many of us spending more time at home, being able to learn from home efficiently is a good skill to have. Because while learning or working from home sounds good, it's not exactly easy to do. Part 1. The pros and cons of learning at home. First, the pros. There's convenience. You can learn whenever you want. You also have more time in the day since you're not commuting or walking from the train station into work. It's also easier to practice speaking. Many people might find it hard to practice on the train or at a lunch break or in the office during work. It might sound a little strange, but at home, you can dedicate more time to practicing speaking. What's your favorite pro of learning at home? Leave us a comment. Now, what about the cons? Distractions. There are a lot more distractions at home. There's the TV, there's the couch and the food and family members coming in and out. Next, there's no physical or mental separation between rest and work, which is crucial for focus. It's the same reason why people prefer going to the gym instead of working out from the comfort of their own home. If you're in a place where there's only one goal, like working out, and you're surrounded by people working out, you'll have no problem doing it. But if you're in a place you associate with rest, eating, and watching TV, you might have trouble focusing. But if you're spending more time at home, then you should at least make the best of it and learn your language at home. Part 2. How to successfully learn from home without getting distracted. So, here's how you do it. First, pick a dedicated place for learning, and preferably not your bed. Just like an office is associated with working time and your bedroom is associated with rest, you need a place associated with language learning. It could be your desk in the corner of the room. It could be your basement. as long as it's far from distractions and places of rest. Second, pick a time. That way, for example, when it's 9 p.m., you know it's time to put in 10 minutes of language learning. 3. Time box your study sessions. What's time boxing? Time boxing is simply setting a fixed amount of time for an activity. For example, you're going to dedicate the next 10 minutes to language and nothing else. If you usually have trouble concentrating, time boxing is a good way to set boundaries and get things done. 4. Start small. Just like with setting small, measurable goals and realistic routines, don't set aside 2 hours for study time. Instead, try to time box 5, 10, or 15 minutes and stick with that for a week or 2. You can always increase your time later once you get more comfortable with your routine. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. Instead of trying to master a lesson and the lesson dialogue in one shot, space out your learning throughout the day, in the morning, afternoon, and at night. So take an audio or video lesson and read along with the lesson notes in the morning. You'll get acquainted with the conversation, all the words, and grammar rules. Don't rush to memorize it all. You'll come back to it later in the day. And do this for around 5 to 15 minutes. During the day, practice shadowing the dialogue. Practice recalling the words. Do this for around 10 minutes. You can also write out the lesson dialogue, practice using the grammar rules, or drill the words with flashcards. And at night, come back and review for about 10 minutes. You can re-listen to the lesson or just the dialogue track. By doing multiple sessions in one day, you'll be a lot more comfortable with the language, simply because you spaced out your learning and came back to review. And while it may feel repetitive, it's the repetition that helps you master the language over the long term. 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. It would be hard to practice if you were commuting or out on a walk, but if you're at home, you can easily speak out loud without drawing attention or feeling embarrassed. So, to recap, 1. Pick a specific place for learning that's far from distractions, like your bed. 2. Pick a specific time for studying. 3. Time box your study sessions. 4. Start small. 5. Do multiple sessions in one day. And 6. Use at-home time to practice speaking more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the power of learning a language with someone else. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! There are a lot of people working to learn another language, but there are also a lot of people who grew up speaking 2 or more languages without even thinking about it. If you're able to speak 2 languages, you're bilingual. If you can speak more, you're multilingual. In many countries, being bilingual or multilingual is normal or even expected. But in some countries, people grow up speaking and learning one language. If you speak one language, you're monolingual. So, what can monolinguals learn from bilinguals or multilinguals? This video will look at what it's like to be comfortable in 2 or more languages. Here are 6 pieces of information relating to bilingualism and multilingualism that you can use in your language learning. First, bilingualism and the brain. How does being bilingual or multilingual affect the brain? Do you dream in both languages? Do you see subtitles in your head for the other language as somebody's talking? The answers to questions like these are different for everyone. Some people may dream mostly in the language they're most comfortable with, and occasionally in another language. Some people may be able to effortlessly move between the languages they know, while others may get stuck from time to time. These are all normal parts of knowing more than one language. People who were exposed to another language since birth may have certain advantages in language acquisition over monolinguals. They may already be familiar with certain sounds and sound combinations that monolinguals are not familiar with. As a language learner, you're probably quite familiar with this. If you've already mastered a language and have decided to start learning a new one, you're probably going to unconsciously make connections to words in different languages. You'll think to yourself, this word has the same vowel sound as another word I know, so it should sound pretty similar. When it comes to studying things like new vocabulary words and grammar, however, monolinguals, bilinguals, and multilinguals all need to spend time learning and memorizing. So in your own learning, don't be discouraged by people who speak your native language and your target language. They may have had a totally different learning experience than you. Consider your language studies, not language abilities. Second, language mistakes and confusion. You may be wondering if bilinguals ever confuse languages in their heads. Generally, people who are fluent in multiple languages can separate the languages mentally. However, there are situations where people momentarily forget words, even in our native languages, or we think of a word in one language but not in another. In some cases, we might even want to use a word that exists in one language but not in the other. An interesting concept from academic literature on this topic is perfect bilingualism. It's the idea that someone can speak two languages perfectly at an equally high level. Many people assume that someone who grew up speaking two languages would be able to use both of them perfectly and sound flawless, but this is generally not true. Bilingual people are often more comfortable talking about certain topics in specific languages. There are also situations where bilingual people may pronounce words with a slightly different accent than monolingual people. Interestingly enough, there's also a similar pattern among bilingual couples. Bilingual couples usually have a single dominant language. Even if they can speak another language with fluency and ease, people will usually use the language that's most efficient and comfortable. Third, bilingual societies. Can you imagine a place where you talk to your family in one language, your neighbors in another, your boss in a third, and write letters in a fourth? This might sound like a dream for many language enthusiasts, but in some societies, it's normal. This type of multilingual society occurs on border regions all throughout the world. In northern Iraq, for instance, people usually speak Kurdish, Turkish, and Iraqi Arabic, and many of them use modern standard Arabic and English at school. In some parts of China, people might learn English at school, speak their city's dialect of Mandarin when out shopping, speak standard Mandarin at work, and perhaps even speak another language when at home with their families. Some of these people might even say they're bad at languages. When people say this, it's often because they grew up using these languages, not learning them in school. When they were using a language at a friend's house and got their pronunciation corrected, there was no anxiety involved. This kind of learning is different than learning in a school setting, where tests and classrooms can cause pressure and discomfort. Media exposure plays a huge role, too. Many people around the world are functionally bilingual in English thanks to TV and YouTube. Sometimes parents, even in societies where people speak several languages, will put on educational English videos for kids to watch. But what's even more fun is something that's enjoyable for the kids that's already in English. You can do this too, as an adult language learner. There's a time and a place for coursework, but if you're able to shut off the learning part of your brain and simply absorb content you're interested in, you'll be surprised at what you can pick up after a couple of months. Fourth, heritage languages. You might know someone from an immigrant family who speaks a different language at home than they do with everybody else. That language is referred to academically as a heritage language. Basically, a language that someone learned at home without using it very much anywhere else. You can imagine that such an arrangement would produce huge variation in language ability. Some people have heritage languages that they learn from visiting their grandparents once a week. Others learn through rigorous homeschooling routines enforced by their parents. Heritage learners often have some marked differences in their speech compared to speakers who grew up in a monolingual environment. They might have an accent that's affected by the dominant language they grew up with, or they might feel uncomfortable using some grammar or vocabulary that they're not as familiar with. But on the other hand, they might be able to smoothly use things like tone, grammatical gender, and other aspects of language that are extremely difficult for learners to master. Their listening comprehension is also likely good. Another big difference is in reading and writing. You probably don't remember, but reading and writing took time to learn. It may be difficult to motivate yourself or a child to learn to read or write in a new language, especially if that language has a different and complicated script. We may be tempted to rely on the reading and writing skills we already have instead of learning something new. If you have a heritage language and you're working on reactivating it, be kind to yourself. Maybe you feel like you should know how to read or write in your heritage language, but you don't. And that's okay. You can work on building those skills as any other language learner would. A great way to build literacy is to read text with audio that you can listen to at the same time. You can use the lesson notes from our language learning program or watch videos with subtitles. This is easy to do from the comfort of your home. Fifth, gaining fluency in a second language. There's a lot of divided discussion about whether it's possible to learn a language to a native level. It's important to consider what native level means. Maybe a native speaker of your target language can talk about their work flawlessly, but they can't speak in depth about a topic beyond their field. You don't expect yourself to be able to talk about absolutely everything with 100% perfection in your native language, so don't expect that you'll magically be able to communicate perfectly in the language you're learning either. Moreover, it's important to remember that nobody speaks flawlessly all the time. We all make mistakes, and we know how to correct ourselves and clarify information. The best speakers in the world make mistakes, even on stage. Everybody's stumbled over their words before. Does that mean they're not fluent in their own language? Of course not. You can do some amazing things to get a native-like accent in a foreign language, but they all take a great deal of work. Lots of people convince others that they're native speakers for the first few minutes of conversation. Does it really matter if you end up making mistakes after 40 seconds? 40 minutes? Remember, the perfect speech is not required to speak like a native. As we've talked about in this video, lots of bilingual and multilingual people have strengths and weaknesses too. Sixth, can a bilingual person forget a language? Language skills can deteriorate over time if they're not used. If you're very busy with one language and rarely use the other, you might see a drop in your abilities in the language you don't use as often. Completely forgetting a language takes a very long time, though. While you might forget a word here and there in one language, you likely won't lose a language completely unless you don't use it for decades. This is something to think about for anyone who is considering spending their life in another country. Make sure to keep your language skills up. Otherwise, as time goes on, things may be harder and harder to remember. Being bilingual or multilingual is pretty interesting. A lot of language learners compare themselves to bilinguals or multilinguals. Remember that bilingual and multilingual people put in work too, when they were kids. So don't feel discouraged if it seems like your own learning is slow. It simply takes time, and that's true for everyone. For even more tips and information related to language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! If a native speaker of your target language spoke to you, how much of their speech do you think you could understand? Your answer, of course, depends a lot on your vocabulary skills. In this video, we're going to cover 5 tips for memorizing vocabulary quickly. When you learn new vocabulary words, you increase your skills in reading, writing, listening, and speaking. As you learn a language, you gain the ability to recognize vocabulary words and learn when to use them. It's important to have a vocabulary that covers a range of topics so that you can understand important announcements, safety information, conversations between friends, and posts on social media. In this video, we're going to talk about why vocabulary is important, some features in the tools we offer that help you focus on memorizing, and some tips for memorizing words faster. Throughout this video, remember that consistency is a key component to memorization. If you haven't done this already, consider adding a number of vocabulary words you'd like to master to your monthly language goals. Okay, let's get to our tips. First, master our core word lists. We offer 11 core word lists. These lists are made up of the most common words in your target language. The 100 core word list is the best list for absolute beginners. After you master that list, you can move on to the other lists in the series. The 2000 core word list is a combination of all of the lists plus an additional 1,000 words. Having knowledge of about 2,000 vocabulary words in your target language will set you up for success. Knowing a variety of words in your target language is important because it allows you to speak about and understand many different topics. While grammar is certainly important, having the vocabulary you need to go about daily life, study, or make plans is essential. So, how do you use the core word lists? With our flashcard feature. Our flashcard tool can display the vocabulary word, show a picture and translation, and play an audio recording of the vocabulary. You'll work on improving your recognition, production, and listening comprehension skills. Using a tool like this helps you associate new words with images. You also get to hear pronunciation and pitch accents from native speakers. You have the ability to choose how many new cards you'd like to learn daily. By the way, using the 2000 core word list isn't the only way to review all key vocabulary words. You can also merge your preferred lists. If you lack confidence in speaking, studying vocabulary can help you. If you master the most common words in your target language, speaking will become a bit easier. Among our core word lists are popular topics relating to hobbies, nature, food, and recreation. If you need some help making sentences with your new vocabulary, you can take a look at the core word list example sentences for ideas. These are all steps you can take to improve your speaking confidence. Second, create your own sentences. Creating your own sentences is a great way to work on memorizing new vocabulary. You can create sentences related to your daily life so that you can easily remember the sentences and use them. You can also try creating sentences you think you're likely to need before a conversation with a native speaker. In addition to our core word lists, we also have a dictionary feature. If you need help finding a certain vocabulary word, you can search for it in our dictionary. The dictionary includes audio from native speakers, so you can hear how the word is pronounced naturally and at a slower speed. With a premium membership, you'll have access to your own personal word bank. You'll be able to add words from the dictionary and our lessons to this word bank and study them using flashcards. Another thing that can help you with memorization is reading along with lesson dialogues and listening to the host's explanations. When you find a sentence that stands out, or when you make a sentence you think will be useful, make sure to actually use the sentence. Your memory will grow stronger and stronger as you review sentences and practice saying them from memory. Third, read every day. How often do you read in your target language? Reading is a fun activity that can motivate you to spend some time studying new vocabulary. When you read, you encounter words you've seen in lessons, but you also find new words. Apart from reading for fun, our language learning program offers reading comprehension pathways for all levels. These pathways feature video lessons with vocabulary you're likely to see in real life. For example, an advanced pathway might include lessons for understanding promotional information, medical instructions, and directions. These pathways are designed to test your ability to recognize words. Another way to memorize words fast is by learning songs in your target language. If you're studying a language with sounds that are very different from your first language, this can be a really helpful tactic. You can make a monthly goal to memorize 1 to 3 songs you like in your target language. You can find the lyrics to the song with a search online, and you can search for a translation as well. As you listen to the song, read the lyrics. This can help you connect the sounds you're hearing with the characters or the letters you're reading. And remember, the songs can be from anywhere. It could be a kid's song, a new pop song, or a TV show theme. You can choose. The key is to find a fun way to read every day. This will help you improve your vocabulary. Fourth, test your listening skills. Test your listening skills with our listening comprehension pathways. Each of the pathways presents a conversation, asks a question, and then gives a breakdown. In our audio lessons, the hosts break down the dialogue by talking about the usage of key vocabulary and phrases. They also explain the grammar. After you listen to the breakdown, the dialogue is easier to understand. Make sure to re-listen to the lesson dialogues to review these important concepts. Another way to use our site for listening comprehension is by changing the flashcard settings. With our flashcards, you have the option to focus on building listening comprehension. If you choose this setting, the front of your flashcard will play an audio clip, and the back will show the answer. Additionally, if you're a Premium Plus member, you can practice listening with your native speaker teacher. You can request audio responses from your teacher instead of text. If you understand their message, you can respond with an audio file of your own, or with text. If you don't fully understand, you can ask your teacher for help. One more thing you can do is use TV shows to practice listening. You can choose a segment of a show to practice. Watch it once with subtitles, then once without subtitles. Determine how much you can comprehend. Then look up the words you don't know. Fifth, take vocabulary quizzes. There are many ways to test yourself with vocabulary quizzes. Each of our lessons includes a vocabulary slideshow and quizzes that you can use for review. We also have video vocab pathways, which introduce new vocabulary based on certain themes, and they include pictures. You can also try making your own written tests with our flashcard feature. Change the flashcard settings according to your preferences. You can choose between recognition, production, and listening comprehension card types. Based on the card type you chose, write down either the vocabulary word or its translation when the card appears. Check your answers and give yourself a score for your study session. Writing vocabulary by hand is another great way to work on memorizing words. Earlier, we talked about learning vocabulary with songs. A fun and effective way to test your vocabulary and writing skills is to fill in the blanks. Copy and paste the lyrics of a song into a document and replace some of the words with blanks. Test your knowledge of the lyrics by filling in the blanks with the correct words. You can make it a little easier by including a word box, a list of vocabulary to use somewhere in the song. You can also do this with dialogues you want to practice from TV shows. To make sure you get all of the tools mentioned in this video, subscribe to our premium plan. You'll get access to all of our resources, including the core word lists and the flashcard tool. So, to recap, in this video we talked about 5 tips for memorizing new words. They were: master our core word lists, create your own sentences, read every day, test your listening skills, and take vocabulary quizzes. These tips are fun and effective ways to help you reach your vocabulary goals a bit faster. If you want to go the extra mile, subscribe to Premium Plus to get access to your own native teacher. What are your vocabulary goals? How will you achieve them? Share your answers in the comment section below. And for even more tips on how to remember vocabulary fast, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Consistent hard work is one of the biggest factors that determine someone's success, and it's true for language learning too. While it's important to choose a course and study method that's right for you, at the end of the day, the results you see are a product of the effort you put in. However, the quantity of time spent studying a new language doesn't necessarily determine the quality of your study. Spending 3 hours a day watching movies doesn't help you learn much if you're not actively engaging with the language. In this video, we'll talk about how to actively engage your mind while studying. Number 1. Think of your brain as a muscle. You might be familiar with the phrase, feel the burn, or maybe no pain, no gain. If you've been to your local gym recently, there's a chance you might have heard one of these phrases or seen something similar on a poster on a wall. In the world of sports and workouts, there's a common idea that the discomfort you feel when running, lifting weights, or doing some other physical activity is what brings results. The discomfort you feel is your muscles being pushed to their limit. It's the limit pushing that strengthens your muscles so that over time your performance increases. In the context of language learning, it's helpful to think of your brain as a muscle being trained. Just as we need to push against our physical limits when exercising, we also need to push our mental ones when learning a foreign language. Have you ever studied or practiced your target language in a way that left you tired or even exhausted? If so, you've experienced what it's like to push your brain out of its linguistic comfort zone. Number 2, practice active listening. One of the easiest ways to push your language skills is to practice active listening. Active listening is when you listen to spoken language and do your best to understand what you hear. The best way to accomplish this is by using audio that you can't completely understand on the first listen. Preferably, you want to use audio that has subtitles or transcripts in your target language for you to double-check your understanding after you listen to it. You can use movies, YouTube clips, or our lessons. During this exercise, you might feel like you're able to pick out only a few words here and there. During this practice session, you should listen to the audio several times. The first time around, it's okay if no words or just a few words stick out to you. Simply make a mental note of any words or sounds you recognize. The second time you listen, you're likely to recognize a little more than you did the previous time. Expect similar results with your third or even fourth time listening. When you reach a point where you can't understand any more words, go ahead and look at the subtitles or transcripts. Listen to the audio again and read along with the text. Odds are that you'll see words in the text you know, but didn't hear correctly. You're also likely to encounter words that are new to you completely. As you play back the audio and read along, try to guess what these words mean from the context of the words around them. After you've read along a couple times, look up the unfamiliar words in a dictionary or translator app. This active listening exercise routine is a great way to increase your listening and comprehension skills, while picking up some new vocabulary along the way. It also allows you to learn new words in context, which itself is a powerful way to help you retain what you study. Number 3, practicing with native speakers. Practicing with native speakers is the best way to push your language skills. Using what you've studied to communicate in real time is how you'll really challenge yourself. Try to connect with a native speaker on a weekly basis. Remember, consistency is important when you're learning a foreign language. If you live in a large metropolitan area, then there's a chance that there are some local native speakers nearby. Try visiting a local language exchange or meetup group to make the necessary connections. If you're unable to find a practice partner locally, then you can take your search online. There are a number of sites that help you find and connect with other language learners from around the world. For example, if you're a native English speaker learning a new language, you can find a native speaker of your target language who is learning English. There are tons of language learners around the world who have learned or are learning a second language. You're likely to find someone who knows your target language and is looking to improve his or her English. Learning a new language isn't always easy, but it's the discomfort that comes with pushing your ability in the language that produces results in your studies. Don't be afraid to step outside of your comfort zone. It's okay to move far outside of your native language. You'll expand your mind and your skills. Also remember that language learning is in every way a lot like an adventure. There will be fun times and times when it feels like you're swimming upstream. It's by keeping your head up through these ups and downs that you will experience the satisfaction that comes with learning a foreign language. Keep moving ahead. And for even more tips on how to engage better in your language learning, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our free language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll learn how with this PDF cheat sheet. You'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning the language, you'll need to know how to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Sixth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you can learn fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 35% off with our Ready, Set, Speak sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
My name is Seda. Merhaba, merhaba, ben Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Today we'll learn about demonstrative. Let's talk about the grammar a little before we start with our Turkish examples, okay? So, what are demonstratives? Demonstratives are adjectives or pronouns that point to a particular noun or to the noun it replaces. In Turkish, there are 6 demonstratives, while there are 4 in English. Let's look at them. Here you will see we have different demonstratives in two different categories. They depend on their distance and number. If an object is near and singular, we use bu. If an object, the second part is different than English because English doesn't have this one. If an object is not very near, but not that far away, we use şu in a singular form. If an object is far away, we say o. And to make them plural, we add the suffix lar. And they become bunlar, şunlar, onlar. So, how we decide how far or near an object to be able to pick the right demonstrative? I'm sorry to report that, but it's not an exact science. But I can say this. If the object is close to you, as you can touch it, you should use bu, like pointing physically. If the object is not that close as you can touch it, but almost touch it, when it's within the arm's reach, like this, you should use şu. If the object is far away in a place you cannot reach physically at all, you should use o. And of course, if there are more than one object you are talking about, you should add the suffix lar and call them either bunlar, şunlar, or onlar. Okay? Confusing? Hope not. Okay, now let's look at their usage in a sentence. You can either use them as adjectives, sıfat, or as pronouns, zamir. Let's get started with adjectives. Words describe the noun. As you may know already, in Turkish, adjectives come before nouns, same as in English. An example for this is sarı araba, yellow car. Here, sarı is an adjective. Sarı, yellow. Now, let's look at the examples with our demonstratives. First is bu araba çok pahalı. This car is very expensive. Bu araba çok pahalı. Bu araba çok pahalı. Şu telefonu hiç beğenmedim. Şu. Here I will translate the word şu as that because there's no word to translate, but do not forget this word is as a distance is in between this and that. It's in between. I'm sure. This, that, sure. I don't like that phone at all. Şu telefonu hiç beğenmedim. Şu telefonu hiç beğenmedim. Okay? Okay, let's see the other one. O çocuğu yarın göreceğim. O çocuğu yarın göreceğim. If it's faster. I'll see that kid tomorrow. O çocuğu yarın göreceğim. O çocuğu yarın göreceğim. Okay, now an important note for plural demonstratives. Turkish is again a little different than English here. In Turkish, plural demonstratives are just used as pronouns, not as adjectives. Even the noun is plural. We use a singular demonstrative before it. As you may notice, Turkish is not very concerned with number matching between words. You can see it in numbers as well. While in English, you say two cars, we say iki araba instead of iki arabalar. So, let's come back to our demonstratives and give examples with plural nouns. So, you see what I mean, okay? Grammar can be confusing. Bu ayakkabıları kim getirdi? Who brought these shoes? Here, shoes, plural, but bu is singular. Bu ayakkabıları kim getirdi? Bu singular, ayakkabılar plural. Bu ayakkabıları Kim getirdi? Şu poşetleri alır mısın? Again, şu singular, poşetler plural. Would you take those bags? Şu poşetleri alır mısın? Şu poşetleri alır mısın? Alırım. No problem. O insanlar nereden geldi? O, singular, insanlar, plural. Where did those people come from? Here, in English, those, plural, people, plural. Easier maybe. O insanlar nereden geldi? O insanlar nereden geldi? So this is it. This is how we use demonstrative adjectives in sentences. Now let's look at them as pronouns. What are pronouns? What is pronoun? I don't remember if you say. Pronouns are any of a small set of words in a language that are used as substitutes for nouns. Let's look at the examples so we understand better. Bu nedir? Bu nedir? What is this? Bu nedir? Here, instead of saying the noun for bu, we just say bu. Bu nedir? Here I need to add one more difference about Turkish demonstratives, so sorry. Turkish pronoun demonstratives can take suffixes indicating modes of nouns. I'm not going to this subject right now in detail because it's a whole new subject on its own, but I will just say we have 5 modes of nouns in Turkish. 1 is the plain one without any suffix. 2 is the suffix ı, sometimes uu, and can also take a buffer letter. 3, suffix ae, can also take a buffer letter. 4 is the suffix dade, sometimes tate, and 5 is the suffix dandan, sometimes tanten. So, these are the 5 modes of nouns, and pronouns also can take these suffixes, as in this demonstrative pronoun example. I will just put it here somewhere. Şuna bakar mısın? Şuna bakar mısın? Can you look at this, that? Here, şuna, şu plus buffer letter plus a means at this, that. So preposition attached to the demonstrative. Şuna bakar mısın? Şuna bakar mısın? Bundan bir tane istiyorum. I want one of this. Here bundan means of this together. Again, preposition attaches to the demonstrative. Bundan bir tane istiyorum. Bundan bir tane istiyorum. Me too. Now let's look at the plural versions. Now we can use at, the suffix lar. Bunlar ne? Bunlar ne? What are these? What are these? Tell me about it. Bunlar ne? Bunlar ne? Şunları verir misin? Would you give me those? Şunları verir misin? Şunları verir misin? Don't forget, close, not that close, but not that far away. Şunlar. Onları buldum. I found those. Onları buldum. Onları buldum. So that's it, guys. Let's wrap it up. We have six demonstratives in Turkish, which we use either as an adjective or as a pronoun. These are from nearest to the farthest. Bu, şu, o, singulars. Bunlar, şunlar, onlar, plurals. If we use them as adjectives, we only use the singular version. And if we use them as pronouns, we use both singular and plural. and pronouns as in nouns can take suffixes other than plural suffix of lar. I hope you understood the subject. If you have any questions, leave a comment below and write some sample sentences in Turkish to practice. Practice is the best. And you can click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. In one breath. I will see you next time. Görüşmek üzere. Güle güle.
El. Hand. El. El. Hand. Sağ el. Right hand. Sağ el. Kol. Arm. Kol. Kol. Arm. İki kol. Two arms. İki kol. Ayak. Foot. Ayak. Ayak. Foot. Sol ayak. Left foot. Sol ayak. Bacak. Leg. Bacak. Bacak. Leg. Uzun bacaklar. Long legs. Uzun bacaklar. Parmak. Finger. Parmak. Parmak. Finger. 5 parmak. 5 fingers. 5 parmak. Sırt. Back. Sırt. Sırt. Back. Bir kirpinin sırtı keskin iğnelerle kaplıdır. A hedgehog's back is covered in sharp spines. Bir kirpinin sırtı keskin iğnelerle kaplıdır. Mide. Stomach. Mide. Mide. Stomach. Mide ağrısı. Stomach pain. Mide ağrısı. Göğüs. Chest. Göğüs. Göğüs. Chest. Benim göğüs ağrım var. I have chest pains. Benim göğüs ağrım var. Ocak. January. Ocak. Ocak. January. Ocak 2009. January 2009. Ocak 2009. 9 Şubat February Şubat Şubat February 29 Şubat February 29th 29 Şubat Mart March Mart Mart March 17 Mart March 17th 17 Mart Nisan April Nisan Nisan April Nisan 1 April 1st Nisan 1 Mayıs May Mayıs Mayıs May Mayıs çiçekleri May flowers Mayıs çiçekleri Haziran June Haziran Haziran June Haziran düğünü June wedding Haziran düğünü Temmuz July Temmuz Temmuz July Temmuz ayı Month of July Temmuz ayı Ağustos August Ağustos Ağustos August Sıcak Ağustos günü Hot August Day Sıcak Ağustos günü Eylül September Eylül Eylül September 1 Eylül September 1st 1 Eylül Ekim October Ekim Ekim October Ekim'in 13'ünde On October 13th Ekim'in 13'ünde Kasım November Kasım Kasım November Şükran Günü 24 Kasım Perşembe Thanksgiving Thursday, November 24th Şükran Günü 24 Kasım Perşembe. Aralık. December. Aralık. Aralık. December. 25 Aralık. December 25th. 25 Aralık. Saat. Watch. Saat. Saat. Watch. Mezuniyet için yeni bir saat aldım. I got a new watch for my graduation. Mezuniyet için yeni bir saat aldım. Gözlük. Glasses. Gözlük. Gözlük. Glasses. Bu güzel gözlükleri nasıl seçtin? How did you choose those beautiful pair of glasses? Bu güzel gözlükleri nasıl seçtin? Ceket. Jacket. Ceket. Ceket. Jacket. Ceketini holde bırakmak gibi kötü bir huyun var. You have a bad habit of leaving your jacket in the hallway. Ceketini holde bırakmak gibi kötü bir huyun var. Almak. Receive. Almak. Almak. Receive. Paket almayı seviyorum. I love to receive packages. Paket almayı seviyorum. Araştırmak. Search. Araştırmak. Araştırmak. Search. Maliyetleri araştırmak. Research the costs. Maliyetleri araştırmak. Çekmek. Take. Çekmek. Çekmek. Take. Resim çekmek yasaktır. Taking pictures is prohibited. Resim çekmek yasaktır. Zayıf. Weak. Zayıf. Zayıf. Weak. Ailem benim hem gücüm hem zayıf noktam. My family is my strength and my weakness. Ailem benim hem gücüm hem zayıf noktam. Güçlü. Strong. Güçlü. Güçlü. Strong. O çok güçlüdür. He is very strong. O çok güçlüdür. Soğuk. Cold. Soğuk. Soğuk. Cold. Hava soğuk. It's cold. Hava soğuk. Sıcak. Hot. sıcak, sıcak, hot. Bugün çok sıcak. Today is very hot. Bugün çok sıcak. Komik, funny, komik, komik, funny. Bu kitap bayağı komik. This book is pretty funny. Bu kitap bayağı komik. Şeftali, peach, şeftali, şeftali, peach. Şeftali yiyorum. I am eating a peach. Şeftali yiyorum. Portakal, orange, portakal, portakal, orange. Portakal iyi bir C vitamini deposudur. Oranges are good sources of vitamin C. Portakal iyi bir C vitamini deposudur. Patates, potato, patates, patates, potato. Patates cipsi, potato chips, patates cipsi. Soya fasulyesi, soybean, soya fasulyesi, soya fasulyesi, soybean. Soya fasulyesi bir cins fasulyedir. A soybean is a kind of bean. Soya fasulyesi bir cins fasulyedir. Sebze, vegetable, sebze, sebze, vegetable. En sevdiğim sebze brokolidir. My favorite vegetable is broccoli. En sevdiğim sebze brokolidir. İnek, cow, inek, inek, cow. İnekler alanda otluyorlar. The cows are grazing in the field. İnekler alanda otluyorlar. Domuz, pig, domuz, domuz, pig. Domuzlar güneşte dinleniyorlar. The pigs are resting in the sun. Domuzlar güneşte dinleniyorlar. At, horse, at, at, horse. Ata binmek çok eğlencelidir. Riding horses is fun. Ata binmek çok eğlencelidir. Kar, snow, kar, kar, snow. Kar odunların üzerine yağıyor. The snow is falling in the woods. Kar, odunların üzerine yağıyor. Gömlek. Shirt. Gömlek. Gömlek. Shirt. Yeni polo gömleğin 3 farklı rengi var. The new polo shirt comes in 3 colors. Yeni polo gömleğin 3 farklı rengi var. Pantolon. Pants. Pantolon. Pantalon. Pants. Bir pantolon almak isterim. I would like a pair of pants. Bir pantolon almak isterim. Elbise. Dress. Elbise. Elbise. Dress. Bugün yeni bir elbise giyiyor. She's wearing a new dress today. Bugün yeni bir elbise giyiyor. Demek. Say. Demek. Demek. Say. Dilimin ucuna kadar git demek geldi ama demedim. I was about to say leave, but I didn't. Dilimin ucuna kadar git demek geldi ama demedim. Aramak. Call. Aramak. Aramak. Call. Ambulansı ara çabuk. Call the ambulance quick. Ambulansı ara çabuk. Bulmak. Find. Bulmak. Bulmak. Find. Pek çok insan içinde inci bulmak için bir istiridyeyi açma fikrini sever. Many people love the idea of opening an oyster to find a rare pearl inside. Pek çok insan içinde inci bulmak için bir istiridyeyi açma fikrini sever. Temiz. Clean. Temiz. Temiz. Clean. Deniz çok temiz. The sea is very clean. Deniz çok temiz. Kirli. Dirty. Kirli. Kirli. Dirty. Havuz çok kirli. The pool is very dirty. Havuz çok kirli. Havuç. Carrot. Havuç. Havuç. Carrot. Havucu bıçakla kestim. I cut the carrot with a knife. Havucu bıçakla kestim. Soğan. Onion. Soğan. Soğan. Onion. Soğanları kavurun. Stir fry the onions. Soğanları kavurun. Marul. Lettuce. Marul. Marul. Lettuce. Salatamda sadece marul ve domates var. My salad only has lettuce and tomato. Salatamda sadece marul ve domates var. Koyun. Sheep. Koyun. Koyun. Sheep. Koyun yeşil çimenleri yiyor. The sheep is eating the green grass. Koyun yeşil çimenleri yiyor. Tavşan. Rabbit. Tavşan. Tavşan. Rabbit. Tavşanın çok sevimli. Your pet rabbit is very cute. Tavşanın çok sevimli. Fok. Seal. Fok. Fok. Seal. Fok balıkları en soğuk yerlerde yaşarlar. Seals live in the coldest areas. Fok balıkları en soğuk yerlerde yaşarlar. Bulut. Cloud. Bulut. Bulut. Cloud. Bu gece ay bulutlardan görünmüyor. The moon is not visible tonight because of the clouds. Bu gece ay bulutlardan görünmüyor. Güneşli. Sunny. Güneşli. Güneşli. Sunny. Güneşli, güzel bir gündü. It was a sunny, beautiful day. Güneşli, güzel bir gündü. Yağmurlu. Rainy. Yağmurlu. Yağmurlu. Rainy. Bugün hava yağmurlu. It's rainy today. Bugün hava yağmurlu. Bebek. Baby. Bebek. Bebek. Baby. Bebek yolda yürüyor. The baby walks on the road. Bebek yolda yürüyor. Kız. Girl. Kız. Kız. Girl. Ayla güzel ama kibirli bir kız. Ayla is a beautiful but conceited girl. Ayla güzel ama kibirli bir kız. Oğlan. Boy. Oğlan. Oğlan. Boy. Oğlan kapıyı açıyor. The boy opens the door. Oğlan kapıyı açıyor. Mutlu. Happy. Mutlu. Mutlu. Happy. Pek mutlu görünmüyorsun. You don't seem to be very happy. Pek mutlu görünmüyorsun. Üzgün. Sad. Üzgün. Üzgün. Sad. Oğlan üzgün hissediyor. The boy feels sad. Oğlan üzgün hissediyor. Kızgın. Angry. Kızgın. Kızgın. Angry. Kızgın bir surat ifadesi var. He has an angry face. Kızgın bir surat ifadesi var. Giysi. Clothing. Giysi. Giysi. Clothing. Kat kat giysi. Layers of clothing. Kat kat giysi. Ayakkabı. Shoe. Ayakkabı. Ayakkabı. Shoe. Ayakkabı bakıyorum. I am looking for some shoes. Ayakkabı bakıyorum. Çorap. Sock. Çorap. Çorap. Sock. Çocuğun kıyafetlerini değiştirirken çorabını ters giydirmişim. I have put on the socks wrong when I was changing the child's clothes. Çocuğun kıyafetlerini değiştirirken çorabını ters giydirmişim. İç çamaşırı. Underwear. İç çamaşırı. İç çamaşırı. Underwear. Çoraplarım ve iç çamaşırlarım şifonyerimin üst sekmecesindeler. My socks and underwear are in the top drawer of my dresser. Çoraplarım ve İç çamaşırlarım şifon yerimin üst çekmecesindeler. Konuşmak. Talk. Konuşmak. Konuşmak. Talk. İş arkadaşımla geçen pazartesi günkü olay hakkında konuşmak istiyorum. I would like to talk to my coworker regarding last Monday's incident. İş arkadaşımla geçen pazartesi günkü olay hakkında konuşmak istiyorum. Vermek. Give. Vermek. Vermek. Give. Bankalar kredi kartı vermek istiyor. Banks usually try to give credit cards. Bankalar kredi kartı vermek istiyor. Düşük. Low. Düşük. Düşük. Low. Şeker seviyem düşük. My sugar levels are low. Şeker seviyem düşük. Yüksek. High. Yüksek. Yüksek. High. Bu civar yüksek suç oranları ile ünlü. This area is widely known for its high crime rate. Bu civar yüksek suç oranlarıyla ünlü. Meyve. Fruit. Meyve. Meyve. Fruit. Türkiye'de meyve ve sebzeler kilo ile satılır. In Turkey, fruits and vegetables are sold in kilos. Türkiye'de meyve ve sebzeler kilo ile satılır. Ahtapot. Octopus. Ahtapot. Ahtapot. Octopus. Ahtapot okyanusta yüzüyor. The octopus is swimming in the ocean. Ahtapot okyanusta yüzüyor. Köpek balığı. Shark. Köpek balığı. Köpek balığı. Shark. Bu yıl köpek balığı haftası daha erken başlayacak. This year, Shark Week starts earlier. Bu yıl köpek balığı haftası daha erken başlayacak. Balina. Whale. Balina. Balina. Whale. Balinalar hava almak için suyun yüzeyine çıkıyorlar. The whales are coming up for air. Balinalar hava almak için suyun yüzeyine çıkıyorlar. Bulutlu. Cloudy. Bulutlu. Bulutlu. Cloudy. Dışarıda hava bulutlu. It's getting cloudy outside. Dışarıda hava bulutlu. Serin. Cool. Serin. Serin. Cool. Bu bölgede yazları serin olmasına rağmen birçok turist Karadeniz bölgesine ilgi göstermez. Although summer is cool in the area, many tourists don't show an interest in the Black Sea region. Bu bölgede yazları serin olmasına rağmen birçok turist Karadeniz bölgesine ilgi göstermez. Salatalık. Cucumber. Salatalık. Salatalık. Cucumber. Salatalık genelde çiğ olarak yenir. Cucumbers are often eaten raw. Salatalık genelde çiğ olarak yenir. Dolmalık biber. Bell pepper. Dolmalık biber. Dolmalık biber. Bell pepper. En yaygın dolmalık biberler yeşil, kırmızı veya sarıdır. The most common bell peppers are green, red or yellow. En yaygın dolmalık biberler yeşil, kırmızı veya sarıdır. Brokoli. Broccoli. Brokoli. Brokoli. Broccoli. En sevdiğim sebze brokolidir. My favorite vegetable is broccoli. En sevdiğim sebze brokolidir. Muz. Banana. Muz. Muz. Banana. Muz sarıdır. The banana is yellow. Muz sarıdır. Elma. Apple. Elma. Elma. Apple. Her gün elma yemek sağlığınız için çok iyidir. Eating apples every day is good for your health. Her gün elma yemek sağlığınız için çok iyidir. Üzüm. Grape. Üzüm. Üzüm. Grape. O üzüm bayağı eskiye benziyor. That grape looks pretty old. O üzüm bayağı eskiye benziyor. Karpuz. Watermelon. Karpuz. Karpuz. Watermelon. Yarasalar daldan sarkarak karpuz yiyor. The bats are hanging from a branch eating watermelon. Yarasalar daldan sarkarak karpuz yiyor. Kuş. Bird. Kuş. Kuş. Bird. Yavru kuş, anne kuşun kanatları altına sokulmuştur. The baby bird was nestled under the wing of the mother bird. Yavru kuş, anne kuşun kanatları altına sokulmuştur. Fare. Mouse. Fare. Fare. Mouse. Fare bir üzüm yiyor. The mouse is eating a grape. Fare bir üzüm yiyor. Güneş. Sun. Güneş. Güneş. Sun. Güneş sıcak çölü yakıp kavuruyor. The sun is heating the hot desert. Güneş sıcak çölü yakıp kavuruyor. Hava. Weather. Hava. Hava. Weather. Bugün hava çok güzel. It is nice weather today. Bugün hava çok güzel. Derece. Degree. Derece. Derece. Degree. Dışarısı 1 derece. It is 1 degree outside. Dışarısı 1 derece. Kadın. Woman. Kadın. Kadın. Women. Onlar kadın ayakkabıları. Those are women's shoes. Onlar kadın ayakkabıları. Adam. Man. Adam. Adam. Man. Adam fırını ovalar. The man scrubs the oven. Adam fırını ovalar. Kız arkadaş. Girlfriend. Kız arkadaş. Kız arkadaş. Girlfriend. Kız arkadaşım yakında burada olacak. My girlfriend will be here soon. Kız arkadaşım yakında burada olacak. Erkek arkadaş. Boyfriend. Erkek arkadaş. Erkek arkadaş. Boyfriend. Erkek arkadaşıyla Prens Adalarına gidecek. She'll go to the Prince Islands with her boyfriend. Erkek arkadaşıyla Frans adalarına gidecek. Tren. Train. Tren. Tren. Train. Hangi trene bineceksin? Which train will you get on? Hangi trene bineceksin? Uçak. Airplane. Uçak. Uçak. Airplane. Yolcular uçakla uçar. The passengers fly on the airplane. Yolcular uçakla uçar. Otobüs. Bus. Otobüs. Otobüs. Bus. Otobüsten inmek için düğmeye bas. Press the button to get off the bus. Otobüsten inmek için düğmeye bas. Taksi. Taxi. Taksi. Taksi. Taxi. Taksi ile gidebilirim. I can go by taxi. Taksi ile gidebilirim. Ispanak. Spinach. Ispanak. Ispanak. Spinach. Temel Reis ıspanak yer. Popeye eats spinach. Temel Reis ıspanak yer. Yunus. Dolphin. Yunus. Yunus. Dolphin. Yunus okyanusta yüzüyor. The dolphin is swimming in the ocean. Yunus okyanusta yüzüyor. Kalamar. Squid. Kalamar. Kalamar. Squid. Kalamarlar mercan kayalıklarının yakınında yüzüyorlar. The squid are swimming near the coral reef. Kalamarlar mercan kayalıklarının yakınında yüzüyorlar.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to make sure you keep going when your reason for learning language changes. Did you know that the reason most people start learning languages isn't why they continue with the language? Successful learners change up their reasons along the way in order to keep themselves motivated. So if you started learning for whatever reason but no longer feel motivated, then this episode is for you. You'll discover 1. Why your reason for learning a language can and will change, and 2. How to keep going with language learning when your initial reason no longer works. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to a Restaurant Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to order food in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll get the must-know restaurant phrases and vocabulary for common dishes. Second, the Daily Conversations PDF ebook. With this, you'll learn over 100 phrases for everyday conversations. Download and review the ebook on any device. Third, can you talk about grammar in your target language? If you're learning a language, you'll need to be able to say verb, adjective, and much more. And in this 1-minute lesson, you'll pick up over 25 grammar-related words. Fourth, how to talk about working from home. You'll learn how to say Wi-Fi, online meeting, work from home, 25 phrases in total with this 1-minute lesson. Fifth, must-know art vocabulary. Learn how to say canvas, brush, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to keep your motivation going even when your reason for learning a language changes. First, here's a question for you. What was your reason for starting this language? You might have started learning for travel, for the culture, to watch TV shows or understand music, or because someone you know speaks it and you want to try speaking with them. All of these reasons have something in common. They're external, meaning you're trying to get some outside reward or benefit, like a friendship, a personal relationship, travel, or living in the country. You can say they're also external motivations. All of these reasons are why most people start learning languages. They're exciting. All of us want to understand a TV show 100% or have a conversation with native speakers. But the problem with external reasons is that they may not last very long. Have you ever been motivated to start learning only to lose that motivation? And months later you realize you made no progress on a goal you wanted? It happens quite often. For example, you want to learn a language for travel, but then the pandemic happened and you weren't able to travel. Or you were learning to enjoy TV shows, but the shows are way too complicated and you find you're no longer enjoying them. Or you're learning for your partner, but then you break up. When that happens, all learners come to a crossroads: continue or quit. Most people quit because the reason they started is no longer motivating. So how do you keep going? In the first part, you learned that most reasons for starting are external reasons, like traveling, meeting new people, being able to watch TV shows and such, or external motivations. However, your reason for starting a language isn't often the reason why you continue learning. It's natural for your reasons to change. So what do you do when your initial reason for learning is no longer working? If your current motivator isn't working, switch to an internal reason. External reasons are about getting some outside benefit. Internal reasons have more to do with yourself. For example, you could say you're learning the language because you want to improve yourself. You want to achieve this goal. You've failed goals in the past, so now you're determined to make it work for once. You're the type of person that gets things done. All of these are examples of internal reasons, where you make it about yourself. External reasons can only last so long. Even external reasons like you want to live in that country, so you want to learn the language, aren't enough. There are plenty of people that move abroad to learn a language but end up losing their motivation anyway. And psychology studies show that internal reasons, internal motivation, doing it for yourself, is much more powerful than external. Doing it because you want to is much more powerful than doing it because you have to. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time we'll talk about the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Know any good tips for mastering conversations? Well, there are some words and phrases that tend to be used more often than others in everyday conversation. So if you know the most common questions, answers, and phrases, you'll be able to handle a lot. When you think about it, a lot of conversations are quite predictable. They're about topics we're already familiar with. So if we approach our studies to these conversations like we're working on remembering parts of a script, we can study efficiently. In this video, we'll cover one hack for improving your speaking skills. First, understand what you say. When you meet a new person, what do you say to them? Things like, "What's your name?" and "Where are you from?" Then you talk a little bit about yourself. And even if you know that person, there are common lines you use all the time, right? These lines you use all the time in your conversations are your scripts. These are your most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. Targeting these expressions in your studies will help you be able to handle a lot of everyday conversations. So take some time to examine what you talk about most, or what you're interested in talking about. Next, where to find scripts for speaking. Luckily, we have hundreds of scripts that you can use. With our language learning program, you get the line-by-line scripts for all of our lessons. In fact, lessons like the top 25 questions you must know, the 3-minute lessons, and survival phrases are specifically designed to help you master the most commonly used questions, answers, and phrases. For example, the top 25 questions you must know focuses on the 25 most common questions you'll hear in a conversation. This includes basic questions like, "Where are you from?" "What's your name?" and "How old are you?" As a learner of another language, these are the questions you'll hear almost every time you meet someone new, and you'll use them every day. It goes like this. You hear the question, then we break down its meaning and teach you how to respond. That way, you'll be ready to speak right after the lesson. You can listen to these lessons and read along with the lesson notes. With our dialogue study tool, you'll get line-by-line scripts of the conversation. So you can review each line as many times as you want. You can listen to the audio, read the script, and the translation. You can also do this with our 3-minute and survival phrases lessons. In these lessons, we give you line-by-line scripts for how to introduce yourself, how to make conversation, or even order food at a restaurant. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, you get the dialogue tool and line-by-line scripts for all of these lessons. Starting to speak in your target language might be scary, but this simple hack will help jumpstart your conversations. So if you're ready to speak better, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Do you want to have access to tons of language lessons, but you don't want to have to buy more textbooks? In this video, you'll learn 6 ways you can get language lessons for free. This video will cover ways to get our audio and video lessons on a regular basis, so you can work on improving your language skills. You can use these anywhere, anytime. All right, let's take a look at how to get access. First, right on our website. New lessons come out every single week. Mondays, Tuesdays, and video lessons on Fridays. Access them all in the Lessons drop-down menu on the site. Click on Newest Lessons. If you're on the go, you're going to work, driving, or running errands, you can easily learn with your mobile device. And that brings us to our next tip. Second, get lessons on the Innovative Language app. If you're an iPhone, iPad, or Android user, learn on the go with the Innovative Language 101 app. Download it for free. After you download the app, you can keep up with all the latest lessons. There is a Newest Lessons icon right on the home screen, and it gives you instant access to your free lessons anywhere, anytime. Just look for Innovative Language 101 on the App Store or Google Play. The third way is the Apple TV app. You can learn on the big screen. Turn on your TV and access all of your audio and video lessons. You can learn at home, keep the lessons playing, and immerse yourself all day long with the Innovative Language 101 app. Look for it on the Apple TV App Store. Now, this one is useful for only Apple TV subscribers, but if you're not an Apple TV subscriber, don't worry. The fourth way, get lessons with our iTunes feed. iTunes can download your lessons automatically and have them saved forever. You get every single lesson as it comes out. You'll never miss one. They're saved in your iTunes. Simply search for us on iTunes and subscribe. Fifth is the Daily Dose of Language app. This is for the iPhone, iPad, and Android. With this, you get bite-sized lessons sent to your device every day. Each day, you get a notification that your daily dose of language is here. Doing the lesson takes just a minute, These aren't our full-sized audio and video lessons, but these 1-minute lessons will help you build a habit of learning daily. Find the Daily Dose of Language app on the App Store or Google Play. The 6th way is with our brand new Alexa skill. If you own an Amazon Echo, Dot, or Show, or are planning to get one, you'll want the Daily Dose by Innovative Language. Find it in the Amazon Skill Store. With it, you get new audio lessons and vocab lessons every day across all 34 languages. If you're ready to start learning a new language, these 6 tips can help you get started learning with our language learning program. Just pick which way works best for you and get started learning today. There are so many ways to start learning for free. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your own home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus will teach you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. Sixth, free language learning audiobooks. Want free access to our huge library of beginner-level audiobooks? Then click the link below. Save the audiobooks to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Herkese merhaba. Ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Today we will talk about the forms of transportation related words. Are you guys ready? Even though public transportation affected negatively due to COVID-19 pandemic, it's a huge part of our modern lives. In Turkey, cars are really expensive because of taxes, and big cities such as Istanbul are very crowded and jammed. So public transportation is a lifesaver in most cases. So without further ado, let's get started. Our first word is metro, subway, metro, metro, subway. Metroyu kaçırdım. I missed the subway. It happens, I hate it. Metroyu kaçırdım. We don't have the subway everywhere in Turkey, but in big cities we have them, and they're great because you don't get stuck in traffic. I love it. I love it. Tren. It may sound familiar with English. Train. Tren. Tren. Tren. Tren kaçta geliyor? When is the train coming? If I say it faster, I would not say the last R. Tren kaçta geliyor? Tren kaçta geliyor? I've talked about this before in another video. Check it out if you haven't watched it yet. It was about the cost of living in Turkey, I think. And in Istanbul, we call the tren, Marmaray, which is a proper name, like my name. It is because Marmara Sea is in between the city in Istanbul. You may know the Bosphorus. If you don't know what it is, Google it and check it out. The pictures they're beautiful. So in Istanbul, the train goes under the sea through Bosphorus to cross between the Anatolian and European sides of the city. And because of the Marmara Sea, we call it Marmaray. But this is only for Istanbul. Train is called Marmaray in Istanbul. In other places, it is called tren. Okay? Tren. So the next one is uçak. Airplane. Uçak. Uçak. Uçak. And uçmak is to fly. Uçaktan korkuyorsun. Again, we are like, I don't say the R that much. You are afraid of airplanes. Uçaktan korkuyorsun. Yeah, I do. Not afraid exactly, but I don't enjoy flying that much. Not my cup of tea. Otobüs. Next one. Bus. Otobüs. Otobüs. Otobüs, tren, minibüs, ship, beep. We have a song like that. Otobüs, tren, minibüs, ship, beep. Otobüs durağı nerede? Where is the bus station? Otobüs durağı nerede? We use buses a lot, and now thanks to the technology, we can learn about buses whereabouts through our, phone apps. There are barcodes on bus stops, and you can use your phone to read and see the schedule and don't miss it, hopefully. But sometimes you miss it anyway. Taxi. Taxi, it's the same. Taxi. Taxi. Hey, hey, hey, taxi. Bütün işlerim gitti aksi. We have a song like that. I don't know. Taksiyle gitmezsen yetişemezsin. You can't be on time if you don't go by taxi. Taksiyle gitmezsen yetişemezsin. I never used taxi actually. Bisiklet. Bicycle. Bisiklet. Now you can rent bicycles around the city, especially in Istanbul. Bisiklet. You can just use your credit card, buy the bicycles, rent the bicycles, and leave them in another docking station. Okay, our sentence is, when you learn how to ride a bicycle, you won't ever forget. Bisiklet kullanmayı bir defa öğrenince hiç unutmazsın. Bisiklet kullanmayı bir defa öğrenince hiç unutmazsın. That's true. Once I watched a documentary about bikes and they changed the balance of the bike. What I mean by balance, when you move the handlebar, it goes certain way and you balance your body. And they did something with mechanically and reversed it and no one could ride it anymore. And then after they learned how to ride that reversed one, then the original bike seemed impossible to ride. That is so strange about the balance in our brain. Weird stuff. Anyway, our next word is araba. Araba. Car. A-ra-ba. There are a lot of A's here. A. Araba kullanmayı yeni öğrendim. I've just learned how to drive. Araba kullanmayı yeni öğrendim. I like driving. Araba kullanmayı yeni öğrendim. The next word is yürümek. Walking. Yeah. Yürümek. Yürümek. My favorite kind of transportation. Her yere yürüyerek gitmek en sağlıklısı. Going places on foot is the healthiest. Her yere yürüyerek gitmek en sağlıklısı. Yes, our foot is also a mean of transportation, and that's the basic one, you know? That's the oldest transportation ever. Motosiklet. Motorcycle. Motosiklet. Motor-sik-let. You may notice that sometimes I don't say R's. When we do that a lot when we are talking fast. Büyük şehirlerde motosiklet kullanmak tehlikelidir. Here I did it again. Motosiklet. Riding a motorbike in big cities is very dangerous. Büyük şehirlerde motosiklet kullanmak tehlikelidir. Vapur. One of my favorites. Ferry. Vapur. Vapur. Vapur. İstanbul'da işe vapurla gidip gelmek en iyisidir. It's the best to take ferry to commute in Istanbul. İstanbul'da işe vapurla gidip gelmek en iyisidir. Yeah, it is. İstanbul vapurları are famous. They are famous with seagulls, throwing cement, which is a kind of a Turkish bagel. Not throwing, but feeding the seagulls with cement. And watching the Bosphorus view is the best. Throwing the seagulls like to get sea, no. So if you ever visit Istanbul, go take a tour on the ferry. You won't regret that, okay? That's on me. Okay, well done. In this lesson, you learned about forms of transportation. And if you want to learn more, click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you will need daily live conversations. And write comments in Turkish to practice. Here, write just in Turkish. Try to write in Turkish, okay? That will help you. And you can ask each other and comment each other in Turkish. Okay? I hope you enjoyed the lesson. I will see you next time. Güle güle. Hoşça kalın. Görüşürüz. Bye. What else? I don't know. Okay. I will take myself out. You can go. I'll go. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it and you want to really show it, I don't know the rest. Okay, we don't have this song in Turkish like this, but we'll talk about it close. Hey guys, herkese merhaba, ben Seda. Nasılsınız? Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Today, as I said it, we'll talk about if. This video will be focused on grammar, so get ready and buckle up before we start. Sometimes people find grammar boring, but I find it amazing actually. I imagine it like looking through a looking glass to other nations' minds. How they use the language, how they express themselves, say a lot about that culture. So, this perspective makes the grammar enjoyable for me. Hope it does the same thing for you. After this video, you will know what if is in Turkish. How do we use it? What is the short and long version when building if clauses? So, let's get started with the basics. The word if in Turkish is eğer. Eğer. As you know it, sentences with if has two parts. One is if clause, the other is the main clause. For example, if I go, you will see. If I go is the if clause, you will see is the main clause. So the structure is same in Turkish. And also in Turkish, if clause needs to have a special suffix ise. The structure of the if clause is like this. Eğer eğer, verb, ise, and the pronoun suffix. Then comes the main sentence. I will put the structure somewhere here or here, I don't know. Now, this eğer doesn't have to be there because there is the suffix ise. Ise is enough for us to understand this is a if clause. If you want to emphasize the meaning, you can use it. Okay? Other than that, you don't have to use it. It is totally up to you. Let me give you an example so you understand this better. Eğer arabayı getirir ise sana gelirim. If he brings the car, I will come to you. Eğer arabayı getirir ise sana gelirim. Eğer arabayı getirir ise sana gelirim. Or you can just say, arabayı getirir ise sana gelirim. Arabayı getirir ise sana gelirim. The meaning is the same. The difference is the emphasis. This is the basic structure, but we don't use it like this. We drop the e from ise and make it se and attach it to the verb. Eğer arabayı getirirse sana gelirim. If he brings the car, I'll come to you. The meaning is the same. Nothing changes. Eğer arabayı getirirse sana gelirim. Here, I need to pause and remind you the vowel harmony rule. You need to learn it to master the suffixes in Turkish. But shortly, if I had to explain, because of the vowel harmony rule, we can either add se or sometimes sa. The structure of the verb in if clause is like this. Clause is like this. Verb stem, tense suffix, se-sa, and pronoun suffix. The pronoun suffixes are m for I, m for you, nothing for he, she, it, k for we, nız, nis, nuz, nüz for you, lar, lar for they. Let's see some examples. Benimle yemek yerse geç kalırım. If she eats with me, I will be late. Benimle yemek yerse geç kalırım. Benimle yemek yerse geç kalırım. Next example. İstersem ararım. If I want, I will call. İstersem ararım. İstersem ararım. Okay? Another example. Ne dediğini duyarsak not alırız. If we hear what he said, we'll take a note. Ne dediğini duyarsak not alırız. Ne dediğini duyarsak not alırız. These were some examples. Now let's see how we add the pronoun suffix to the se-sa. Let's take gitmek, to go word, for example. Okay? For example. Okay? Gitmek, to go. Let's conjugate in simple present tense. Geniş zaman. Normally, I would say giderim, gidersin, gider. Gideriz, gidersiniz, giderler. Okay? I go, you go, he, she, it goes. We go, you go, they go. That's how we translate it. But when we make it to if clause, we say gidersen. Gidersem, if I go. Gidersen, if you go. Giderse, if he, she goes. Gidersek, if we go. Giderseniz, if you go. Giderlerse, if they go. Okay? You add the suffix se here. So, as you can see, in the last one, se is added at the end, not before the pronoun suffix. We sometimes do have this kind of out of the rule adding with the pronoun they, okay? Just keep that in mind. So this is how we add the pronouns. As I told you before, the structure of the verb in if clause is like this. Verb stem, tense suffix, sesa, and pronoun suffix. We talked about the sesa and the pronoun suffix. I also want you to give examples for different tenses. Tenses in first singular pronoun. Okay? Let's see. For present continuous tense, şimdiki zaman, geliyorsam, if I am coming, geliyorsam. For simple past, geçmiş zaman, geldiysem, if I came, geldiysem. For reported past, mişli geçmiş zaman, gelmişsem, if I supposedly came, gelmişsem. For future tense, gelecek zaman, geleceksem, if I will come, geleceksem. That's it, guys. These were the basic rules of the if clauses. By using these, you can create endless sentences. Now, get started and write some sentences using if in the comment section, okay? Make anything you want. Hope you enjoyed this lesson. And if you have questions, please leave them below and help each other in the comment section. I will see you next time. Görüşmek üzere. Kendinize iyi bakın. Güle güle. Did you guys get scared of me? Ooh, dın dın dın dın dın. So, herkese merhaba. Ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. In this video, maybe you can guess, I will talk about cooking verbs. Do you guys like cooking? I do enjoy cooking a lot, especially things from Turkish cuisine. If you are curious about Turkish cuisine, we have a video about it in this channel. You can check it out, okay? Okay, I'll cut my chit chat short this time. So, without further ado, let's start with our verbs. Verbs. Kesmek. Let me see. Cut. Kesmek. Kesmek. Karpuz kesmek çok zor. It is very hard to cut a watermelon. Karpuz kesmek çok zor. This is so funny. I have a thing for watermelons. Whenever I try to cut it, I find it on the floor. It somehow always slips out of my hands. I don't know why. Dilimlemek. Slice. Dilimlemek. Slice. Ekmeği dilimlemek ister misin? Would you like to slice the bread? Ekmeği dilimlemek ister misin? Slicing doesn't agree with me. I always end up slicing too thick. Can you slice nice and thin? Huh? Can you? Doğramak. Doğramak. Chop. Chop. Doğramak. There is that soft G over there. Doğramak. Etleri kuşbaşı doğramalısın. You should chop the meat in small chunks. Etleri kuşbaşı doğramalısın. This is actually so funny. This sentence literally means something like you should chop the meat birdhead. I don't know where this idiom comes from, but it sounds kind of barbaric to imagine a bird, bird heads as a measurement unit. And I guess since it means in small chunks, the birds that we are talking about here should be some small types of birds, not something like crows or seagulls. I don't know. Bird heads, kuşbaşı. Anyway, the next one is oymak. Oymak. Carve. Oymak. Oymak. Oymak. Amerikalılar Cadılar Bayramı'nda bal kabağı oyarlar. Americans carve pumpkins during Halloween. Amerikalılar Cadılar Bayramı'nda bal kabağı oyarlar. In Turkey, we normally do not celebrate Halloween, but nowadays some private foreign schools and people from big cities started to celebrate it. But since it's not that common in Turkey, kids do not knock on the strangers' doors. And there's generally a party with costumes and there's candy and that's it, nothing much. It's not exactly like in the States. So, our next verb is kıymak. Mince. Kıymak. Kıymak. Eti kıymadan pişirdim. I cooked the meat without mincing. Eti kıymadan pişirdim. And the next one is rendelemek. Great. Rendelemek. Limon kabuğunu rendeleyip kek karışımının içine kat. Put the lemon peels in the cake mixture after grating it. Limon kabuğunu rendeleyip kek karışımının içine kat. My God, lemon cake with lemon peels is my favorite. Do you guys like lemony, sour sweets? I do a lot. Anyway, the next one is eklemek. To add. Eklemek. Yemek pişirirken tuz eklemezsen pek lezzetli olmaz. If you don't add salt while cooking, it won't be that tasty. Yemek pişirirken tuz eklemezsen pek lezzetli olmaz. Fırında pişirmek. Bake. Fırında pişirmek. Fırında pişirmek. etmek. Fırında bir şeyler pişirmek bazıları için meditasyondur. Baking is like meditation for some people. Fırında bir şeyler pişirmek bazıları için meditasyondur. Çırpmak, beat, çırpmak, çırpmak. Kek yapmak için yumurtayı çırpmalısın. You should beat the egg to bake a cake. Ooh, it rhymes. Kek yapmak için yumurtayı çırpmalısın. Karıştırmak. Mix. Karıştırmak. Karıştırmak. Yağ hidrofobik olduğu için su ile karıştıramazsın. You can mix water and oil since oil is hydrophobic. Yağ hidrofobik olduğu için su ile karıştıramazsın. Yay, you can't do it. And extra note for you guys, we have a saying. Yağ gibi üste çıkmak. This literally means to move higher like oil. We use this when someone who's faulty acts like not faulty, and as if he or she is right the way he or she acts instead of just apologizing. Yağ gibi üste çıkmak. So, that was it. Our next verb is what it is. Eritmek. Melt. Melt. Eritmek. Eritmek. Eritmek. Tereyağı benmari tarzı eritmek daha sağlıklıdır. It's healthier to use double boiler to melt the butter. Tereyağı benmari tarzı eritmek daha sağlıklıdır. Marine etmek. This sounds similar, I think. Marinate. Marine etmek. Marine etmek. Eti sütte marine etmek onu yumuşatır. Marinating the meat in the milk makes it tender. Eti sütte marine etmek onu yumuşatır. Okay, well then guys, now I have a surprise for you. I will give a recipe in Turkish and I will ask you to translate it into English in the comments, okay? Are you ready for the challenge? Okay, here we go. I will say all sentences twice. Öncelikle kuşbaşı doğranmış etleri tencerede pişirin. Öncelikle kuşbaşı doğranmış etleri tencerede pişirin. İçine biraz tuz ve su koyun. İçine biraz tuz ve su koyun. Kuru fasulyeyi bir gece önceden ıslatın. Kuru fasulyeyi bir gece önceden ıslatın. Ertesi gün tencereye su koyarak kuru fasulyenizi haşlayın. Ertesi gün tencereye su koyarak kuru fasulyenizi haşlayın. Kuru fasulyeyi pişireceğiniz tencereye küp küp soğanı doğrayın ve pişirin. Kuru fasulyeyi koyacağınız tencereye soğanları küp küp koyarak pişirin. Daha sonra salça ekleyin. Daha sonra salça ekleyin. Üzerine fasulye ve etleri ekleyin. Üzerine fasulye ve etleri ekleyin. Su ekleyin. Su ekleyin. Tencerenin ağzını kapatın ve pişirin. Tencerenin ağzını kapatın ve pişirin. That's it. Did you get what I cooked? Can you write it down in Turkish and translate it into English? Is it too hard or too easy? I don't know. Write your translations down there, okay? If you can. Even if it's not completely, complete, just write what you heard. Or maybe you write one of your own recipes in Turkish. It would be amazing if everyone would share a traditional dish recipe from their country, but in Turkish, okay? Not in English. Hope you enjoyed the lesson. I will see you next time. Are you hungry now? I need to go and eat something.
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. We've found that the best way to learn a language is to speak it from day one. And the best way to start speaking is to learn phrases that you'll use in real conversations. In this lesson, we'll learn conversational phrases to answer the question, what kind of movies do you like? After watching this video, you'll be able to talk about movies and ask other people about their favorite kinds of movies. And if you want to learn more vocabulary, phrases, and example sentences you can use in real-life situations, click the link in the description to download your Talking About Movies and TV PDF cheat sheet for free. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Korku filmlerini severim.
Once more with the English translation.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
What kind of movies do you like?
Korku filmlerini severim.
I like horror movies. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say, what kind of movies do you like? That's,
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
listen to it again.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın? Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Now, how do you answer this question? The pattern is, type of movie.
Filmlerini severim.
This Turkish sentence literally translates as, type of movie, movies I like. But it means, I like type of movie, movies. For example, I like horror movies.
Korku filmlerini severim. Korku filmlerini severim.
Here are a few more kinds of movies you can use with the same pattern to talk about movies. Horror,
Korku. Korku.
comedy,
Komedi. Komedi.
fantasy,
Fantastik. Fantastik.
romance,
Romantik. Romantik.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Komedi filmlerini severim.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Fantastik filmleri severim.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Romantik filmleri severim.
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, what kind of movies do you like?
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Imagine you like comedies. Do you remember how to say comedy?
Komedi. Komedi.
Say, I like comedies.
Komedi filmlerini severim.
Now answer the question saying that you like comedies.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Komedi filmlerini severim.
Now imagine that you like fantasy movies. Do you remember how to say fantasy?
Fantastik. Fantastik.
Say, I like fantasy movies.
Fantastik filmleri severim.
Now, answer the question saying you like fantasy movies.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Fantastik filmleri severim.
Now imagine you like romantic movies. Do you remember how to say romantic?
Romantik. Romantik.
Say, I like romantic movies.
Romantik filmleri severim.
Now answer the question saying you like romantic movies.
Ne tür filmlerden hoşlanırsın?
Romantik filmleri severim.
In this lesson, you learned new vocabulary and phrases you can use in your everyday life to talk about movies. You are now able to talk about types of movies like a native speaker.
In this video, you'll learn 20 of the most common words and phrases in Turkish. Hi everybody, my name is Celine Tokyo. Welcome to the 800 Core Turkish Words and Phrases video series. This series will teach you the 800 most common words and phrases in Turkish. But there's a twist. With each new lesson in this series, we'll include the previous lessons at the end. So after you've learned the new words and phrases, stick around and review what you learned in previous lessons. Reviewing is one of the most important parts of learning a language. You can also get the full list right now at TurkishClass101.com. Click the link in the description to access more example sentences, create your own flashcard deck, and finally master Turkish. Okay, let's get started. First is köpek, dog, köpek, köpek, dog. Susamış köpek havuzdan su içiyor. The thirsty dog is drinking from the pool. Susamış köpek havuzdan su içiyor. Kedi, cat, kedi, kedi, cat. Kedi neredeyse soğuktan donmak üzereydi. The cat was about to freeze from cold. Kedi neredeyse soğuktan donmak üzereydi. Hamster, hamster, hamster, hamster, hamster. Hamsterlar gündüzleri uyumayı severler. Hamsters like to sleep during the day. Hamsterlar gündüzleri uyumayı severler. Ilık, warm, ılık, ılık, warm. Çocuk ılık süt içmeyi seviyor. The child likes to drink warm milk. Çocuk ılık süt içmeyi seviyor. Yağmur. Rain. Yağmur. Yağmur. Rain. Yağmur sokağa yağıyor. The rain is falling on the street. Yağmur sokağa yağıyor. Domates. Tomato. Domates. Domates. Tomato. 1,5 kilo domates al. Buy 1.5 kilograms of tomatoes. 1,5 kilo domates al. Çilek. Strawberry. Çilek. Çilek. Strawberry. Her gün çilek yiyebilirim. I can eat strawberries every day. Her gün çilek yiyebilirim. Kiraz. Cherry. Kiraz. Kiraz. Cherry. Kiraz yemek istiyorum. I want to eat cherries. Kiraz yemek istiyorum. Çocuk. Child. Çocuk. Çocuk. Child. Çocuk ekseni etrafında dönmeye başladı. The child started whirling around in circles. Çocuk ekseni etrafında dönmeye başladı. Arkadaş. Friend. Arkadaş. Arkadaş. Friend. O benim 20 yıldır arkadaşım. He has been my friend for 20 years. O benim 20 yıldır arkadaşım. Yetişkin. Adult. Yetişkin. Yetişkin. Adult. İskelet, yetişkinler için popüler bir Cadılar Bayramı kostümüdür. A skeleton is a popular Halloween costume for adults. İskelet, yetişkinler için popüler bir Cadılar Bayramı kostümüdür. Bisiklet. Bicycle. Bisiklet. Bisiklet. Bicycle. Babam, eğer takdir veya teşekkür belgesi alabilirsem, bana bir bisiklet alacağını söyledi. Dad told me that if I can receive a certificate of merit or appreciation, he is going to buy me a bicycle. Babam, eğer takdir veya teşekkür belgesi alabilirsem bana bir bisiklet alacağını söyledi. Araba, car. Araba, araba, car. Araba sola döner. The car turns left. Araba sola döner. Motorsiklet, motorcycle. Motorsiklet, motorsiklet. Motorcycle. Motorsiklet kullanamam. I can't drive a motorcycle. Motorsiklet kullanamam. Mobilet, scooter. Mobilet, mobilet. Scooter. Birisi mobileti çaldı. Someone stole the scooter. Birisi mobileti çaldı. Tekne, boat. Tekne, tekne. Boat. Tekne mi satın alıyorsun? Are you buying a boat? Tekne mi satın alıyorsun? Deniz anası, jellyfish. Deniz anası, deniz anası. Jellyfish. Deniz anaları suda salınıyorlar. The jellyfish are bobbing in the water. Deniz anaları suda salınıyorlar. Istakoz, lobster. Istakoz, istakoz. Lobster. Istakozlar çok pahalıdır. Lobsters are very expensive. İstakozlar çok pahalıdır. Yengeç, crab. Yengeç, yengeç. Crab. İki yengeç bir kayada yürüyor. The two crabs are walking on a rock. İki yengeç bir kayada yürüyor. Kaplumbağa, turtle. Kaplumbağa, kaplumbağa. Turtle. Deniz kaplumbağası denizde yüzüyor. The sea turtle is swimming in the sea. Deniz kaplumbağası denizde yüzüyor. Well done! In this lesson, you expanded your vocabulary and learned 20 new useful words. Click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. You'll also get example sentences, custom flashcard decks, and more learning resources. See you next time. Güle güle.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1. A life assessment. 2. A routine assessment. And 3. Language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do two things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. One is hard enough. Trying to do two can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are two things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What's your reason for learning language? Is it a personal goal, a hobby, or do you have dreams of moving to a country where it's spoken? In this video, you'll learn why your reason is crucial for motivation and for your success in language learning. We'll look at the top 10 reasons for learning a language from language learners just like you. What's your number one reason for learning a language? Whatever your reason is, whether big or small, knowing it or knowing your why is crucial for success and motivation. Number 1. I love the culture and the people who speak the language. This is a popular answer. Learning a language can be a great way to learn more about the culture and open up new ways to experience it. Number 2. I want to understand my favorite songs, movies, and TV shows. That's right. Songs, movies, and shows are great ways to immerse yourself in the language. If you're spending your time learning and also immersing yourself, you'll learn faster. Number 3. It's a beautiful language. Sometimes the answer is as simple as that. You have a genuine interest in the language itself. Number 4. My family comes from a place where the language is spoken. This can be popular for students who have moved to a new country and might want to connect to their home country's culture. Learning a language lets them learn things about their heritage and communicate with people who can teach them more about their cultural history. If your grandmother speaks a different language from you, it can be pretty hard to connect. So a lot of people want to learn a language to connect to family members as well. Number 5. I want to speak to my partner's family in their language. Similar to the reason above, perhaps you want to speak to your partner's parents or grandparents, but they don't speak your language. Not only can learning their native language let you connect with them on a more personal level, but it's also likely to impress them. Number 6. I'm learning the language to impress someone. We have many students say that they want to learn a new language to impress someone in their life. This could be a teacher, a parent, a friend, or even someone they admire and look up to. It always feels good to accomplish something and have other people recognize and be proud of your achievement. And you see this very often in language learning. When you learn a new phrase or can make a longer conversation, the people around you are bound to be impressed. Number 7. A love of traveling. There's no surprise here. Many people want to learn a new language to be able to travel more. Because you can see new places and learn about different cultures, traveling is a popular hobby for many people. And what better way to connect with the people that you meet on your travels than by being able to speak with them in their native language? We have a lot of students who just want to learn some basic conversations to help them on their trips, but even this can help you day to day. Number 8. I want to live in a country that speaks the language. After traveling around, someone might discover a country that really appeals to them, and they might decide they want to move there. But their language skills could use some work. Or maybe for a job or family reason, someone has to move to a new country. Not knowing the language can really make adjusting to a new home and even a new culture much more difficult. We have a lot of students who want to learn a language to help them when they move. Number 9. I just love learning languages. This is popular for people whose hobby is learning other languages. They fall in love with the process of actually studying and being able to speak in a new language. It's a huge feeling of accomplishment. Number 10. I want to open my mind and become more international. It's so important to expand your horizons and learn about more than your own culture. People around the world live their lives in different ways, and it's good to learn about them and how they interact. You never know what you could learn by opening your ears and mind to new things. Whatever your reason might be for learning a new language, as long as it keeps you motivated, it's a good one. Learning a new language is not an easy journey. It's one filled with lots of ups and downs. So keep in mind your reason and motivation for learning, whether it's so you can move to a new country or connect with a grandparent, and let it push you towards success. And if you're ready to achieve your language goals, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to know how to improve your listening and speaking skills, be able to save conversations, listen to them as many times as you want, and learn hundreds of practical everyday conversations? Well, there is an easy way to do this. In this video, we'll go over how to speak more using the dialogue track. So, what is the dialogue track? The dialogue track is an audio track with just the conversation from the lesson. It's only about 10 to 30 seconds long. Let's say you're looking at a 5-minute lesson about ordering food at a restaurant. First, you hear a conversation. Then our teachers explain every grammar rule and translate every word, so you know what it all means. That's where the dialogue track comes in. It gives you just the conversation. Here's what makes the dialogue track so powerful. First, you can quickly review the conversation without re-listening to the lesson. The dialogue track is just 10 to 30 seconds long, so it won't take you very long to cover both new and old information. This makes it perfect for a quick review of what you've just learned, and it helps keep it fresh in your brain. Second, you'll remember the conversations easier. Listen on repeat, like you would with a song, and the words, phrases, and grammar rules will stick better. And the more you come back to re-listen, the better it will all stick. Third, you'll speak more of your target language. So if you have 10, 20, or 100 dialogue tracks like that, then you have 10, 20, or 100 conversations that you'll know inside out and that you can use in real life. For example, conversations like catching up with friends, ordering at a restaurant, talking about your family, introducing yourself, and much, much more. Fourth, you improve your listening skills and can immerse yourself in the language. So imagine you've finished 20 lessons and you've downloaded 20 dialogue tracks to your phone. That's 20 conversations. You can create a playlist and play those 20 tracks and get used to the language and immerse yourself. To recap what we just learned, here's what you do to make the most of the dialogue tracks. First, after you finish a lesson, download the dialogue track. Save it to your computer or phone so you can listen to it on repeat whenever possible. Just replace 3 to 15 minutes of music listening for some language review. Next, if you've finished 20 lessons, you should have 20 dialogue tracks. Use those to create a playlist of these dialogue tracks so that you can listen to all kinds of conversations. And finally, try shadowing the conversations that you hear. This will become super easy once you've heard the conversation enough times. But if you're still struggling with a word or two, go back to the lesson and check the line-by-line breakdown of the conversation to find the words you need to practice. Boost your speaking skills with the dialogue track and check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to power up your language? You can do this by using practical lessons that you can use in everyday life. In this video, you'll find out what it takes to power up your language right now. Imagine you're speaking a language without stopping to think. You have all the words and grammar to express what you want to say, and they're all flowing out of you as if you were a native speaker. That's when language becomes powerful. So how do you power up your language skills like that? Books and software alone won't help, but actual practical daily conversation lessons will. Native speakers that explain the conversation and teach you how to respond will power your language up. And so will these tools to help you master vocabulary and pronunciation quickly. First, power up your language with Premium. This includes hundreds of audio and video lessons that will get you speaking. And you should know that we publish new lessons weekly. So on top of the current lesson library, there are even more lessons that you can learn along the way. And whatever your learning level is, we start you off with a lesson that's right for you. You can track your progress and see how much you've mastered with our site dashboard. Seeing your progress really helps you power up your language skills. It's really motivating to know that you're actually speaking and understanding a language that you couldn't before. Next, use the lesson notes. You don't get just the lessons. You also get detailed notes with each and every lesson. Meaning you get the complete lesson in writing and can easily follow along while you study. Plus, we've just recently upgraded them. The notes are brand new, easier to read, and work on any device, browser, or reader. Last, we have our premium study tools. As a premium member, you have unlimited website access, which means you also unlock our premium study tools. You'll get access to our 2,000-word core vocabulary list. These words are the most commonly used in everyday conversation, and they're essential to your conversational fluency. And you'll master them fast with our smart flashcard system and the word bank. You can perfect your pronunciation by reading from line-by-line transcripts. This means you'll have access to all the must-know words, and you'll be able to practice them with the correct pronunciation. Don't let your language learning slow down. If you're running low on motivation, power up your language learning with Premium. Get all of our premium tools for studying. Just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to make consistent language breakthroughs? Here's how you do it with our advanced language learning system. In this video, you'll learn about 4 simple steps to make breakthroughs with our lessons. First, by breakthrough, we mean finally understanding and speaking language that you simply couldn't before. You finally break through. So if you're stuck at a beginner level or just aren't making much progress, this is for you. Here are 4 simple steps, but the first one is the most important one. Step 1. Accept that you need new lessons, new real-life conversations, new words, and new phrases. So you're hearing something new and improving your language skills. Repeating phrases you already know won't help you move forward. That's a mistake most learners make. They stick to what they already know. But if you could start understanding more language in minutes and start making consistent breakthroughs, would you? Well, here's how you break through with our learning system. Remember, you need to have a source of new lessons and new conversations to expose yourself to language you don't yet know. So if you're listening to our new lessons, which we publish weekly on top of our existing lesson library, you're good to go. If not, start right now. These lessons get you speaking and understanding language in minutes. Here's how. Visit the site, choose a new series or learning level that you haven't done already, and start with the first lesson. Step 2. Listen to a new lesson and expose yourself to real-life conversations. Now, you might not understand it at first, but in time you will. All the real-life conversations you hear in lessons are broken down, explained, and translated right after by our instructors. Plus, you can also read along with lesson notes so you never miss a word. So now you can actually understand the entire conversation. As a listener, you'll get exposed to brand new conversations and start understanding real-life conversations. So what's the next step? Step 3. You'll need to start speaking and repeating what you hear. That's the best way to start speaking any language. Do it from day one. With our voice recorder available inside the lessons, you can listen to each line of the conversation and then repeat and record yourself to see how close you are to a native speaker. Finally, step 4. In case you missed anything, you can review with vocab lists, quizzes, and the line-by-line feature. The line-by-line breaks down the conversation, so you can hear and read each line again and again. So even if you can't catch something the first time, you can review what you heard and be able to hear it on the next listen. But remember, the most important step is the first one. You must jump into new lessons and new conversations in order to make a language breakthrough. To make your language breakthrough, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Movies conversation cheat sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn to say phrases like, "Does this have subtitles? When does the movie start?" and much more. Second, the How to Talk About Your Feelings PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 words and phrases for feelings with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review it on any device. Third, 30 must-know opposite adjectives. Learn how to say young and old, hot and cold, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about people's appearances? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn to describe others with words like tall, short, muscular, and much more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get up to 45% off our 6-month challenge sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Hey you guys, merhaba, hoş geldiniz. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Ben Seda. Nasılsınız? İyi misiniz? Ben çok iyiyim. So, are you guys ready for our topic for today? Ready? I sure am. Our topic today we'll talk about top 10 popular songs in Turkey. Before we start, I have to tell you that I don't have a good singing voice, but that doesn't suggest that I can keep myself from singing songs. So, be warned about my singing. So, don't comment bad things about my singing, I know. Okay, so let's start. Ready? You should know, before we start, I say let's start, then I say something. You should know that there are a lot of Turkish songs with different styles, folk, rap, pop, rock, and so on. And the most popular ones are debatable, actually. I try to choose different kinds of songs from different eras, so to be in the middle ground or something like that. And if you are ready, we can now start. First is Fikret, Kızılok, Bu kalp seni unutur mu? Bu kalp seni unutur mu? Bu kalp seni unutur mu? Means that would this heart forget you? Fikret Kızılok was an Anatolian rock singer. I think he passed away around 2001 and he was very famous. And this song is very calm and still very popular, especially for the people who are just learning how to play guitar, since the melody of this song is very simple. Okay? The next one is Sertab Erener, Aşk. Aşk means love, and Sertab Erener is one of the finest voices among Turkish female singers. She created a lot of albums and hit songs, and she attended Eurovision Song Contest in, I think, 2003 and won the contest with the song named Every Way That I Can. Na, na, na, na, na, na, na. I don't remember the rest. Aşk is one of her most loved songs, but she has many, many, many more. You should check. Okay, the next one is Sezen Aksu, Küçüğüm. Küçüğüm means I'm little. The lyrics go on something like this. Küçüğüm, daha çok küçüğüm, bu yüzden bütün hatalarım. I'm very little, so very little. That's why all of my mistakes, and it goes on like that. I can probably say this. Sezen Aksu is the most popular female singer so far. And she's not just a singer, but a songwriter. She helped a lot of people in their music careers as well, including Sertab Erener. I just mentioned you before, Sezen Aksu. So, the next one is Tarkan, Şımarık. Şımarık means spoiled, and maybe you know Tarkan. Tarkan is one of the best pop singers in Turkey, and with the song Şımarık, he became popular worldwide. And he had a lot of fans for so many years, but he lost his popularity in time. I don't know what he's doing now. And the next one is Mor ve Ötesi. Bir Derdim Var. The song name is Bir Derdim Var. Mor ve Ötesi is actually a band, Turkish alternative rock band. Mor ve Ötesi means purple and beyond. To infinity and beyond. And Bir Derdim Var means I have a problem. And this band is very popular among young people. And this song is loved very much. And Mor ve Ötesi also attended Eurovision Song Contest. I think they finished in 7th place or something, I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, I think it was 7th. And the next one is Barış Manço, Nane Limon Kabuğu. Nane Limon Kabuğu means mint and lemon peel. Nane limon kabuğu, bir tutam zencefil ama ha ha ha ha ha içine neydi? Hatmi çiçeği, biraz çörek otu katasın ama ha ha ha ha ha ha ha. It's a funny song about how to treat yourself with herbs if you get sick. Barış Manço died many years ago, but he is in the hearts of Turkish people forever. I think I can say this, everybody likes him. So if you want to know about Turkish culture, you need to get to know Barış Manço. Check out YouTube. Right, Barış Manço. So the next one is again a group called MFÖ. The group name is the capital letters of the members Mazhar, Fuat, Özkan, aka MFÖ. And the song is Güllerin İçinden, Through the Roses. It's an iconic song, and I believe everyone knows the song by heart. Güllerin içinden canım, la la la la la la la la la la. The next one is Haluk Levent, Akdeniz Akşamları. Haluk Levent has a popish rock style and he has been singing for a long time. And Akdeniz Akşamları is his hit song. It means Mediterranean nights. Every young person who plays the guitar at the beach plays this song. It's a total cliche. So go ahead and listen to it. So you'll be part of the gang, you know. Akdeniz akşamları. It's like Akdeniz akşamları. Ra, ra, ra. Anyway, here comes Aşık Veysel. Uzun ince bir yoldayım. Okay, this is different. Aşık Veysel was what we call Aşık, a folk poet. So I wouldn't call him a singer. He was more than that. And he used to play bağlama, a string musical instrument. And uzun ince bir yoldayım is translated as I'm on a long and a narrow road journey. It's a metaphor for life. And, you know, Aşık Veysel is such a huge part of our culture. So, the last one. Ayten Alpman. Bir başkadır benim memleketim. The singer is not well known nowadays. She passed away around 2002, I think. But her song, Bir Başkadır Benim Memleketim, is a song about Turkey, and it's kind of an emotional song about this country, which is why it's loved so much for so many years. It's like havasına, suyuna, taşına, toprağına, la la la la la. It goes on like that. It's about, you know, saying good things about our country. But it's not a military song, more emotional. It's like that. Okay, so that's it, guys. Of course, there are a lot more than that I didn't mention, but you go and check out the ones I mentioned and discover the rest by yourself. You're all alone to discover the rest. I'm sure there are a lot of sources that you can find. And please leave some comments about which songs you liked and why. And if you had, you know, ones that you don't like, tell me. Anyway, I will see you next time. Okay, I promise I stop singing. I won't be singing anymore. I'm going. Görüşürüz. Bye.
Want to speak real Turkish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at TurkishClass101.com.
Hey guys. Hey, merhaba. Seda here again. Ben Seda. Nasılsınız? Her şey yolunda mı? Ben çok iyiyim. Are you guys ready for today's topic? We have a fun topic. We will talk about top 10 popular TV shows in Turkey. I have a confession to make. I don't watch regular TV. I have Netflix and I enjoy watching shows there. So I had to search a little to see what is being watched most nowadays. So let's start with the shows first, okay? Are you ready? Are you ready? There's a famous TV producer named Acun Ilıcalı, and over the years he produced a lot of shows that were hit in Turkey, and most of them were global shows made local, and two of them are very popular right now. One is just finished and the other is just started another season. They have seasons also. The first one is MasterChef. I think this is also a global show. It's a cooking contest. There's not much that I can tell you about it. The other one is Survivor. People are going crazy with this show. There are teams and they are racing each other with a lot of physical games and different challenges. And this show is on a nice tropical island. I don't remember which one. And everyone enjoys watching it. Okay, let's continue with the third. The next two ones are a new series. There's a psychologist, real psychologist, named Gülseren Budayıcıoğlu. And these two series are created from her books. These books are based on real sessions she had with her patients. And the books got turned into series and now they are very popular. So the first one is Masumlar Apartmanı. You can translate it as apartment of the innocence, apartments of innocence. In Turkey, it's very popular right now. It's a dysfunctional family with cleaning obsessive siblings living together and having all sorts of trauma. And the other one is again from the same author, Kırmızı Oda, which means red room. And that show is about a psychiatrist and her patients, and every week is about another session of trauma. So with all these trauma cases, these two psychology series are very, very, very popular right now. Okay, that was 4. Let's continue with the next one. The next one is a comedy show called Çok Güzel Hareketler. You can translate it, very nice gestures. This is a different kind of show. It's actually a theater. Yılmaz Erdoğan, a famous actor, he has his own theater company called BKM, Beşiktaş Kültür Merkezi. And he's educating young actors there. And these young actors write and play their own sketches every week. And it is recorded and broadcasted every week on television. And Yılmaz Erdoğan watches them and he comments on their sketches, you know, how they played, how they wrote the sketches and so on. It's fun to watch. Okay, the next one is something kind of weird. Müge Anlı ile Tatlı Sert, Bittersweet with Müge Anlı. It's a morning show that mostly, you know, housewives watch, but it's kind of a popular show. This woman named Müge Anlı, the narrator, finds weird criminal cases and she acts like a judge who tries to figure out who murdered or kidnapped whom and so on. The people who participate in the show are generally from uneducated, more conservative, low-income neighborhoods. And the cases are so weird and mind-blowing, you wouldn't believe. I don't understand why, but lots of people love this show. So, okay, let's see what is next. The next 2 are Netflix Turkey productions. The first one is Bir Başkadır, known as Ethos in English, not an exact translation though. There's a new show, this is a new show mini series actually, maybe 5-6 episodes. It's about individuals transcend their cultural boundaries and find some kind of connection between their own story and, you know, as their lives intertwine. So it's a fine show. And the other one is Atiye, known as The Gift in English. And Atiye is a young painter artist who lives in Istanbul and draws some kind of symbol for all her life. And she sees that symbol in Göbekli Tepe ruins, and the ruins are just discovered and she draws the same symbol for years. So it's weird for her and she starts going after this mystery. After this discovery, some kind of Indiana Jones adventures start. So that's it for the Atiye. You should watch the rest, otherwise I will give some spoilers. The next 2 is about Ottoman Empire. One is new and the other is an older show. The first one is Kurtuluş Ertuğrul, something like a founder Ertuğrul. And this is about Ertuğrul Gazi, the founder of the Ottoman Empire, and about those times that he was establishing a new state. And the next one is Muhteşem Yüzyıl, the magnificent century, you would say. And this is about Kanuni Sultan Süleyman, Süleyman the Magnificent, and his era. And these are historical series, but keep in mind that they are fictional. You know, sometimes people think that the history was just like how it was in the show. It's fictional, meaning not everything happened in the show happened in real life, just like that. And in Turkey, these kind of, you know, historical shows are generally a bit politic. I mean, whomever has the power affects the outcome of these shows. So they are both a little politic and fictional, but yet loved very much. So that's it, guys. I'm done with the shows. Have you seen any of them? Did you like that? Did you like them? I think the Süleyman, especially foreigners, love it a lot. What do you think? Leave some comments. Okay? And don't forget that we have a lot of shows. We have a lot of movies, these kind of morning shows, late night contests, series, a lot of it. But, I try to put together 10 most loved ones. So you have to search for the rest yourself. Sorry. Okay, leave some comments below. I will see you next time. Görüşmek üzere. Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1. A life assessment. 2. A routine assessment. And 3. Language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do 2 things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. 1 is hard enough. Trying to do 2 can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are 2 things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What are some surefire ways to stay motivated when you're learning a language? In this video, we're going to talk about 10 surefire ways to stay motivated and stay on track. All right, we asked our Premium and Premium Plus members for their tested techniques. You'll find out what worked for them. Number 1, you must see your progress. In other words, you have to see it to believe it. There's nothing better than seeing your results firsthand. It's like seeing muscles in the mirror after working out. How do you do this with language? In order to see it, you have to start measuring it first. And you can do that with the dashboard on our website. With the dashboard, you can see how many lessons and how much of the language you've mastered so far. So review the progress you've made with the dashboard on the site. Number 2, use the Daily Dose of Language app. With this, you get free daily mini lessons, but that's not all. This app keeps you on track because it actually sends you daily reminders. If you need that extra push or reminder, this app does it for you. And the Daily Dose lessons are quick and easy. They take just 1 minute of your time. Number 3, learn with somebody better than you. a tutor, a friend, and you can even learn with your own teacher with a Premium Plus subscription. Simply having someone better than you by your side is enough to help you improve and motivate you. It's like having a coach. Number 4, set a small, measurable goal. For example, finish 10 lessons in 1 week, or learn 20 words in a week. Most people give up because they have a vague goal, like I want to be fluent, that they don't know how to reach. But if you aim small and make it measurable, you'll have a much better chance of reaching it. Your goal is to learn 20 words, and you know 17 already. Because you know how close you are, you're more motivated to close the gap and reach your goal. Number 5, watch movies and shows in your target language. First of all, we recommend this because it's fun. But more importantly, when you understand what you hear, it's a clear sign of progress, and you'll feel good about it. Number 6, listen to music in your target language. Music is enjoyable, and if you make it part of your routine, you're giving yourself a nice break in between lessons. But you're still immersing yourself in the language. So if you enjoy this routine, you're more likely to stay motivated. Number 7, do the lessons that you enjoy. Just like with music, if you enjoy our audio and video lessons, then stick with them. If you have any favorite lessons, remember you can always download them to your device and review them as much as you want. They're yours to keep. Number 8, understand that language learning is a marathon. Learning a new language is not a sprint. Most people think they can study for hours and suddenly get better. But when they realize that it takes time, this can hurt their motivation. So understand that it's a marathon. Remember that it's better to study for a few minutes every day than pulling a 5-hour cram session that will burn you out. Number 9, keep the big goal in mind. Imagine yourself being fluent. Small, measurable goals are definitely important. But when you just don't feel like learning, which is completely natural by the way, remember the big goal. Having the big picture in mind will remind you of what's important and put you back on track. Number 10, invest in the language. Make a commitment. Whether you buy a book or a subscription, enroll in a class, or join a study group, by investing and making a commitment, you're much more likely to go through with it. You've paid for it, so you value it more. You want to make sure you get your money's worth. Plus, other people expect you to show up. This can be extremely helpful when working towards your language goals. And that's it. There are so many ways to keep yourself motivated. Do you have a favorite way? Leave us a comment and let us know. So, to make sure you stay motivated in your studies, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speak and understand more of your target language? You'll need to know more words and phrases to really make new conversations and ultimately connections. In this video, you'll discover 6 ways to master new words and phrases fast. Number 1, use our free vocabulary lists. Here's what makes this study tool so powerful. This is your free library of vocab and phrase lessons. You can learn words and phrases for current events like Halloween or New Year's. There are also many useful topics, like the top 10 ways to say hello, conversational phrases, and more. In other words, you learn phrases that you wouldn't normally find in textbooks. And if you want to learn extra fast, you can use the slideshow tool. Just tap on or click on View Slideshow, then sit back and review the words and phrases. Find the vocabulary lists in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. And yes, these vocab lists are free for all users. Number 2, take the audio and video lessons. One of the best ways to learn new words is through conversations. You get to hear how the words are used. So in every lesson dialogue, you'll come across some words you don't know. But don't worry, because our teachers translate everything. So when you hear the conversation again at the end of the lesson, you'll know them all. Number 3, learn with our 2,000 most common words list. Here's a question for you. How many words do you think you need for conversational fluency? 3,000? 5,000? Actually, language experts say you need only about 1,500 to reach conversational fluency. And with this study tool, the 2,000 most common words list, you get the words you need for conversational fluency right up front. That's what makes this study tool so powerful. It's all here for you. and they're broken down into simple categories such as adjectives, nouns, verbs, food, drinks, numbers, and months. Now, 2000 is quite a lot to learn. Do you have to learn it all? Well, you don't have to learn it all at once. You can go category by category. You can also start with the top 100 words, then move on to the top 200, 300, and so on until you get to 2000. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can start with the top 100 words. Once you've mastered those, you can move on to the next category. You can also use other study tools to learn these words faster, right? Such as number 4, study with spaced repetition flashcards. Now, we're not talking about paper flashcards. We're talking about the smart flashcards that you can find in our premium study tools. Picture this. Think of these as a teacher inside of your computer who quizzes you and sorts the words for you. So words that you struggle with, you'll be quizzed on more and more, and words that you know, you'll see less and less. So they display the words as needed, so you never forget them. In every session, they'll refresh your memory on the words you learned last time and introduce new ones. That's exactly how our smart flashcards work. And because you get drilled on the words you struggle with, you have no choice but to master them and improve. You have no choice but to succeed. You can also study the words from your lessons and vocab lists with the very same flashcard tool. Number 5, create printable word lists with the word bank. The word bank is a study tool that lets you save words and phrases from lessons and vocab lists. Think of it as your extended brain. If you come across a new word that you want to review later, you can save it to the word bank. But the word bank also lets you print out your word lists. So click on the printer-friendly option inside Word Bank and print out your collection of words. You can use that sheet for writing practice. Number 6, use the words. After you learn a new word, using it right away is crucial to remembering it. So when you're done with a lesson or a vocab list, leave a comment. Make up a sample sentence and post it in the comment section. Write it down in a notebook, or shadow it, meaning listen to the audio pronunciation and say it out loud. You should do this because it's the actual practice that gets you to remember it. So say it, write it, listen to it again. Doing this will help lock the words into your memory. So if you want to take advantage of any of these tools for yourself, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you studying a language but starting to lose motivation? In this video, we're going to talk about the halfway point and how to keep going with language learning. After 6 months to a year of studying a language, you might be feeling like you're losing a little bit of steam. Maybe you started out strong and now you're feeling a bit low. Maybe you aren't seeing the results you wanted, or you think your efforts aren't paying off. But the reason for that might not have anything to do with your studies. It might be more an issue about your reviewing and your goal setting. 1. Why you should review your past language goals. When you set goals, do you ever go back to review your progress? It can be a reminder of how far you've come and help you keep your motivation up. Let's say you started learning a language and you've been at it for a few months. In month 1, you're excited and motivated. In month 2, you're still going at it, but maybe the motivation is not as strong, and you want to make sure that you don't fall off, unfortunately, as most people do. So you work hard to keep at it. By month 3, you're kind of on autopilot and learning with whatever has been working for you. That sounds like a good place to be, cruising on autopilot. Well, it may seem like a good place to be, but the problem is by month 4, 5, or 6, if you've been coasting along for too long and haven't had any significant improvements, you may start wondering if you're actually learning or if you'll ever master the language. You might start losing motivation, and worse, you might even quit. If you're learning by yourself, it's hard, and if you're not tracking your progress, by month 4 or 5, you might realize that the textbook you've been using isn't helping you increase your fluency. You might think you're going nowhere. So the reason to review is to check your progress. Maybe you can speak none of your target language in month 1, but at the end of month 3, you can speak 3 minutes. So that's some progress. And if you're at 8 minutes now, for example, then you can definitely say that you've improved since the start. It's good for motivation, just knowing that you got a return on your time investment. So reviewing is good for progress and motivation. Also, it's natural to lose motivation with anything you're trying to learn or do. So it's something you need to keep up, something you need to keep in mind. What do you do when your motivation dips? You can stop, take some time to review and reflect. Is your motivation dipping? Are you studying less? Do you feel like you're not making progress? And if you say yes to these questions, then you can work on boosting your motivation to help you keep going. How do you boost your motivation? Well, do you remember anchor points? Anchor points are things that connect you or anchor you to your goal, such as a language class or program. It could even be relatives or friends who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, or an upcoming trip to the target country. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you're watching a TV show in your target language, then it's natural for you to want to understand it better, and your desire to learn goes up. If you're taking language classes where a teacher expects homework from you, that's another connection to the language. So you do the homework, you attend classes, you learn more. Ultimately, if you want to boost your motivation and keep going, you should get more anchor points. But how do you do that? Let's jump into the second part. 2. How to review your progress and maintain motivation. How do you review your progress? First, you always set small, measurable goals and always track results. The study resource you're using can be used for your review as well. It's easy to get demotivated and think that you've learned nothing. But if you're using a textbook, for example, you can set a number of pages, and that can be a really good motivator, something to reach for. Making sure you're getting through and then testing yourself on material is a little harder if you're not actually using your textbook, though. So make sure that you actually stick to the plan you set for yourself. Again, the tool you're using is not so important, but just make sure whatever you use, you measure it and track your progress. Reviewing is as simple as looking at your past goals and results. You can also do it the old school way and look through your notebooks, see how much you've written out. In fact, we have something called the Dean's Date with our Premium Plus plan, where our Premium Plus users send in all of the work they've completed with their teacher. The writings, the recordings, the assignments, and you can see it all, everything that you've done. Then you can see your actual results of your 3 months of work. Everything you've accomplished is in one place. Do you ever run out of motivation? Of course you do occasionally, and it's natural for everyone's motivation to dip after some time. Then if you lose motivation, how do you keep going? Just as we talked about earlier, add more anchor points, more connections to the language, whether that means enrolling in in-person classes at a real language school, planning trips, or signing up for a test. Those anchor points help you stay motivated. Your main ones need to be things that will keep you interested in your target language or the people in your life connected to it. These are the things that will keep you motivated. But it's also important to remember, whether you're struggling or you're progressing rapidly, that you have to keep your learning adaptive. As humans, we are adaptive. We adapt to environments, and this is the same thing. Your language learning path has to adapt as you progress. If you're progressing faster, there's a way to adapt. If you're progressing slower, there's also a way to adapt. 3. How you can keep going past the halfway point. If you've been studying the language for a few months, it's normal to start losing steam. If you're not losing steam and you're progressing, then great job, and maybe you can share some of your tips with us, because it's one of the hardest things ever to stay motivated long term. If you are starting to lose steam, remember that this happens with any goal. It can happen to anyone at any time, so you need to learn how to adapt to it. By being aware that these dips are natural and that they happen, you can expect them. So when one does come around, you'll know how to boost your motivation and know how to keep yourself going. Here's what you do when a dip does come around. 1. Review your learning progress. If you've been setting small, measurable goals every month, then this won't be a problem. The goal here is to see how far you've come, and this will help you maintain motivation. If you can see that you learned 50 words in January, 50 in February, 100 in March, and so on, then you have measurable progress, and this lets you know that you're improving, even when you don't feel like you are. Second, if you're a Premium Plus student, you can also participate in the Dean's Date and submit your work on the deadline. Be sure to ask your Premium Plus teacher about it. Third, if you're a Premium or Premium Plus user, you can also check your dashboard and see how many flashcards you've studied and how many lessons you've completed. We track your progress for you. But of course, it's best to set goals like learn 50 words or speak 1 minute of conversation, because completing a lesson may not mean that you've mastered everything inside. So if you've not been setting goals and tracking them, now is the time to start. Otherwise, do you know how much of the language you can speak? Or how many words you've learned? If you don't know, then you'll feel like you're floating around and not learning anything. So be sure to set small, measurable monthly goals. Fourth, create more anchor points to boost your motivation. Anchor points are connections to the language that keep you anchored to the language and your goal. It could be friends or relatives who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, an upcoming trip to the target country, language classes, or language programs. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you started learning a language because your relative speaks it, that motivation may not last forever. It may help you in month 1 or month 2, but by month 4, 5, or 6, your motivation might wear off. But you can decide to enroll in a class or start watching a TV show in that language. That will give you some new reasons to keep going to the language. In a way, you give yourself more reasons to learn. A lot of the time, the reasons why we start something are not often the reasons why we continue them. So don't be afraid to adjust your motivations as you go along. If you've reached a language milestone and are starting to feel a little less motivated, just take a look at these tips. Thorough review, setting anchor points, and reviewing your study methods will all help you keep going in your studies. For more strategies on how to keep studying, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fifth, free audiobooks for our members only. If you're not a member yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Power Up sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Want to speak real Turkish from your first lesson? Sign up for your free lifetime account at TurkishClass101.com.
Herkese merhaba. Ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda. Welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Nasılsınız? Bugün emir kipinden bahsedeceğim. In this video, I will be talking about imperatives. Imperative is for giving commands. The word emir in Turkish means command. For example, in English we say talk, listen, or sit, stand, or if it's negative, don't talk, don't go, don't sit, or don't stand. Imperative form has just one conjugation in English. However, in Turkish we have three. The first one is always singular and very casual. We only use it with close friends and family. The other two are more polite or plural. One is singular polite or plural casual, and the other is plural polite. Let's start with the first one. The pronoun is sen, meaning you. This is very casual for a single person. The conjugation of this one is the simplest because we only use the stem. When you look up to the dictionary, we see the infinitive form of a verb. Let's give an example. What is to go? To go. Gitmek. Gitmek. Gitmek. Okay? What is to stay? Kalmak. Kalmak. Kalmak. To find the stem, we take out the mekmak at the end. Okay? So gitmek becomes git and kalmak becomes kal. And there you go. You have the imperative form. Okay? That's easy. Let's give more examples so you understand better. Okay? İç, drink. İç, iç, iç. Söyle, tell. Söyle, söyle, söyle. Yürü, walk. Yürü, yürü, yürü. Koş, run. Koş, koş. Yardım et. Help. Yardım et. Yardım et. So just take out the mekmak out of the infinitive form and you have the singular casual imperative in Turkish. Let's look at the next one. This is more proper for a single person or casual for plural people. So it depends on the context. For example, if you are talking to someone you just met or your boss or I don't know, someone you need to be polite with, you would use this form. Or if you are talking to a couple of your friends, you would again use this form. Because the pronoun sis in Turkish can either be a plural you or singular but a polite you. Okay? So that's because of that pronoun. For this, again, you take the mekmak out of the infinitive verb. Now you have the stem and the first imperative. But you also need to add the suffix in this time. For example, gel plus in makes gelin. The translation for this again come, since there is not an exact translation for this form in English. But as I said before, this is more polite or more for more than one person. Don't forget that. And it gets a little complicated here because Turkish, if you add any suffix, you have to follow certain rules such as consonant notations, vowel harmony rules. Sometimes you need to add buffer letters. So here our main suffix is in, but it can be in, un, or un. Or we may need a buffer letter ye, and our suffixes can be yin, yin, yun, yun. In general, we need a buffer letter if the word ends with a vowel and our suffix starts with a vowel. Normally, if the word is not for an origin word, Turkish words mostly follow the rule of one vowel, one consonant, one vowel, one consonant. So, it goes like that. I'll give you examples, but before I do, I need to say one more thing. If the stem verb ends with a hard, unvoiced consonant, it sometimes gets softened. To remember the hard consonants, we have a way. We say fıstıkçı şahap. And take out the vowels. What's left behind are the hard consonants. P, S, T, Ç, Ş, H, P. For the imperative conjugation, we mostly soften the letter T to a letter D. Okay, these are our rules. Now we have all the rules and I can give you some examples to make it clearer. I will use the same words, okay? We have iç, drink. We add in and it becomes için. İçin. Something like drink, please. İçin. İçin. İçin. We have söyle. It ends with a vowel, so we need a buffer letter here. Our buffer letter here is y, and our suffix again in. So together it makes yin. Let's add it. Söyle, yin. Tell, please. Söyle, yin. Söyleyin. Söyleyin. The next one is yürü. It ends with a vowel again, so we'll have the buffer letter y. But this time our vowel is ü, so the suffix should be ün. And together with y, it makes yün. So when we add yün to yürü, it becomes yürüyün. Walk please. Yürüyün. Yürüyün. The next one is koş. So our vowel here is o. So the suffix should be un. And koş becomes koşun. Run please. Koşun. Koşun. Koşun. Very good. And the next example, we will see a consonant mutation when adding the suffix. Yardım et. Okay? So etmek is a verb which means nothing by itself, but when added to a noun, it changes the noun into a verb. In this case, yardım means help as a noun, but yardım etmek is to help, a verb. So you get the gist. Anyhow, here et ending with a T gets softened into a D. Let's see how, okay? Yardım edin, not etin. Yardım etin, no. Yardım edin. Yardım edin. Okay, we are done with the second one. And now the third and the last conjugation of imperatives in Turkish. This is again more polite, and this time it's just for more than one person. So if you want to tell a bunch of people to do something and also be polite, you use this form. Just a note, in rare cases you can use this for one person, but if you use this form for one person, it's extremely polite. Maybe for the Queen of England or something, you know. I never use this form for one person. It sounds too much to my ears. Okay, first let's look at the formula. As you should remember, for the last one we add the suffix in. For this one we keep the in and add is or inis. Okay, it sounds a little complicated when I just say it like that, but I will put it here so you can see. So we have gel. When I say gel, it's come. If you want to be polite, I would say gelin, please come. And if I want to say a bunch of people, I would say geliniz, geliniz, geliniz. Let's look at the other example. İç, için, içiniz. Drink. İçiniz. İçiniz. Okay, içiniz. Or söyleyiniz. Tell. Söyleyiniz. Söyleyiniz. Söyleyiniz. Yürüyünüz. Walk. Yürüyünüz. Yürüyünüz. Okay? Ünüz. Koşunuz. Run. Koş. Koşun. Koşunuz. Koşunuz. Koşunuz. Yardım ediniz. Help. Yardım ediniz. Yardım ediniz. Okay, I hope it's easier now after all the examples. Not that complicated. This is how you do it, and if you want to make them negative, as in don't, go, you would add an extra suffix for that. That suffix is ma or me. All the rules are the same. You just add ma or me according to the vowel harmony rules to the stem and add the rest after it. For example, git, go becomes gitme, don't go. Gel, come becomes gelme, don't come. Al, take becomes alma, don't take. I will give examples for all the forms, okay? Listen, dinle, dinleyin, dinleyiniz. Don't listen, dinleme, dinlemeyin, dinlemeyiniz. Cry, ağla, ağlayın, ağlayınız. Don't cry, ağlama, ağlamayın, Ağlamayınız. Love. Sev. Sevin. Seviniz. Don't love. Sevme. Sevmeyin. Sevmeyiniz. Accept. Kabul et. Kabul edin. Kabul ediniz. Don't accept. Kabul etme. Kabul etmeyin. Kabul etmeyiniz. Okay, guys, you may notice in the last example for the negative, the rule about consonant mutation doesn't work. When we add negative suffix, mema, we don't soften the unvoiced letters. They just stay the same, okay? That's it, guys. In this lesson, we have learned emir kipi, imperatives. I hope it was clear for you and you can start giving comments in Turkish. Before I go, I will give you some sentences. I'll just say them once in Turkish and I want you to write them in the comments. Here we go. Onu ver. Kapıyı kapayın. Bahçeme gelin. Akşama uğrayınız. Sağa sapın. Sola dönünüz. Düz git. Orada bekle. Can you get all of that? That's it. If you want to study more, just click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com. You can always download our PDF lessons, including all the essential phrases you need in everyday life. Okay, that's it now. Kapayın bu videoyu. Kapayın, kapayın. See you next time. Görüşürüz. Hoşça kalın. Which is a command actually. Hoşça kalın. Görüşürüz. Hadi gidin.
Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. We've found that the best way to learn a language is to speak it from day one. And the best way to start speaking is to learn phrases that you'll use in real conversations. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking on the phone. After watching this video, you'll be able to ask for someone on the phone and to put someone on hold. And if you want to learn more vocabulary, phrases, and example sentences you can use in real-life situations, click the link in the description to download your Making a Phone Call PDF cheat sheet for free. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
Merhaba, yetkili birisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Once more with the English translation.
Merhaba, yetkili birisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Okay, just a moment. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say hello on the phone. That's
Merhaba. Merhaba.
Then you'll need to learn how to say, I'd like to speak with person. The pattern is person.
İle görüşmek istiyorum.
This Turkish sentence literally translates as person with to see I am wanting, but it means I'd like to speak with person. For example, hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Merhaba, yetkili birisiyle görüşmek istiyorum. Merhaba, yetkili birisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Now, how do you answer this question?
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Okay, just a moment. Listen to it again.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen. Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
This Turkish sentence literally translates as, okay, 1 minute please, but it means, okay, just a moment. Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to talk on the phone. The person in charge.
Yetkili birisi. Yetkili birisi.
A sales representative.
Satış temsilcisi. Satış temsilcisi.
The manager.
Müdür. Müdür.
Customer service.
Müşteri hizmetleri. Müşteri hizmetleri.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Satış temsilcisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Müdürle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Müşteri hizmetleriyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'd like to speak with person? Person.
İle görüşmek istiyorum.
And how do you answer it?
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Imagine you want to talk to a sales representative. Do you remember how to say, a sales representative?
Satış temsilcisi. Satış temsilcisi.
Say, I'd like to speak with a sales representative.
Satış temsilcisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Now say you want to talk to a sales representative and answer it.
Satış temsilcisiyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Now, imagine you want to talk to the manager. Do you remember how to say, the manager?
Müdür. Müdür.
Say, I'd like to speak with the manager.
Müdürle görüşmek istiyorum.
Now say you want to talk to the manager and answer it.
Müdürle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Now imagine you want to talk to customer service. Do you remember how to say customer service?
Müşteri hizmetleri. Müşteri hizmetleri.
Say, I'd like to speak with customer service.
Müşteri hizmetleriyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Now say you want to talk to customer service and answer it.
Müşteri hizmetleriyle görüşmek istiyorum.
Tamam. Bir dakika lütfen.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the power of textbooks and digital detox. In this digital age where we're all using apps and smartphones to learn languages, you might not think of a textbook as the first resource to turn to, right? But if you're avoiding textbooks, then you're missing out on some powerful language learning benefits. So today you'll learn why textbooks are still a powerful resource in the digital age, why some, but not all, digital resources might hurt your ability to learn, and how to do a digital detox and learn off-screen with our program. And we're giving away a brand new conversation cheat sheet, so keep watching. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up more than 30 words with this vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The power of textbooks and digital detox. You probably have some language learning apps on your phone, right? But do you have any textbooks? Let us know in the comment section. Digital resources like apps and physical resources like books have their pros and cons. But if you're learning with digital resources only, you might be missing out on some benefits that come with physical resources. What are they? First, a digital detox. This is a basic one. A textbook gives you a break from the screen. You're not sitting in front of so much blue light all day, which can have an impact on your sleep. That's just for your overall health. Second, the ability to focus and improve your focus. Here's a question for you. How long is your attention span? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? The thing is, attention and the ability to focus are crucial for learning and succeeding with any goal in life. But if you're learning on a device, you'll get pop-ups and notifications. If you're on YouTube, well, the algorithm will have you watching cat videos soon enough. These things are designed to keep you jumping from one thing to the next, and all of this hurts your attention span and your ability to learn. With a book, it's much easier to focus, and consistently learning with one can help improve your focus. Third, if the book has a really good story to follow, it makes it more fun to learn. This may not be something you can find in every textbook, but you can find it in textbook resources like bilingual storybooks. Fourth, you get a clear path to follow. Textbooks give you a linear path from page 1 to 100. You know where to go next, how far you are from the end, and what you have left to learn. With an app, you'll be forever swiping and not really knowing if you're getting anywhere. Fifth, textbooks have gone through academic rigor, meaning they've been made by teachers or checked by teachers. So you're learning the correct forms, the correct language, and you can rely on it to be accurate. If you Google for blogs about phrases to learn, there's a chance the information is not completely accurate. Sixth, textbook lessons are curated and organized so that what you learn on page 1 helps you understand page 2, and so on. It builds you up and teaches you crucial language skills that beginners need to know, like how to introduce yourself first, then how to grow that conversation. As an added bonus, you can write in them. What about the downsides of textbooks? There are a few. The content gets old fast. Language always changes. There's new slang. So that's where digital lessons do well. Also, books can get boring and overwhelming. An approach you can consider for a textbook is to put in a certain amount of time, say 20 or 30 minutes a day, and then walk away, so you're not overwhelmed. But by providing a digital detox, allowing us a framework for focus, offering reduced distractions, being easy to follow and accurate, textbooks are powerful in a digital world. So, should you go for digital detox and get a textbook? If you can handle a bit of change to your routine, then why not? If you're worried about learning the same thing from 2 sources, don't worry. Learning something like a grammar rule from multiple angles will only help you understand it better and reinforce your memory. A book will give you a clear direction of where to go, what to learn, and challenge your mind in ways that digital lessons might not. So, how do you do a digital detox and learn with our program? First, you can print out our extensive reading books. Extensive reading is a learning tactic where you read books that are appropriate for your level, and the goal is quantity over quality. You should read a lot and skip over the words you don't know. To access these, just visit the lesson library to find our extensive reading books. Second, download our PDF lesson notes and print them out. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, the dialogue, the vocab, grammar explanations, sample sentences, and cultural insights. Find the lesson notes in every one of your lessons. Third, use our printable visual flashcards. With these, you'll learn over 1,500 of the most common words. If you want the link to the visual flashcards, just leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Fourth, you can also use our printable conversation cheat sheets. With these, you'll learn words and phrases for the most common conversation topics. If you want the link to our collection of cheat sheets, again, leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Remember, the ultimate goal here is to go for a digital detox, challenge your brain in a new way, and try new resources. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Have you ever started learning a language but just couldn't continue? Why does this happen, and what do successful language learners do differently? In this video, we're going to talk about why you should put your language learning on autopilot. We asked you, and the #1 reason people don't continue is time. Either you don't make the time for learning or you're just too busy. But a lot of the time, this is caused by the resources you're using. If you've downloaded 5 language apps and bought 2 books, you'll get overwhelmed about where to start and what to do next. So what do successful language learners do? Successful learners don't overwhelm themselves thinking, what should I do today? They put their learning on autopilot. Imagine this. Let's say you have a favorite TV show. A new episode comes out every Tuesday. So you know what you're doing on Tuesday night. You don't have to think about it. You don't need a reminder. It's automatic. Every Tuesday, you watch an episode. You make it into a habit. Now, how do we apply that to language learning? First, habits. If you have a habit of learning, then you're already on autopilot. So, set a small, measurable monthly goal with a deadline, like learn 100 words or do 30 lessons by the end of the month. Once you know your goal, you can backtrack. So, for example, divide 100 words by 30 days in a month, and you get 3.33. So you should learn about 3 words a day. Now you know what to do. 3 words a day. There's no confusion. Do those 3 words and you're done. You don't need to think about what you should be doing because you already know what you're doing. It becomes a habit. The second way to stay on autopilot is with language textbooks. This is basically just because books are sequential. You just follow the pages from 1 until the end. You don't have to think about where to go next, so it's easy to stay on track with what you need to do. Third, the word of the day. Every day, you get a new word in your email inbox automatically. You don't have to think about it. Simply check your email, learn a word, and you're done. The fourth way is with our progress tracking tools. They spoon-feed you lessons one by one. So let's say you finished lesson 1, where you learned greetings, then you automatically load up lesson 2, where you learn a basic conversation that uses the greetings you learned in lesson 1. Then you have lesson 3 and 4, and so on. You don't have to worry about what to do next because our dashboard will keep you on track. It'll even build upon what you learned in your previous lessons, so you won't forget it. The point is to put your learning on autopilot. You need something that guides you from A to B to C, whether it's your own habits or a book that takes you from 1 to 100 or a learning program that feeds you lessons. So take one of these tips and apply it today. So, to put your learning on autopilot, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you focused on active language learning or passive language learning? And which is the best way to learn? In this video, you'll learn the difference between active and passive learning and some methods for each. Do you know the difference between active and passive learning? You'll find out the differences between these two. First, the difference between active and passive learning. Here's the difference. Active learning means you're actively engaging with learning material and focusing on it. For example, you're reading in your target language, you're looking up words, you're translating, you're memorizing phrases, or you're speaking out loud. So you're focused on what you're learning and you're really into it. Now, passive learning is different. It requires less concentration. It's usually done when you're doing something else. For example, doing chores, driving to work, or taking the train. You could be listening to an audio lesson or watching a video lesson. But the difference is you're not focused on picking apart every word. You're just passively taking the language in. What about you? How do you usually learn? Do you have a lot of active practice? A lot of passive practice? Do you have a combination? Let us know in the comments. Second, how you can learn both ways with our lessons. If you do a lot of passive learning, say because you're always on the go, then here are 4 simple tactics you can apply right now. 1. Press play on a lesson and just listen or watch, just like you would with YouTube. So if you're at home with your computer on, press play on a lesson and take it in. 2. Now, if you're outside, if you're going to the store or commuting, you can learn with our free Innovative Language 101 app for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. Again, open a lesson, press play, and that's it. If you want to passively review words and phrases, then check out the Vocabulary Slideshow tool. This premium study tool is available on every lesson and vocab list. Just press play, and with every slide, you'll get the word, the audio pronunciation, the translation, and sample sentences. You can even put the slideshow on loop and immerse yourself that way. And third, if you have an Amazon Echo device, then you can immerse yourself with daily audio lessons, or you can learn with the quick word of the day. You can just play a lesson and keep it in the background while you're at home. Just look for Daily Dose by Innovative Language on the Amazon Skill Store and download it for free. Now, if you're looking for some active learning practice and you have some time to concentrate, here are 5 tactics you can use right now. Number 1. Listen or watch a lesson and read along with the translations. You'll get complete translations in the lesson notes and the line-by-line dialogue. This will make your reading and listening skills skyrocket. The best part is you'll understand every single word. The translations are right in front of you. Number 2. Repeat the lesson dialogue as you hear it. This is called shadowing, and it will boost your speaking skills. Just repeat the lines that you hear until you can speak with confidence. To make it even easier, you can also get the lines in the dialogue study tool and in the lesson notes, so you can read them out loud as you hear them in the lesson. Number 3. Record yourself with our voice recorder in the dialogue study tool to perfect your pronunciation and see how close you are to a native speaker. Number 4. If you want to boost your vocabulary, study words with our smart flashcards. They sort the words for you, so you get the harder words more often until you master them, and the easy ones show up now and then to refresh your memory. And number 5, ask questions and practice. Leave a comment in the comment section. If you're a Premium Plus user, you get your very own teacher, and you can ask them to review and correct your writing and speaking. You can also ask for learning advice and get all of your questions answered. Both are great ways to learn, but which one is best? Well, that depends on you. If you have some quiet time to focus, active learning is best. But if you're on the train and you're multitasking, then passive learning is the better option. Whichever you choose, you can apply both with our language learning program. So, to test out active and passive learning, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Every language learner wants to speak with confidence, without struggling, and without stopping to think of words. So how do you do this? In this video, you'll learn 5 tactics to perfect your speaking. Above all, every learner wants to speak in their target language with confidence. We've run survey after survey, year after year, and the results are the same. Listening, reading, and writing are all important, but people want to improve their speaking the most. So how do you perfect your speaking skills? First, shadow the dialogues you hear in the lessons. What is shadowing? It's a learning technique where you mimic native speakers. In other words, you listen and then you repeat what they say. This is a fast and easy way to start practicing speaking. You can do this with any one of our audio or video lessons. And even easier, if you have access to the dialogue section, you can read along out loud as you listen. So shadow as much as possible to perfect your speaking and try harder lessons to take yourself to the next level. Second, read the dialogue out loud. We just mentioned this in tip 1, but this tactic deserves its own special mention. Reading out loud is another easy way to practice your speaking. Simply read the lesson dialogue that's available in the dialogue section, the lesson notes, or the lesson transcript. By reading out loud, you're practicing your speaking skills. And here's a trick. If you can get yourself to read faster, you'll be able to speak faster too. Natives tend to speak quickly, and if you can too, that's a sign that you're improving. Third, record yourself speaking to perfect your pronunciation. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, look for the voice recorder in the dialogue section. With this tool, you can record yourself and compare your speaking to a native speaker. This is powerful because you instantly hear the difference between your speech and the authentic native pronunciation. And then you can easily perfect your speaking and pronunciation. If you don't have a premium account, record yourself with your smartphone. And while you can't really compare, you can spot where you struggle or stutter. This tactic is used by professional speakers, public speakers, just about anyone that has to give a presentation. Fourth, if you're a Premium Plus member, record yourself and send it to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Here, you're getting instant feedback from a native speaker. They'll point out your mistakes, they'll tell you what to improve and how, and record themselves and work with you until you reach perfection. That's the power of having a native speaker give you feedback. So what do people usually record? Here's an easy one. Record a one-paragraph self-intro. In fact, we ask all of our new members to do this. Give your name, your age, where you're from, why you're learning, and that's it. It's a great way to get started. Our more advanced students talk about their day. They send 3 recordings, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. For example, I woke up at 7 a.m. and brushed my teeth. I got ready for work. My train was a little late, and so on. This can dramatically improve your speaking because you're practicing conversations that people have all the time. The 5th way to perfect your speaking, Premium Plus assignments. With this feature, you get weekly assignments based on your needs and goals, whether they're reading, writing, listening, or speaking. If you want to improve your speaking, your Premium Plus teacher will send you speaking assignments non-stop every week and provide you with constant feedback. This is all part of your personalized learning experience. So take advantage of our tools and put these tactics to use. And remember, if you want to master your language with our complete language learning program, now's your chance. So to test out these tips and start speaking now, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You can learn how. This new cheat sheet teaches you must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket? How much is the train pass? And much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 40% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Epic sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda and welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Today we will talk about a fun topic, superstition. In Turkish we call it batıl inanç, meaning something like empty belief. We have a lot of superstitions coming from old times and from different cultures and people lived in these lands. So without further ado, let's start with the first one. Okay, this one is funny. Kuş pislerse piyango alırsın. If a bird poops, shits on you, you'll get a lottery. This is funny. If a bird, poops on you, that means that you are especially lucky on that moment. So you should go and get a lottery ticket. You will probably win. So let's see. Sol el kaşınırsa para gelir. If your left hand itches, all of a sudden, it means money will come. So you are again lucky, meaning don't worry about that itch that much. Sol ayakla eve girme ya da evden çıkma. Don't go out of your house or come in using your left foot first. Because left is generally associated with evil and using left first welcomes evil forces. This thing has a bad effect actually. Back then people would force left-handed kids to use their right hand just because of this belief. Some of the people are still doing it and it causes traumatic effects on children. So don't do it. Leave the kids alone. Leave the kids alone. Okay, the next one is gece tırnak kesme. Don't cut your fingernails at night. Here I need to explain something. Muslims believe in jinn. You can translate it as genie, I think. Jinn is something made out of fire according to Quran, and it's believed that there are good jinns and bad jinns. So a lot of superstitions are about these especially bad jinns and bad jinns, and nobody wants to invoke them by mistake because they are believed to haunt people. So cutting fingernails at nighttime, may you welcome him, thus should be avoided at all costs. Another one. Tuvalette şarkı söyleme. Don't sing in the bathroom. Gece ıslık çalma. Don't whistle at night. Because again, these might invoke the jinns. Genies, I mean. Jinn in Turkish. Okay, the next one is çantanı yere koyma. Don't put your purse back on the floor because if you do, your prosperity will go fly away. Çöpe ekmek atma. Another one. Don't throw bread to the trash. This is more than a superstition actually. It's more like a tradition. Bread is kind of something blessed, holy. So if it got dried or something like that, you would give it to birds, fish, or just put it in a plastic bag and hang it somewhere. But don't throw it to the trash. Okay? Elden ele bıçak ya da kesici bir şey verme. Don't pass on knives or sharp things directly hand to hand. If you do, you would fight with the person you just passed the knife on. So what you do is you put the knife on the counter table or something, then the other person just picks it up, so you don't pass it up. This is very common. And when you think about it, not at all, but a lot of superstitions are about safety actually. Another one, çocuğun üzerinden geçme, boyu kısa kalır. Don't go over a child, otherwise he or she will be short person in the future. This is kind of funny. Imagine a kid is playing on the floor or just laying down and you want to cross the other part of the room and there's a child in front of you. So you shouldn't go over the child if you don't want to make that child short. Again, safety. Probably someone along the history thought that it's not safe to do it. You can trip over and hurt the kids, so came up with a precaution. A superstition. Probably a mom. Okay, another funny one. Sorry. Terlik ya da ayakkabı ters durmaz. Yoksa uğursuzluk getirir. Don't leave your slippers or shoes upside down, otherwise they bring bad luck. This one always makes me laugh. Probably a mom somewhere was annoyed a lot with everyone in the house leaving their stuff all over the place. And again, superstition comes in handy. So don't do it, it brings bad luck. Another one. Ağzından yemek düşerse aç biri gelecektir. If you drop your food while eating, it means that someone hungry will come over. And we the Turks can't let someone go hungry. We have to feed them. So it means be ready to give someone food. Okay. Another one regarding food. And tabakta yemek bırakırsan, yemek kalırsa arkandan ağlar. This one for the youngsters, young, kids actually. It means that if you leave some food on the plate, it will cry. I know, funny, right? But it's serious psychological tool that Turkish parents use against their child. So you may hear it a lot. And another one, şemsiye evin içinde açılırsa kötü şans getirir. If you open an umbrella while inside the house, it will bring bad luck. This one is again very practical. If you don't want anyone to break anything, you wouldn't let them open umbrella inside, right? So it makes sense. Okay, the next one is more global, I think. It's about the mirror. Ayna kırılırsa 7 yıl uğursuzluk getirir. If a mirror gets broken, it will bring bad luck for seven years. And there's another one with the mirror. In a funeral house, mirrors get covered or turned around like that. This is because it's believed that the dead, the deceased, would come to the house during the prayers, and it will sadden the deceased not to see his or her reflection in the mirror. Although this one is very ghostly, it's kind of thoughtful and nice, I think. And one weird thing we do is throw water after someone when they go on a journey, saying, su gibi git, su gibi gel, go like water and come back like water. This is for wishing them safe travels. Okay, I may go on forever since we have much more than this. But before I go, I will talk about how we protect ourselves against evil eyes, bad luck, and so on. The most recognized one is nazar boncuğu, evil eye. You can see this blue-eyed figure everywhere, on doors, walls, cars, jewelry, clothes, everywhere you can imagine. And it's a good housewarming gift to bring when visiting a new house. A little bit of background information on the evil eye. This blue eye is supposed to be the evil eye or Satan's eye. So you are carrying something evil on you, and it may confuse you. Why something evil than something holy, right? The reason is that you deceive the evil forces by this. It's believed that there are forces of good and forces of evil in the world, and when the hordes of evil visit you, if they see you carrying something evil on you, they would thought you were one of them, and they wouldn't harm you. So you ward off evil by deceiving them as if you were one of them. Confusing. That's one of the reasons in Turkish culture you don't talk about good news and that much out loud. When you have a promotion to celebrate, school you got into, a new baby on the way, engagement, things like that. These news bring nazar, evil eye on you. So you kind of whisper and celebrate. This changes in new generation, but that's the feeling of a lot of Turkish people. I'm sorry. And you would hear them say, tahtaya vur, nazar değecek, knock on the wood, otherwise bad luck will come. And we have this gesture. Yeah, we do that. Tahtaya vur. I don't know why we do that, but you just pull your ear and tahtaya vur. Early Turks had shamanic beliefs, and a lot of this stuff is coming from those times. But when most of the Turks accepted Islam, it's transformed into Turkish version of Islam. So these gestures gone. Another weird thing we do for nazar is kurşun dökmek, to pour cast lead over someone's head. I know. Actually, this happened to me. My mom decided that I had nazar on me. I was like 10 years old, and she called someone to do this weird ritual. Okay, so someone melts lead somewhere, and then they cover your head and face with a cloth. Then someone holds a pot full of water over your head like that, and when the lead is melted, you would use some kind of ladle to grab some melted lead and then pour the lead to the pot. And melted lead becomes solid when it gets into water. It's believed to collect the negative energy or nazar inside it, and some people make out of meaning, that weird look of the lead. Like, oh, look, there's this and there's that. It looks like this. This is the nazar. And like reading your nazar on the lead. And generally women do this, and before they do it, they say, bu benim elim değil, Fatma anamızın eli. Meaning, this is not my hand, but the hand of our mother Fatma, religious figure. You probably know a hand figure, and there's an eye in between, which is also called Hamsa or Fatma anamızın eli. And I think this is a global figure. I think it's coming from Judaism, but I'm not sure. Let me know in the comments if you know more about this. And so, the last one, okay? Before I go. As I said before, Turkish people don't like to invoke the genies. Jinn is an Arabic word, and it actually means cloaked, hidden. So it doesn't mean spirits literally, but things made out of fire that are hidden. And people don't want to invoke that, so they don't want to get their attention by calling them jinn. So they call them üç harfliler, meaning the ones with 3 letters, because jinn, C-I-N, is a 3-letter word. So jinns are believed to exist mostly in between places, in dark alleys, in toilets, and so on. So when people go in places like these, they say destur before going in. Destur. So I don't know how to translate destur exactly, but it means to get a permission to go in without being harmed. Okay, I'm done. Otherwise, this will go on forever since I love talking about cultural stuff. I hope you enjoyed this video, and leave some comments about the superstition in your country. Do you have the same ones? Do you have weirder ones? Or do you have more information on the ones I just mentioned? Leave them below, okay? Go and write down what you think. I will see you next time. Görüşürüz. Herkese merhaba, ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda and welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Nasılsınız? Umarım herkes iyidir. In this video, I will talk about prepositions. Okay? In Turkish, it's a little different. We mostly have suffixes, not separate words, and the most basic ones are called ismin halleri, modes of nouns. So, in this video, I will talk about the prepositions that are modes of nouns, ismin halleri, in Turkish. We have 5 basic ones, okay? 1, yalın hali, nominative case, plain case. 2, hali, yönelme, dative case. 3, hali, belirtme, accusative case. 4, hali, bulunma, locative case. And last but not least, 5, hali, ayrılma, çıkma, ablative case. Okay? So, the first one is a nominative, meaning you don't use any kind of prepositional suffix with this one. For example, let's say house, ev. Ev is the nominative case of a noun. We don't have any other suffix with it. Ev, çok, sıcak. House is very hot. Ev çok sıcak. As you know, we don't have an in Turkish, so it's just house, not a house. Okay, let's say car, araba. Araba pek yavaş. Car is quite slow. Araba pek yavaş. Again, it's just plain, no suffixes. So, the second one is hali, yönelme, dative case. In English, this is towards. We add a, ya to the nominative noun and it becomes the dative case. So I've talked about this many times, about the vowel harmony rules. In Turkish, we add any suffix. You have to follow certain rules, such as consonant mutations, vowel harmony rules. Sometimes you need to add buffer letters. So I'm not going to go through these rules again in this video. So search for vowel harmony rules and study them before proceeding. These rules are the basic for adding any suffix to any word. So you need to know them before learning anything else. Anyway, let's give an example. Let's take house, ev. We add a to ev and it becomes eve. Eve gidelim. Eve gidelim. I would translate this as let's go home, but literally it's let's go to house. Let's take araba. Here it has a lot of letter a, so the suffix will be a. Let's try it. Araba plus a makes araba. No, it doesn't work like that. Two vowels don't make sense in Turkish, except some foreign origin words such as saat. Okay? So, we need to add a buffer letter in between two a's, which is letter y. So, the suffix becomes ya. Let's try again. Araba plus ya, it makes araba ya. Arabaya bak. Arabaya bak. Again, I would translate it as look at the car. But literally it means look to the car. As you can see, prepositions cannot be translated literally, but they should be learned. You need to memorize how to use them, okay? And you can remember them in time, don't worry. Let's use hair, saç. Let's say my hair, saçım, saçım. If you want to use dative case, we would add a, so saçım plus a makes saçıma. Saçıma dokundu. She touched my hair. Saçıma dokundu. But literally, she touched to my hair. Let's continue with the next one, which is hali. This is the third one, accusative case, okay? hali, belirtme. This is just like the determiner de in English. If the noun is used as a definite object in the sentence, you would use hali. Let's give an example. First, let's use a plain one, I'm sorry. Ev gördüm. I saw a house. Ev gördüm. Okay? If I want to specify this house, I would use the in English. I saw the house. I saw the house. And in Turkish, I would add suffix i, u, or ü according to the vowel harmony rules. So, ev plus i makes evi. Evi gördüm. I saw the house. Evi gördüm. Köpeği yaraladı. He hurt the dog. Köpeği yaraladı. Kızı çağıracak. She will call the girl. Kızı çağıracak. Kuşu masaya bırak. Put the bird on the table. But literally, put the bird to the table. Have you seen it? We have two modes of nouns in this sentence. One is kuş, kuşu, a bird, the bird, and the other one is masa, masaya, table, to table. We have two modes of noun in one sentence. Okay, the fourth one. De hali, bulunma, locative case. This is about location. In English, this can be so many things. It can be in, on, at. In Turkish, it is de or da according to vowel harmony rules, te or ta according to consonant mutation rules. So let's give some examples. We have again ev, house. We add de and it becomes evde, evde. It can be at home, in the house, inside the house, so you can translate according to the context. Evde yiyecek hiçbir şey yok. There's nothing to eat at home. Evde yiyecek hiçbir şey yok. Ödevini arabada unutmuş. He forgot his homework in the car. Ödevini arabada unutmuş. Kafamda çok soru var. There are a lot of questions in my head. Kafamda çok soru var. Onu kasapta gördüm. I saw him at the butcher's. Onu kasapta gördüm. So now the last one, the fifth one. Den hali, ayrılma, çıkma. Ablative case. This can be translated as from, of, out of. In English and in Turkish, it can be den, dan, ten, or tan. The vowel harmony and consonant mutation rules. Let's start with a classic example of ours. Ev, house. So we add den to ev and it becomes ev, den. Evden çıkınca beni ara olur mu? You call me when you leave the house, don't you? But literally, this is how we translate, but literally it means you call me when you get out of the house, don't you? Without the root implication of get out of, okay? Evden çıkınca beni ara olur mu? Arabadan ona seslendim. I called him from the car. Arabadan ona seslendim. Kaşıktan bebek evi yapmış. He made a dollhouse out of spoons. Kaşıktan bebek evi yapmış. How? Kumdan kalemi bozma. Don't scatter my sandcastle. But literally, don't scatter my castle out of sand. Kumdan kalemi bozma. Kapıdan şimdi çıktı. She just came out of the door. Kapıdan şimdi çıktı. So that's it, guys. But before I go, I will give you one extra case. It is aracılık hali, instrumental case. This can be translated as with, by, via, and in Turkish it is ile. So this one is a little bit different. It can be used as a separate word, ile, or it can turn into a suffix like the other ones and becomes le or la according to vowel harmony rules. Let's give some examples. Otobüs ile geleceğim or otobüsle geleceğim. I will come by bus. Otobüs ile geleceğim or otobüsle geleceğim. Çayı süt ile içmem or çayı sütle içmem. I don't drink tea with milk. Çayı süt ile içmem or çayı sütle içmem. Kapı ile oynama or kapıyla oynama. Don't play with the door. Kapı ile oynama, kapıyla oynama. Okay? As you can imagine, in our daily life, we use the suffix form because it's just shorter. That's the whole reason. There's no other reason. Okay, that's it. I think that's all I need to say. So pick up some nouns for yourself and practice in the comment section, okay? Just keep writing and give feedback to each other. Hope you enjoyed the lesson and I will see you next time. Görüşürüz. Güle güle.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is, are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Are you the type of language learner that focuses on only one skill, like only speaking or only doing translation exercises? Then you may eventually realize that your language isn't progressing as fast as you'd like. So in today's episode, you'll learn 1. Why most language learners plateau, 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery, and 3. How to practice the 7 skills with our program. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You'll be able to. This new cheat sheet teaches you the must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket, how much is the train pass, and much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language Ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. Are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Part 1. Why most language learners plateau. If you observe other language learners, you'll notice that many learners just want to speak and understand the language, and as a result, they focus only on speaking and nothing else. Then you have learners who like to start with reading, so they spend most of their time there. And then there are learners who do translation games and spend most of their time there. All of these are good ways to approach a language, but what happens is learners that focus on speaking seem to speak well, but if you go outside of a topic they've practiced, they'll start struggling. Learners that spend most of their time reading are only good at reading and then wonder why they can't speak. And learners that have been playing translation games are good at translating, but don't understand real-life speech. The point is, you'll be unbalanced. If you focus on one skill and skip out on the rest, you'll never become truly fluent, or you'll be able to speak on a few topics you know about, but that's it. But that's not enough for conversational fluency. So, if you want to avoid this trap and become truly fluent, you should focus on 7 language skills: speaking, listening, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and culture. Part 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Now, someone might ask, what's the point of reading if I just want to speak the language? The fact is, all skills complement and improve one another. For example, if you're practicing reading, you naturally pick up new words and grammar rules along the way, which will help you with speaking, because if you want to speak more, you'll need to know more words and grammar rules. Also, reading out loud can help with speaking. If you're learning grammar, this will help you with speaking, listening, reading, and writing, because you'll need to be able to speak and use those grammar rules, understand them in written information and in speech, and use it in writing. With writing, again, you're reinforcing words and grammar rules that you'll also need for listening, speaking, and reading. With listening, there can be speaking involved if you shadow what you hear. You can also pick up words and reinforce grammar points as you listen. Then, you can use those same words and grammar rules later on, during speaking practice. All skills feed into each other. And with culture? With culture, you need things to talk about with native speakers, and culture is a great topic. Plus, in certain languages and cultures, you'll need to speak more politely to people who are older or more senior to you, so this involves learning vocabulary and grammar. There's also one more bonus to practicing all 7 language skills. Learning all 7 skills will actually help you learn the language much faster. Mixing up skills like this is called interleaving. Interleaving is a proven learning tactic where you use different forms of practice to master something. For example, if you're learning vocabulary, you can read it, then say it, write it out, study with flashcards, listen to a native speaker say it, and doing so will help you remember better, instead of just reading the word 5 times and hoping it sticks. It probably won't. So, let's recap. You should focus on the 7 skills of language learning because 1, you avoid being imbalanced, 2, all of these skills feed into each other and improve your overall language, and 3, it'll help you learn faster. Part 3, how you practice the 7 skills with our program. Now, if you want to take your language to the next level, you'll need to incorporate all 7 skills in your study routine: speaking, reading, writing, listening, vocab, grammar, and culture. So, here's how you can practice each skill with our learning program. One of the most unique things about our program is that you can actually practice all 7 skills with it. First, for speaking, shadow the conversations in our lesson dialogues. And if that's too hard, read the dialogues out loud and go slowly at your own pace. Use our voice recording tool to practice saying each line of the conversation. And you can send recordings of yourself to your Premium Plus teacher. For listening, simply take our lessons and listen to the conversations. You can also download the dialogue tracks and review the conversations without the translations. Also, be sure to take our listening comprehension lessons. For reading, listen to the audio and follow along with the lesson notes or transcript so that you don't miss a single word. You can also practice reading with our extensive reading books. For writing, write out the lesson dialogues and write out the words, phrases, and grammar rules that you come across. You can also try and create your own sample sentences, and you can send them to your Premium Plus teacher for corrections. For grammar, you'll come across grammar rules in our lessons. Write the rules down, try and create your own sentences, and keep taking the lessons and keep on reading. For vocabulary, use our spaced repetition flashcards to master the words. And of course, write them down in a notebook, say them out loud, and save them in the word bank so you can come back to them to review later. And for culture, take our lessons. You'll pick up culture tips along the way. Check out our culture class lessons as well. You can do one skill a day, or you can also try all of them in one study session. Listen to the lesson. Repeat what you hear for speaking practice. Write out the dialogue. Review the vocabulary with the slideshow. Practice the grammar rules and note down the cultural tips. Or focus on 2 skills a day. Pair up listening and speaking. The next day, do reading and writing, and then vocabulary and grammar, and then culture. And again, you can study all 7 of these skills with our program. So if you haven't done so yet, be sure to click the link below and sign up for a free lifetime account. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to write 1,000 words of your target language in 5 minutes a day with the Daily Dose Diary. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! One of the best ways to learn a language is with a native speaker. But what if you can't afford to take a class? Or what if you're too busy to learn on someone else's schedule? That's why with our program, you get access to your own teacher with a study tool called My Teacher, so you can learn with your own teacher at your own pace, anywhere, anytime. How does My Teacher work? You'll discover more in just a second. But first, to get access to our learning program and your very own teacher, click the link in the description and sign up for a Premium Plus account right now. What is My Teacher? My Teacher is a messenger tool that gives you access to your very own on-site teacher. You'll find it in the bottom right corner of your screen. And if you're on the app, just tap on the My Teacher icon at the bottom. So, how do you take advantage of this powerful language tool? 1. Get your language assessed. With language schools, you take a level check test on the first day, and the same thing happens here. The moment you become a Premium Plus member, you'll take an assessment test so that your teacher can determine your level, understand your weak points, and design a personalized learning plan. You'll find the link to the test inside My Teacher. Once you're done with the test, 2. Interact with your teacher, ask questions, and get feedback. Getting feedback and corrections is one of the fastest ways to improve. So open My Teacher and start interacting with your teacher. The first thing we ask you to do is to send a self-introduction in your target language as a way to get started. And if you're not sure how, just ask your teacher. You can also ask them language questions, send your writing, practice conversations, and they'll also send you feedback and corrections. You can do this all at your own pace on any device. You can also 3. Send recordings of yourself speaking the language. Just record yourself and send an audio file or video over, and get feedback from your teacher on your accent, pronunciation, and how to express yourself naturally, like a native speaker. You can also take a picture of your writing for feedback. 4. Improve your language skills non-stop with weekly assignments. Your teacher will also send you weekly assignments to test you on what you've learned and improve your language skills. Assignments cover speaking, listening, reading, and writing. So if you want to learn with your very own teacher at your own pace, then click the link in the description to sign up now and become a Premium Plus plan member today. You unlock our complete learning program, plus your very own teacher. Click the link in the description to sign up now. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like here's my passport, boarding pass, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get a big 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Monster Sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Merhaba, ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda and welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Nasılsınız? Ben yine çok iyiyim. Bugün matematik terimlerinden bahsedeceğim. In this video, I will be talking about math terms in Turkish. Do you guys love math? Love or not, everybody needs some math, at least for shopping, right? When you guys visit Turkey and go shopping, I assume you would like to do some math, right? So, before I start, I need to emphasize that I'm not going to teach the numbers. I assume you already know the numbers. We have a video for that if you don't. If you didn't watch it before, just search for it and first go watch that one, okay? Here, we will talk about math terms only. Okay, let's get started. First of all, let's talk about dört işlem. What is dört işlem? 4 basic operations in math. Addition, toplama, subtraction, çıkarma, multiplication, çarpma, and division, bölme. Let's start with the addition. Okay? Addition is toplama. Addition. Toplama. Toplama. Toplama ilk öğrendiğimiz işlemdir. Addition is the first math operation we learn. Toplama ilk öğrendiğimiz işlemdir. And let's see how we do it. Okay? 2 artı 2 eşittir 4. 2 plus 2 equals 4. 2 artı 2 eşittir 4. Another example. 75 artı 54 eşittir 129. 75 plus 54 equals 129. 75 artı 54 eşittir 129. As you can see, when we use addition, we say artı. Artı means plus, and for the result, we say eşittir, which means equals, but literally it means it is equal. Okay? Let's give another example. 23 artı 7 eşittir 30. 23 plus 3 equals 30. 23 artı 7 eşittir 30. So, not that hard, right? Let's continue with the subtraction. Çıkarma. Subtraction. Çıkarma. Çıkarma. Lego parçaları ile çıkarma öğreniyor. She is learning subtraction with Lego pieces. Lego parçaları ile çıkarma öğreniyor. Let's see how we do this one. Okay? Let's see the math. 4 eksi 2 eşittir 2. 4 minus 2 equals 2. 4 eksi 2 eşittir 2. When we use subtraction, we say eksi. Eksi means minus, and for the result we again say eşittir. As a side note, eksi also used like negative. For example, lütfen eksi düşünmeyi bırak. Please stop thinking negatively. Lütfen eksi düşünmeyi bırak. Okay? Okay, let's see the next one. Next one is 25 eksi 13 eşittir 12. 25 minus 13 equals 12. 25 eksi 13 eşittir 12. 40 eksi 30 eşittir 10. 40 eksi 30 eşittir 10. 40 minus 30 equals 10. I think these examples are enough for addition and subtraction. The formulas for both of them are like something like this. Number artı number eşittir final number. Or number eksi number eşittir final number. Okay, not that hard. It's simple. You just put the numbers. Let's continue with the multiplication. So it is çarpma. Multiplication. Çarpma. Çarpma. Çarpma. Çarpma yapabilmek için çarpım tablosunu ezberlemek şarttır. To be able to do the multiplication, one needs to memorize times table. Çarpma yapabilmek için çarpım tablosunu ezberlemek şarttır. Do you guys remember the times that you need to memorize it for the first time? For me, it was during the summertime when I was 7. My dad used to come home and from work and ask me about it. I was, it was so stressful for me. I was like excited if I can say it or not. Anyway, let's see how we use it in a sentence. 5 kere 5 eşittir 25. 5 times 5 equals 25. 5 kere 5 eşittir 25. 2 kere 5 eşittir 10. 2 times 5 equals 10. 2 kere 5 eşittir 10. Okay, now I'll say to you a funny tongue twister. We used to say this when we were kids. The reason was to be able to remember the times table. So let me get started with it. 2 kere 2, 4. Anne üstümü ört. 3 kere 3, 9. Biz bu işte yokuz. 4 kere 4, 16. En sevdiğim öğün kahvaltı. 5 kere 5, 25. Herkes olsun kardeş. 6 kere 6, 36. Babamın bıyığı yolda kaldı. 7 kere 7, 49. Biz bu işte yokuz. This is all. that I can remember. I'm not gonna translate this. You guys try to translate it. Maybe you can remember like that, so you learn how to say it. One more time I will say it, but this time quickly, okay? 2 kere 2 4, anne üstümü ört. 3 kere 3 9, biz bu işte yokuz. 4 kere 4 16, en sevdiğim öğün kahvaltı. 5 kere 5 25, herkes olsun kardeş. 6 kere 6 36, babamın bıyığı yolda kaldı. 7 kere 7 49, biz bu işte yokuz. Did you guys get it? Okay, let me give you one more example before we finish with the multiplication. Okay? 20 kere 20 eşittir 400. 20 times 20 equals 400. 20 kere 20 eşittir 400. Now, the last one. Division. Bölme. Division. Bölme. Bölme. Bölme yapmak için çarpma bilmen gerekiyor. You need to know multiplication to be able to do division. Bölme yapmak için çarpma bilmen gerekiyor. Bölme yapmak için çarpma bilmen gerekiyor. Anyhow, let's see how we used it in a sentence. Let's see the math. 10 bölü 5 eşittir 2. 10 divided by 5 equals 2. 10 bölü 5 eşittir 2. 1642 bölü 2 eşittir 821. 1642 divided by 2 equals 821. 1642 bölü 2 eşittir 821. 81 bölü 9 eşittir 9. 81 divided by 9 equals 9. 81 bölü 9 eşittir 9. Here the formulas are again the same. You put number çarpı number eşittir final number. Or number bölü number eşittir final number. Okay? The last part is the same. You just change artı bölü çarpı eksi. We are done, guys. There's not much to say about these. If you feel like it's too much at once, go watch this video again. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed watching this video, and if you have any questions, please leave them below, okay? Leave them below. Leave some comments. And if you want more content like this, click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. I will see you next time. Hoşça kalın. Güle güle. Merhaba, ben Seda. Hi everybody, my name is Seda and welcome to TurkishClass101.com. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Nasılsınız? Ben çok iyiyim. Bugün dil bilgisi terimlerinden bahsedeceğim. In this video, I will be talking about grammar terms in Turkish. I know, grammar and grammar terms are not fun subjects and a lot of people would like not to think about them, but it's actually important to know these words, you know? So you can keep them in mind next time you check out a dictionary or a grammar book, okay? Don't hate me, okay? Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Our first word is kelime. Kelime. Word. Kelime. Kelime. Kelime. Çok kelime öğrenirsen beni anlaman daha kolay olur. If you learn a lot of words, it will be easier for you to understand me. Çok kelime öğrenirsen beni anlaman daha kolay olur. A quick note about this word kelime. I remember I mentioned before, some of the Turkish words are Turkish origin, some of them are Arabic or Persian origin. So if you speak Arabic, for example, you probably know this one. It comes from kelam, which is speech, expression or saying, and kelime is word. Okay? The next one is fiil. It's hard to say it. Fiil. Verb. Fiil. Fiil. It's like you are longing and it's fiil. Fiil. Türkçe'de fiillerin cümledeki yeri değişebilir. Which is a true sentence. Verbs in Turkish can be in different places in a sentence. Türkçe'de fiillerin cümledeki yeri değişebilir. Here again, this word is coming from Arabic. Fiil means act, performance, movement. So for example, we have a word fail. It means the one who does the action. Another one is faaliyet, which means business, action. Another one is bifil, by doing it, through action. Bi by itself means with, through, by in Arabic. So there comes the meaning. As you can see, Arabic words are birthing new words all the time, and we have a lot of them in Turkish. I think our pronunciation is just different though. It's a little bit softer than Arabic. So the third one is isim or ad. Noun. Isim or ad. İsim, ad. Özel isimler, adlar büyük harfle yazılır. Proper nouns are written in capital letters. Özel isimler, adlar büyük harfle yazılır. Here, isim and ad both mean the same. There is no difference. Ad is just pure Turkish, and isim is again coming from Arabic, meaning again noun. Okay? The fourth one is zarf. Adverb. Zarf. Zarf. Like that. Zarflar ve sıfatlar dil bilgisi öğeleridir. Adverbs and adjectives are elements of grammar. Zarflar ve sıfatlar dil bilgisi öğeleridir. We have a lot of words in Turkish which have more than one meaning. Zarf can also mean envelope. So it's coming again from Arabic, which means outer space, face. And for example, we have a word zarif. It's an adjective in Turkish, which means elegant, suggesting having an elegant outer surface, like zarf. See, when you look at the words like this, it's more fun, and they have all this story behind them to tell. So digging in when learning a new language and learning a new vocabulary can make it more fun and actually helps the information stick to your memory, right? Okay, the next one is, as I already said, sıfat. Adjective. Sıfat. Sıfat. Sıfat. I know you are having hard time with it's sıfat, okay? İsim tanımlayan kelimelere sıfat denir. The words that define the nouns are called adjectives. İsmi tanımlayan kelimelere sıfat denir. Sıfat. It's like irritation. Okay? The sixth one is edat. Preposition. Edat. Edat. Edat. I think this is easier to say. Edatlar yeni dil öğrenmeyi zor yapan şeylerden biridir. Prepositions are one of the things that make the language learning difficult. Edatlar yeni dil öğrenmeyi zor yapan şeylerden biridir. Edat as a word means tool, means instrument. So through using it, you're deepening the meaning of the sentence through the edat. Okay? It's a vehicle for meaning. The next one is zamir. Pronoun. Zamir. Zamir. Türkçe'de zamir kullanmak zorunda değilsin. You don't have to use pronouns in Turkish. Türkçe'de zamir kullanmak zorunda değilsin. Okay, the eighth one, the eight. Nesne. Object. Nesne. Nesne. Nesne. Cümlede nesneyi bulmak çok zor. It's very hard to find the object in a sentence. Cümlede nesneyi bulmak çok zor. Okay? Özne. The other one. Özne. Subject. Özne. Özne. Gizli özne, Türkçeyi yeni öğrenenlerin kafasını karıştırır. Hidden subject is confusing for new students of Turkish. Gizli özne, Türkçeyi yeni öğrenenlerin kafasını karıştırır. Do you guys know what gizli özne is? Have you heard of it? For example, if I say ben işe gidiyorum. I am going to work. So the am at the end of gidiyorum already suggests that the one who goes is I. So I don't need to say ben again. If I want to emphasize, I can say it, but otherwise it's unnecessary. So it should be, I would say, işe gidiyorum. And when we take, for example, Turkish exam at school, and in that exam, if it's asked what is the subject of this sentence, we would say it is ben as a hidden subject. So that's it. I hope it wasn't that confusing. I'm not here. I'm hidden. Okay, the next one is zaman kipi. Tense. Zaman kipi. Zaman kipi. Zaman kiplerini birebir çevirmek imkansızdır. It's impossible to literally translate the tenses. Zaman kiplerini birebir çevirmek imkansızdır. So actually, this is very true. For example, in Turkish we have two past tense, mişli geçmiş zaman and dili geçmiş zaman. Dili geçmiş zaman is something like simple past tense. I went, you went, blah blah blah. But mişli geçmiş zaman is used when you talk about a past event you have heard from someone else, you weren't there, or something you don't believe it happened. So it's not about time at all. So there is no English exact translation for this. That's why it's very important to learn the tenses in a context. Otherwise, they hardly make any sense. Anyhow, our next word is bağlaç. Bağlaç with a soft G. Bağlaç. Conjunction. Bağlaç. Bağlaç. Bağlaç. En sık kullanılan bağlaç ve'dir. The most common conjunction is and. En sık kullanılan bağlaç ve'dir. I think the and in English or ve in Turkish is one of the most common words used in daily life conversation, right? Should be one of the at least most common. What do you think? Anyway, let's see the next one. Our next word is yüklem. Yüklem. Predicate. Yüklem. Yüklem. Yüklem ve fiil aynı şey değildir. Değil, again the soft G. A predicate and a verb are not the same thing. Yüklem ve fiil aynı şey değildir. Değil. Okay, the next one is nokta. Full stop. Nokta. Nokta. Nokta. Nokta. Her cümlenin sonuna nokta konulmaz. Of course. Not every sentence finishes with a full stop. Sometimes it finishes with a question mark, right? Her cümlenin sonuna nokta konulmaz. Funny thing, in the primary school when they teach you the punctuations, they say if you don't put a full stop after writing, your words would escape. So I used to believe that. So naive, huh? Let's see what is next, okay? The next word is noktalama işaretleri. Punctuation marks. Noktalama işaretleri. Noktalama işaretleri. Noktalama işaretleri iyi bir yazının olmazsa olmazlarıdır. Punctuation marks are essential for good writing. Noktalama işaretleri iyi bir yazının olmazsa olmazlarıdır. Virgül, koma, virgül, virgül, virgül. Renkleri yazarken aralarına virgül koyarız. When we write the colors, we put comma between them. Renkleri yazarken aralarına virgül koyarız. Yeah, we do. So, what do you guys say? Huh? We are done? I think we are done. Of course, we have more words to talk about, but I don't want to bore you to death with my grammar words. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed watching this video. If you have any questions, please leave them below, write some comments, and communicate with each other. Help each other, okay? If you want more content like this, click the link in the description and sign up for free at TurkishClass101.com to get access to the full list of vocabulary you need for daily life conversations. I will see you next time. Güle güle. Hoşça kalın. Görüşürüz.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get a return on your language learning investment. Language learning is an investment, but what if you're learning but not seeing any returns or results? And do you even know if you're getting any results at all? In this episode, you'll discover 1. Why language learners fail to see results and why they fail. 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. And 3. How to track your results. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like "here's my passport," "boarding pass," and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get a return on your language learning investment. Part 1. One of the biggest reasons why people fail. The first big reason people fail with language learning is because they set big, vague goals, like "I want to be fluent." The problem with these goals is you don't know how you'll ever go from where you are now to achieving fluency. It's too vague of a goal. But the second big reason is lack of time. People fail with language learning because they don't put in the time, and language learning is a function of time. The more you put in, the better you get. You can also think of learning a language like a gym. You get out what you put in. If you buy a dumbbell and do nothing, nothing happens. It can do great things for you, but it won't work for you until you pick it up and curl it a few times. If you put in 1 hour a day, you get results. If you put in 10 minutes a day, you get results. But if you put in 0, you get 0 results, and you can't learn a language that way. So here's a question for you. How much time do you put into your language learning on a daily basis? Leave a comment. If you start putting in consistent time, you can also start expecting a return on your time. And this brings us to the second part. Part 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. In the first part, we talked about just putting in enough time. That's the first important step to take. But where should you put in your time? For example, you can put in 10 minutes and use an app to do translation exercises. You can put in 10 minutes and read a textbook, or review a word list for 10 minutes. In all these examples, you can put in an equal amount of time, but the results you get will be different. And that's because different methods give you different results and benefits. Using an app may help you remember a few words. Reading a textbook can boost your vocabulary, grammar, and reading skills. And reviewing a word list will just help you with the words. So the second lesson is, you need to know what kind of results you get. You need to measure the return on your time so that you can be confident that you're making progress. In the case of our audio and video lessons, 3 or 4 lessons will help you understand and speak roughly 1 minute of conversation, as well as learn all words and grammar rules inside. This is the return on our lessons. How is this possible? The dialogue tracks are about 20 seconds, and so 3 lessons, that's 3 conversations at 20 seconds apiece, which is 60 seconds or 1 minute of conversation. So if you know the 3 lessons get you to 1 minute of conversation, you can know what results to expect. If you do 20 lessons, you're at about 5 minutes of conversation. 40 lessons, that's around 10 minutes or so of conversation. That's the power of measuring the results. If you track your results, you know what to expect in the future, and you can hit your language learning goals. So how can you start measuring your return? Let's jump into the third part. Part 3, how to track your results and hit goals. If you're able to consistently put in time towards learning and maintaining your routine, then it's time to start tracking your time and effort. Why? At the basic level, language learning is simply putting in the time. You don't need a high IQ. You don't need to be talented at languages. You don't need the best possible app. You just need time. The more time you put in, the more results you get out. And aside from setting unrealistic goals, the other reason why people fail at languages is they just don't put in the time. So, how can you track your results? Let's look at 2 ways, an easy way and an advanced way of tracking your time and results. Let's start with the easy way first. Simply track the time you put in. So if you do a 10-minute audio lesson today and then spend 5 minutes with flashcards, note this as 15 minutes for the day and write down what you did. Then do the same thing tomorrow. That's it. The goal here is to track the time and your effort. You'll want to track it and actually have measurable proof of your work. and also so you can review what you've been doing and see your progress. So if one day you realize you don't know enough words, or maybe you don't speak as much as you'd like, you can look at your notes and review your work. If you see that you've been just watching video lessons, you can spot the problem, which is you've done no actual vocab study or speaking practice. And now you can start doing it. Problem solved. You're on your way to fluency. Another way you can track your time and effort is with the dashboard on our site. So if you visit the dashboard, you can see the lessons you've completed, the number of flashcards reviewed, and hours studied. This is the second tactic, and it's an advanced one because not only do you need to track your time, you also need to track your results, which is a bit trickier. So how can you do that? With our conversational audio lessons, check the length of the dialogue track. If the dialogue track is about 20 seconds, then that's the amount of conversation you can expect to master. By the way, these tracks are anywhere from 10 to 40 seconds long. Now, if you're studying words with flashcards, take note of how many words you already know. So if you studied for 5 minutes and can easily remember 7 out of 10 words, then that's your return. If you know this, you know what to expect when you learn new words. You can expect to remember about 7 out of 10 with a 5-minute drill. Another thing you can do is boost that number to 10 out of 10. Next, if you're practicing your listening skills, try to gauge how much you understand. If you understood about 20% of a 3-minute conversational lesson, then that's your return for now. Again, by knowing this, you can now start asking questions like, what can I do to understand 50% of this conversation? Will doubling my time double my results as well? Will I understand 40%? Will reviewing this lesson for a few minutes a day, every day, work better than trying to memorize it all now? So then, you put these questions to the test and try them out. And because you know your return, you can see if it really works. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Want to perfect your pronunciation and speak like a native? The best way to do this is 1. Listen to a native speaker. 2. Repeat what they say. And 3. The most important part, compare yourself against their pronunciation. In fact, mimicking a native speaker like this, which is called shadowing, is a powerful way to master your speaking. And you can do this all with the voice recorder inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. So, what makes the voice recorder so powerful? First, you can instantly spot the differences between yourself and the native speaker. How? The voice recorder records you and then compares your speaking to the native speaker. Just record and listen. Once you know what you need to change to sound perfect, you can adjust your speaking and your pitch until you match the native speaker. Second, you get to practice speaking the most common words and phrases. In other words, you won't be learning to say random words and phrases. Our lessons teach you practical, everyday conversations, like introducing yourself, ordering food at a restaurant, talking about where you're from, and more. The kind of conversations you'll have with native speakers. And our vocabulary lists teach you the must-know words and phrases for all kinds of topics, holidays, slang, the many ways to say hello, and more. So, how do you use the voice recorder? You'll find the voice recorder in our lessons and vocabulary lists. Just look for the microphone icon. With our lessons, scroll down to the dialogue section. The dialogue section is a line-by-line breakdown of the lesson conversation. Next to each line, click on the microphone icon to open the voice recorder for that line. First, listen to the native speaker's pronunciation. Then, click on the round record icon to record yourself. And finally, play the 2 tracks to compare. Successful learners practice one line 3 to 4 times to fully master the pronunciation. Now, if you're using our free vocabulary phrase lists, you'll find the microphone icon next to each word or phrase. Again, click on the icon to record and compare yourself to the native pronunciation. So, if you want to speak like a native with perfect pronunciation, take advantage of this voice recorder, which is available in every lesson and vocabulary list. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to sign up. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description.